Hi, I'm Nolan. I've worked in this field for a long time. Well, I guess somewhat literally, but more so metaphorically. I am a sort of private, security-free agent by trade, you see. Or at least, that's the sort of title I've given myself. I'm a taller, more athletic Paul Blart with a chip on his shoulder, an actual gun in my holster. And instead of working for an official company, I'm just some guy that gets paid by people to cart their shit, them, or general square mile footage. I'm a city slicker. I like concrete, bright skyscrapers, and several hundreds of people within my general vicinity at all times. I've usually only accepted small jobs, short-time security. But recently, I got an interesting offer. A small-time tycoon, rich guy, looks like he's been washing his hair in liquidated money, offered me a job. Guard my plot of land, the house on said land, my son, me, all my possessions, and get paid enough money annually to have your 401k before your hair even starts to think about turning gray. Not a bad offer, but said land was deep in southern woods. Now, you're gonna laugh. I've worked in private security, glorified mercenary, take a gun and guard a door bullshit work for a while. I've been online. I've heard enough stories. The woods are a place you don't fuck with. Miles of dense forest, drowning any person in. A place where things have dwelt for a while. Point is, if I were gonna spend a few tons of millions on a compound, dropping it dead in Missouri, is it? I know it's dead on state borders. Oh well, dropping it in Skinwalker City woods. The air around here is so thick with pine trees, I swear smells like someone trying to blot out their new car smell with a cheap air freshener. Except, the smell is more genuine. You know when you feel the scent is so pungent, you can almost cut it with a knife? That's what it felt like, stepping out of the man's squeaky SUV in front of his estate house, as he called it. You know that one place in Argentina? The one where the weird side of the internet says Hitler hit after he fled on a wild goose chase down the Atlantic? Looked similar to that. Almost identical actually. Just give it several hundred light fixtures, shiny new windows, and a bit of a trim up. Boom, the Cazamoth estate house. Not a lot stood out to me. All the lights may be the sort of fear of the dark, turn on all the lamps in the house shit we did as a kid, but on a large scale because you're surrounded by miles of woods. What did seem a bit strange to me though were a few things. The place had a perimeter wall. Understandable. A number of threats such as bears, wolves, hell, the occasional freakazoid in the woods, or the bear could be a cause for alarm. What did seem strange to me was how jagged the pikes were, and the fact that they were wrapped in a whole line of razor wire and barbed wire with light fixtures pointing outside towards the woods. A lot of money just to buy the metal for, at worst, a bear or a drugged hippie, and a lot of power spent for what? Floodlights to see anything coming at all angles? I asked Theodore, the boy's father and my employer, and he just says it's for extra security. Fair enough. What was I gonna do? Tell him he's being overly careful? I'm the kind of guy who sleeps with 5 knives in his room, the door locked, and one eye open. Still, wasn't the security that had me on edge. It was all the claw marks on the outside. That to me were too violent to be from bears. So now that you know the details of my arrival here, things have been weird. I know I said I'm a city slicker, near what, 3 decades in Chicago? Put in the middle of the woods to guard some several hundred square feet in the middle of deep south woods. Surely, anyone would be unnerved. This place though, the town just a few miles down the forest road, the walls of hundreds of thousands of pine trees seemingly drowning any and all life in the endless veil of woods. I'm a man of this craft. Didn't always work in private security. I like the more combative jobs. I like working in this sort of boot and collar work, the warrior mentality. I've had to deal with a lot of people, hundreds of kinds, druggies, dumbasses, do you know who I am? Creepy motherfuckers sitting by the dumpster with a boombox wearing socks? Just socks. Point is, I've experienced shit, a lot of shit. So when the sun started to go down, and the alarms in my head started to tick on, it's not bullshit. One of my jobs is to check the wall. Not too bad honestly. Allows me to get out of the house and get some fresh air. Scan the stone structure that'd make Eastern Berliners get flashbacks and see the lights at night. Nothing too shabby. A week in, I actually had to do actual maintenance on the wall as well. It was midday when I looked on the security cameras and saw the eastern side had a spot where some sort of matted fur was caught. Didn't see it the night before, so I grabbed some tools and hopped on the ATV over there. When I pried it off, some alarms went off in my head. 1. This shit was a pain in the ass to pry off because it made some body armor look like cardboard. 2. If it was this tough, how the hell did it get punctured by the defensive wire? 3. If this was animal skin like I thought, why was the inside as dry and laminated as, say, the underside of a carpet, but still had an organic skin look to it? Theodore said it's nothing. Probably just a bear passed by and some shredded fur got caught on the wire. But it's nearing winter time when the fur would be growing instead of shedding, and shedded fur doesn't have a layer of skin on the inside. Put it in a crate in the security room for later inspection. Do you know what's truly creepy? Sure, a reptilian human bird guy with a Godzilla shriek running at you at 1,000,000 miles per hour. That can be scary. Do you know what's creepy? It's not the bullshit scary stories. It's not really, well, the movie monsters. It's the things that are out of place. I'm not an easily spooked man, but it's not the hobgoblin in the woods that'd freak me out. It's the little girl out in the middle of bumfuck nowhere. I was out on a full property check. I used to do this around once every week, mostly because I was unused to the whole, well, like I said, bumfuck miles of suffocating trees. But as I got more used to it, I started patrolling the land every 2 days. I climb on the ATV, I ride out the gates and patrol the long, winding dirt path that the property manager agreed with whoever he bought it from to be his plot's perimeter. Usually, I go shoo off any nicks getting drunk, clear the occasional fallen brush. However, this path runs deep into the woods. I don't know how much Theodore paid for this land, but it runs miles before it loops back around. You ever take a walk into the woods? Feel the calm silence? So tranquil. So undisturbed. In my experience, it's like you're sitting in a canoe on a calm ocean bed, while still, all it takes for you to capsize in the fairly untamed, unsafe woods is one push. One push, and you're drowning in panicking and paranoia. So when I drove up the ATV path and stopped at what I had calculated was the most northern part of Theodore's plot, I took out my binoculars and gazed around. Calm tall grass growing and smothering the trunks of trees. And the trees, when you started passing the point of Theodore's land, it started growing more sparser. But there were still 100 per square foot. Really, this was just an excuse for me to stop, calm my nerves of the forest, and relax. What tipped me over was when I heard someone say, "Woof." And I don't mean, "It's just a fucking dog, Dwight, you dumbass." I mean, a grown fucking man literally saying meow, woof, and bark in the middle of the fucking woods. And it was in the goddamn bright evening, and it still freaked me the fuck out. I gazed around. The noise was coming from the direction northwards, away from the property line. "Hello?" Woof. Shit went from cringing to just goddamn confused. "You're on private property." He was off the property, technically. But like I was gonna tell the creepy motherfucker that. "Show yourself, now." A long pause. Meow. I let out a sigh. "Stop fucking around. Show yourself, now." What happened next made me immediately reach for the rifle on the back of my ATV. Directly to the right of my ATV, pointing at the point I knew was directly north of the house, poked a head. And I don't mean like a head. A hairy fucker or some pedo or some shit. Who else fucks around in the woods like this? Regardless, what poked out was a completely blank head. Ever have those toys as kids? You fill the mold of that guy and pop him out? Imagine that, but on a much better, more defined scale. A male head, stripped of hair, eyebrows, eyelashes, fucking lips. The second it stuck out, it looked at me with what were wide eyes and dilated pupils, and without even moving his barely open mouth, went, Coo. It caused me to nearly trip and fall on my ass from the shock. I scrambled to my feet and aimed the rifle over the ATV, using the small vehicle against cover from whatever the fuck this was. Come out, now! Neigh. In retrospect, I now can guess he was making a horse's neigh, but I thought he was saying neigh in defiance, so I stood up and screamed, "Come the fuck out, or I will fire!" Yes, I was that trigger-happy security contractor that those thrill-seeking teens ran into when they pushed the buttons of a rent-a-cop on duty. You can thank Afghanistan for that mentality. What I cannot thank Afghanistan for was preparing me for what the man did next. The guy crab-walked. More so shuffled outwards sideways. You know in 2D cartoons how they draw the crabs? He was like that. Legs apart wide, hands up like fucking claws, and that god-awful face staring at me. He was also fucking naked. All I could let out was a, "What the fuck?" Not gonna lie, I was in disbelief. Oink. He then turned 90 degrees and fucking shuffled at goddamn 50 miles per hour away. After a few meters, he disappeared into the thick brush. What the fuck? I've heard him, but never seen him since. And something told me Theodore brushing it off didn't put my mind at ease either. I started to get over seeing the random lights, the naked man, and the growing claw marks on the wall. Got used to it, I guess. Then, I met Tim a few nights ago. So one night, I was sitting in the security room. Essentially, the outside-facing wall is a, wall of monitors. There's nothing much in the room. Table with a computer, mouse and keyboard attached to the screens. The crate where I stuffed the fur, along with any other things the cryptid Amazon users would buy up for $300 minimum, and a chair. Gets pretty boring actually. Log walls aren't furnished with a layer of plywood and plaster like the rest of the place, which gives off that piney smell and makes it strangely quiet. What broke the silence a few days ago was when I took a break from scanning empty monitors to listen and browse on my phone. Hey! The voice echoed through the sound of the speakers, caused a jump a bit too, dead of night, and went right from dead silence. I quickly scanned the monitors, trying to find the source. Hey! Nothing at the backside, nothing in the main yard. Hey! The voice sounded like it was halfway to cracking. Then I decided to do what I should have done instead of my frantic screen searching. I checked the sound receivers and saw it was coming from the voice receiver at the front gate. Hey! My eyes darted to the camera overlooking the front gate to see some kind of white figure with a metal pole. Wasn't too good of a look, so I switched to the front gate camera. What I saw left me in surprise. Not shocked. Just baffled. A science room skeleton. Yes, a science room skeleton. The metal pole was actually the wheeled rack it was hanging off of. I sat there, surprised. I expected to see a serial killer? Hell, seeing the white figure from a distance made my mind go into emergency mode from reading off of too many Native American horror stories. But this? Hey! The voice called from the skeleton. Or at least, I thought it was. It was coming from the receiver, so it could very well have been just a decoy, and someone underneath it was yelling into it. I clicked on the speaker and called back. "You're on private property." A long silence followed, broke up by, "Hey! A dead, unmoving stare from the skeleton as it happened. What the fuck? What the fuck is this? Hey! Someone was trying to draw my attention to the front gate. I sighed and grabbed my rifle, but considering it would also be a close distance, I grabbed the Beretta from the locker under the table as well. I passed John, Theodore's son, and I went for the front door. "John, head upstairs. Lock yourself in your room." He sighed, turning his attention from playing some sort of game on his Xbox. "Why?" "Some guy at the front gate. Could be a perimeter breach attempt. No other signs of life except the front gate." John paused for a moment as I unlocked the door. His question caused me to pause. Is it a skeleton? I stopped, locking eyes with the 16-year-old. A second of silence passed, as a "Hey!" escaped through the slight crack of the door. Possibly. That's just Tim. I blinked at the response, shaking my head slightly. Tim? Yeah, skeleton. Appears and just yells at the gate. That just tells me to ignore him and turn up the volume. That's highly unsafe. John simply looked confused. A silent "Why?" There's a man out there screaming at the gate, causing an obvious distraction, and your dad just lets it fly? It's not a person, it's a skeleton, and Dad says to ignore the things that come around during the night. It's at this point I realize the parlor and all the windows to ground level rooms that were too big for simple blinds were above eye level, easier to avoid seeing things at night. Well, I'm going to talk to Tim. Don't. This made me stop at the door, because, well, the kid said the single word a lot sterner than I had had any adult speak to me in the past, 8 years? Why? It's how we lost Richie, he told me. For reference, Richie was a Rottweiler they had a few years back. Went missing. Father chummed it up to him running off after a bear. Guy was at our gate, and Dad sicked him on him. I feel I knew the obvious truth, but I wasn't in the mood to hear the rest, shaking my head as I headed out. I pressed the remote control for the gate I had clipped on my belt and had it open. I took a firing position from the porch and watched as the reinforced sheets of steel and mechanics slowly wheeled open. Part of me thanks Theodore for all the lights. The woods out here are an impermeable wall of pitch black, suffocatingly so. So dark, it illuminated Tim even brighter than he was. But as soon as I saw him, one of those alarms went off in my head. You see, when the gates wheeled open, I remembered something. Tim was positioned just in front of the receiver, although a few meters from it. Point is, he was off to the right of the driveway. So when the gates opened up down the middle, the pitch black walls of the trees showing themselves. There it was, dead center in the middle of the gravel path. Hey! Tim was cut off mid-sentence when it opened wide enough for both of us to get a good look at each other. If it was a burglary distraction, it would have been long enough, and an alarm would have been tripped if a sneak entry was tried. All I saw was me aiming at what was a fucking science class skeleton in the middle of the goddamn woods. Fuck me. I cut the pie of the gates, meaning I first vaulted over the porch edge and checked slowly on the right side to see if anyone was hiding. Nothing. I checked on the left side, keeping far enough to where they'd have a few meters run at me. Nothing. I stopped, my rifle barrel lowered, but still shouldered. Now here's the thing, the floodlights are so bright, if anyone tried to hide, you'd be able to see them. Problem was, there was no one. Sitting there, staring off to the left side, when Tim started up again. Hey! I sighed. What in the ever-loving fuck is going on? Hey! I walked towards the gate, peeked around the corner of the wall, and stared out at him. Tim. At this point, I did scans to the left and right side. No one. Nothing. Fucking zip. Just me and a goddamn skeleton. The quickly cooling night air allowed me to see my breath. I quickly gazed around, trying to see where the moon was. Near midnight. Narc? I spun around and backed up a few paces. Did the skeleton just call me a narc? I lowered my barrel when I realized I was aiming at a fucking skeleton. But in retrospect, I shouldn't be so careful. I gazed at the thing for a few moments. Gazing at it, I decided to say fuck it and went up to him. It was indeed a skeleton, and a bare one at that. No wires, no cameras, no voice speakers, nothing. I thought it might be built into the stand, but the pipe seemed to be hollow, and it didn't sound like it was coming from a metal pipe. I backed up from Tim, once again asking myself confidently, what the actual fuck? Strangely, I expected this to be the point where something jumped out, scared me and forced a hasty retreat into the compound. Sorry, estate's walls. But nothing. Not a shadow out in the dark wall. Not a pale white crab-walking, back-flipping deformed man. Not a goddamn thing. Hey Narc, nice scar. I turned my head back to Tim and then backed up a few more steps. I was staring leftwards before he said that. On the right side of my face is a scar, a long gash, although not too noticeable if you aren't close. You'd have to be close if you didn't know it was there. And Tim was around the distance you'd need to be. There were no cameras on it. How could anyone see? No speakers, so no way someone could be speaking through it. And yet, it just gave me a compliment about a facial mutilation. What the fuck did you just say? I asked. Sounded unintentionally offended. It was really more out of stunned confusion. The skeleton did not answer. Whatever was going on, whoever was doing this, it was fucking with me. So I parted ways with Tim with a nice crack to the skeleton's jaw, courtesy of my rifle stock, and walked back in, hitting the button as the gates slowly closed. Between the sound of the gates closing and the engines forcing them to slide shut, I heard one parting message from Tim. Asshole. Went back out the next day. Tim was gone. Still don't believe a skeleton talked to me yesterday. Seems so fucking stupid in retrospect, and yet matched the atmosphere in a strange way. Now, it's been a few weeks. That's some of the shit I've encountered. There's been a lot going on, and I've decided to do what every person encountering paranormal elements with too much excess time has. Document it online. Or well, blog it I guess. Post? Getting off track. Point is, I've got plenty of things to tell. So when I get back to this shitty laptop, you'll be the first to hear. It's Nolan, your security friend from the woods. A lot has happened. It's the reason I was so busy for what seemed to be the entire damned week. And even today, we're sorting out some things. So that reason, gonna try and get through this, but it will be in 2 parts. You might ask what happened, or why we're busy, but just trust me when I say by tomorrow should be cleared up, and you'll get the full picture of this. So, sit tight. Some notes though. Again, thank you for the feedback. It's been helpful and it's given me some insight over the past week. Before I get to hashing out the events, let me take some time real quick to answer back. In regards to using fire, torches, incendiary, dragon's breath rounds, after recent events, which you'll find out, it's definitely an option I'll explore. Thank you. Some were curious about the crab-walking slender animal man. While, as I've said, I haven't seen him since then, which has been a week or so ago, I decided to look up the account that was posted by a search and rescue officer. Stunning really. There's not a national park around here for tens of miles, probably more. They seem similar to me, albeit the figure I saw had somewhat of a face, and Sitwan did not when described. We'll keep this noted. Thank you. Due to the nature of the estate and the contract I signed, I cannot give out the location of the compound and the surrounding area. But for the sake of clarity, I don't think some vague description of where this is at is all that bad. The heavy woodland area, the compound, and the town are based in the general southeast quarter of Missouri. That's all I can tell. Now that that's clear, let's recall unarguably the most eventful near week of my life. So, you might remember, Tim. Well, so did I. Theodore gave me another one of those brushed off excuses. Halloween decoration, insomnia. He knows more than he's letting on. I mean, he totally fucking does, right? Then, why lie? You want me to protect your house. Why not tell me what's really out there? Well, not just out there. You see, the morning I woke up, it was around 6. Due to how my body's wired and my schedule, I sleep a healthy 5 hours in the security room so I can be awoken in case of an alarm. Point is, I woke up. House is dead fucking silent, and I'm going to get myself an energy drink. No, I don't drink coffee. Never bother to spend a week wasting batches to find the right blend. Rambling again, sorry. Point is, the house is dead quiet. Not unreasonable, nor unexpected. What was unexpected was the fucking cold. You see, the house has one of those old chimney heater systems, a water boiler. But most of the shit Theodore has installed is mostly state-of-the-art electronic shit. Pretty power costly too, but it allows the place to keep at room temp 24/7. Which is why I woke up and thought it was fucking odd that it was 51 goddamn degrees. Outage? Shouldn't be. All of the electronics are still working fine. Even checked the security systems to see no dippage happened. Malfunction? Could be. But if the electric goes, apparently the old heater and boiler are set up to take over. Point is, when I hit it downstairs, Hit still waking up even 20 minutes after, I was a little more than cautious when I brought my Beretta with me. Some info about the basement real quick. The main portion is a rectangle room with the staircase splitting it down the middle. To the left, when you come down, storage. To the right, the heaters, boilers, and other machinery. I turned on the lights, came down, and noticed something. It was all off. Everything. Boiler pilot light, furnace was long cold, and the electric generator connected to the heater was dead still. Not a breeze, not a drop of water. Creeped me the fuck out. But wasn't like it was gonna fix itself. But the second I knelt down and started trying to spark the boiler back on, I felt off. The entire basement went from feeling secure to feeling like I was in enemy territory. I didn't just feel watched. I felt hated. I felt fucking despised. So much so, I even had to look up and back to see if there was some naked fucker crap walking down here. Nothing. Boiler sparked on, and I pulled the handle as it started up. One down. And then I sighed. Fucking furnace's wood was. That's odd. I remember coming down here and checking last night. Put in some fresh locks just in case. They weren't gone. They were charred and completely stamped out. Even if they needed to start on in the 5 or so hours of a possible outage, they shouldn't be this dead and cold. That's when I saw something that made me draw my pistol and back against the concrete wall. It happened when my head gazed slightly to the right. In my peripheral, I saw a pair of legs. When I was back to the wall, ready to fight off whatever the fuck, nothing. I know what you're gonna say. It's a ghost, dickhead. Get the fuck out. Keep in mind, I was fucking tired, and I remember it being as grey as the concrete and walls around. So I have myself the benefit of the doubt and tossed in some locks. Besides, I keep drawing my pistol like Rambo. Only a matter of time I accidentally shoot Theodore or John. Finally, the goddamn electric generator. It's not like one of the shitty gas-operated ones you get at Kmart for like $12.50. It was at least 5x8. Damn thing had a touchpad, a direct fucking cable underground to the grid, and most importantly, a security lock. Code only I and Theodore knew, so it couldn't have been John. It couldn't be some fucker who broke in, let alone without tripping any alarms, to just turn off the damned heat and clean water. Felt like I was still being watched. I kept gazing around. No one was there, not just paranoia in the woods. Despite some entertaining tenants inhabiting them, I knew when I was alone and when I was being watched. Right now, felt like a bear wanted to tear out my ass. Regardless, I needed to figure out what happened with the generator. Luckily, the security room has more than just camera angles. The generator being hooked up to the grid and run on the network of the house means, sort of like your iPhone, every time the touchpad is accessed to have the code put in, it leaves a file. For example, app, lock screen, info, swipe, time, down to the fucking second. I opened the access lock for the generator. Time was listed as 3:17 AM, around an hour and 40 after I got some shut-eye. Someone accessed the pad and typed in the correct code on the third try. Only Theodore and I knew the code. I knew it wasn't me. I was fast asleep in the locked security room. Theodore, I don't think, had time to turn off the water and heat utilities of his building for a quick laugh. so whatever accessed the pad did so after multiple tries. Theodore was in his office, looking as stupidly chipper for being awake in the early hours that got himself abandoned. "Theodore?" "Good morning, Dwight. Tim visit you in your dreams?" He jested. "God, no, thankfully. Theodore, the heating went off last night, and the boiler, and the furnace." "All of it? Was it an outage?" "No, everything shows not a damn second went by where the main electric was shut down. Just the side generators downstairs controlling, well, clean water and heat." He pondered for a moment. Should be noted, not a moment goes by where Theodore never looks, well, unpositive. Always got the same sort of smirk Steve Jobs had while ordering Malaysian children to make his iPhones. Maybe it was just a malfunction? Couldn't be. Someone or something accessed the touchpad and deactivated it. Took it a few tries too. It wasn't John. He's a good kid. Also, he doesn't know the passcode, and I'm sure he doesn't want to be sleeping in the ice-cold air of the forest. "Well," he paused before snapping his fingers. "Try the camera on the generator." I looked confused. "Your generator has a camera?" "It's like an iPhone. Told you guys. Every time someone accesses it, it snaps a HD photo. Does this guy just lace everything with cameras? Am I flushing the toilet and having the handle take selfies of my ass every other hour? Still, thankfully convenient. Was gonna have a look at it later. But for now, I still had shit to do. First thing, check the perimeter. Wall seemed to be intact, thankfully confirming my suspicions we weren't besieged by Tim and his skeletal army last night. The gate showed it was closed ever since I had it stay shut. And finally, the barbed wire. But, well, that's where it got odd. A portion of the barbed wire was noticeably missing. Several feet of barbed wire was gone. Missing. Moreover, when I went out, rifle in hand to check, 2 of the floodlights were out as well. This is bad. An alarm should have been tripped when those 2 went off. And if something got that close and ripped off the fucking wire. I rushed back to the security room with a reasonable amount of paranoia. Fucking skeleton, goddammit. I knew it was a fucking distraction. I knew it. Slipped right into my chair and checked the footage. Initially, I thought nothing wrong. Like I said, no motion detectors or alarms went off. Hell, guess I was wrong about Tim. The left side cameras showed nothing wrong during my whole interrogation of the science room prop. But then, at 3:25 AM, one of the floodlights flickered and went off, then the adjacent one to its left, then its right. A 5 feet wide segment of the wall. Done. Gone. Just like that, all the bullshit tech went out the window apparently. And I say that because the motion detectors were still on, and they didn't pick up what happened next. From the light still beaming from within the house, you could barely see through the gap in the light. Remember when I said the darkness was, well, drowning, suffocating? Wasn't kidding. No city light, no suburban light. Went from a dimming spot as the light went off to a pitch black strip. Could barely even see the top of the wall above the broken floodlights. And when I did, for context, when a body becomes bloated in water, its skin looks incredibly soaked. Its flesh looks mushy. That's the kind of flesh I saw. A sickly gray or silver hand, fingernails not black. I recognized the wounds. Vessels broken and underside of the nails bloody. The thing reached over and plucked the barbed wire off. Literally, shit plucked off. And before I knew it, the other end of the God knows how long segment of barbed wire simply snapped off. Not a goddamn thing after that. Just blank footage showing the dark area slowly light up as the sun rose. What the fuck? Not only did this shit just bypass all the alarms, it could have just waltzed in here. This happened when I was out cold, asleep. This was bad. Criminally fucking bad. Absolutely catastrophically fucked. We need to get the fuck out of here. A malfunction happened. Sometimes due to all the power, some of the bulbs aren't prepared and zap out. Just get some of the extra strength ones and replace the a fucking hand reached out. Some ghoulish motherfucker just waltzed right up to your billion-dollar compound and ripped off barbed wire used on military compounds like it was fucking nothing. You're overreacting, Dwight. You're underreacting. It wasn't fear that drove me. I knew we were safe. For now. Whatever it was, like to keep to nightfall. But we needed to get the fuck out of this place. Dwight. The middle-aged man took off his glasses, brushing back his black but slowly graying hair as he looked at me. What do I pay you for? Oh, this fucker. Security, I gruffed. Well, obviously, this is a security situation. I paid you a pretty handsome upfront sum to come out here and protect this place. You've done your job well so far, but it seems to me like this little malfunction is a security situation. Take care of it. I contemplated calling a cab and flying back to Chicago, right then and there. Right then. Right fucking there. However, whatever was out there was just prodding defenses, testing morale, trying to see just what the fuck we were made of. What I was made of. A wiser man should have went back to civilization, bought a room at the motel, and called settling out in the woods to be a fucking mistake. While I might not be a wiser man, I'm sure as shit a bold one. Brighter bulbs were gonna be the trick? Fine. Spend the better part of a few hours unscrewing, replacing, and rescrewing the floodlights, all 48 of them. Let's just say I spent the day rewiring the walls and assessing the integrity of the motion trackers. And when night came, I sat in the security room, eyes glued to the monitor. Waiting. Just fucking waiting for something to happen. 9 goddamn hours of darkness. 6 goddamn magazines loaded with hollow point rounds for my rifle. Not a single fucking move from the outside for 2 whole nights. Whatever it was, it did its job. Fucked with my head the first time. I made a mental note. The second time, it wouldn't be so prudent. Regardless, I couldn't sit in the compound forever. Still had a job to do. A storm was going to be rolling in the next few days. A small one, less regionally and more statewide. But it was still gonna be a downpour. That meant ensuring no one was fucking about on the trail or property space. I've already seen that this fucking place in the daytime was goddamn weird. Imagine being stuck in a monsoon with the fuckers. I was less being a dick to campers and more doing people a favor. Felt good to be back on the ATV though. Wind in my face, sun in the sky. Whether it was the courage of knowing I had a healthy bit of firepower on my back, or just knowing whatever this shit was, it wasn't brave enough to fuck with anyone in the daytime. Felt good to zip down the trail. To be fair, you patrol enough, you tend to learn some landmarks. Even in the forest. Helps to not get lost. Giant oak, short cliff, set of trees dominoing into each other, large rock pointing upwards, fox den, Native American, eagles. Wait. Slammed on my fucking brakes just as my ATV came over a small ramp. It flew for a second before slamming on the ground and braking hard. I looked back and gazed at the spot where I passed him. Tan guy, sort of a bracelet of what I'm gonna guess were talons. War paint across the eyes, head shaved except for a mohawk, and eagle's feathers. I remember him clear as fucking day because my mind got a good sip of him before I realized the natives around this part were moved to Oklahoma a few hundred years ago. I looked back. Nothing except for a smoke pillar in the short distance right behind where the guy should have been. Son of a... Took my rifle out, worked the bolt and readied a round. Not this time. Fuck that. Crept through the grass. Right around a large rock formation was a small smoke pillar. It was to the right of the trail, and while it was not technically on property, it was also ordered by the local government down the road for all campers to get the fuck out of the woods before the rain hit. Walked around the bend, keeping in a crouched stance, and saw a campsite. Who in the actual fuck is camping out here? What in the actual fuck would be camping out here? Approached the campsite. Didn't have much. A tent, cooking pot, bag hanging to keep away from bears. Except there were no bears around these parts. approached the tent. I looked inside the flap. A sleeping bag with someone in it. "Hey," I gave in my best cop voice. The bag shifted, but no answer. "Excuse me?" Some muttering, probably from a male, and the person inside the bag adjusted. I sighed. I grabbed the top part of the sleeping bag and pulled it open. The person jolted, and I could see a man, young, tannish, hunter-looking guy with a full beard, possibly mid-30s. What? Oh, hey," he said enthusiastically at the last part. He bolted upright, or more as upright as you can be in a tent. I kept my gun shouldered, but kept the barrel low. "You're on private property, sir. Been saying that a lot now. No one seems to get the memo." Wait, you're not... People live near here? Yes. Oh, thank God. He quickly pulled up his pants. I then realized I was talking to a half-naked guy before he started to clean and pack his things at almost inhuman speeds. "Been out here for a while. You should see the place. Beautiful, scenic." He zipped up his bag, and it's then I realized he'd started to already get his tent packed up. But also dangerous. I gazed around. "Yeah, I'm aware." It's then the man shoved his tent into its bag and started to tie it to the side of his main pack. "So, stranger, live near here? There a town? Civilization? Got any food?" "Yeah, just down the road, a few miles." "Thank God. Been out here for what felt like months." "Yeah, camping will do." "Wait, months?" "Well, probably just weeks. Time passes. Say, you got the date?" "Out here?" I pointed to the ground. "Yeah." Unnoticeably, strangely, not southern, more mixed Bostonian with trucker. "How?" I asked, genuinely intrigued. "Like, you know what's out?" "Oh yeah. Pretty fucked, to be honest." "Say, you seen two naked guys leapfrogging over each other?" My stunned silence was more than enough of an answer for him. "Yeah, kinda weird. I know it's summer and it's warm, but really isn't the environment to be going full nudist. Look, you really need to get the fuck out of these woods." "Huh," he laughed. "You're telling me. Say, can I head back to your house?" "No, it's private property." "Come on, man. Been stuck out here with shit that makes me want to hug a bear at night for the last week or so." I rubbed my temples. "Look, just hit left back up the trail. When you reach the gravel road, you're near the main road, and turn right to get to the town." He let out an inexplicably long sigh. "Fine." It's then I realized he had his entire camp already packed up as he headed out. Before he went, I stopped him. "Wait." He turned. "How did you survive the night in a measly tent?" He scratched his head and shrugged. "Dunno. Guys out here probably have a bigger target." As he left down the trail, a pit formed in my gut. A bigger target. No time to think. Can't get freaked out. Not now at least. Not enough time, nor the place. Drove down the trail further. Sadly, Animal Man wasn't there, but something did catch my eye. I hit the brakes on my ATV, coming to a stop at the straightaway. I was going down the left side of the property line, the western side. From here, there was a slight cliff line to where you could see over some of the trees. Sadly, couldn't stop to see the sights. It wasn't the plant life that caught my eye, wasn't the endless greenery. It was the rat and yellow cap, dead center of the trail, that stopped me. Now, even this deep in the woods, which are apparently taboo to the point of no real campers, you still find trash, litter. Hell, I found a fucking Mr. Pip bottle, and they stopped selling the original years ago. But I've never once in the 4 or so weeks I've been here, seen clothing. Especially mint condition clothing. I mean, this was deep in the woods. Surely, whoever dropped it would have gotten some dirty on them. But no. I stepped off the ATV, rifle now in its sling. Couldn't take any risks anymore. I picked it up. It was small, and I checked the size, and I felt some dread wash over me. Kids. Small. The fuck was a kid doing out here? Looked for any sort of name tag next. Hey! Nearly jumped out of my own fucking skin as I drew my pistol and aimed for what was behind me. Then I fucking sighed. That fucking skeleton. Of all the people to see out here at this time, stupid bastard made me nearly jump out of my skin. But likewise, if he wanted to get a jump on me, he could have very well have just grabbed a rock. I mean, he wasn't there before, and here he was. No noise. Out of the blue. Hey Tim, I said, going back to inspect the hat. Narc? I still didn't know who was initiating this puppet. Still refused to believe it was a living fucking object. But he obviously wasn't hostile, so I decided to play along. I held up the hat by its visor. Know what this is, Tim? Silence. What, was this some don't look at me and we talk kind of bull? Inspected the hat further. Found something written on the back. Omen. Narc. I gazed up at my eggshell colored friend. What? Omen? I looked back in the hat to see what I was looking at. On the inside of the back, written in permanent marker. Danny. Showed the back to Tim. Know a Danny by chance? Once again, I was met by stone silence. Brilliant. Found an ominous omen of a child's hat with a name. And yet, the only person I can ask right now is playing peekaboo 20 questions. Fucking perfect. No signs of life. Hair. Nothing. Almost like him. My face shot up to meet Tim's. Grassman. Grassman? Forgetting how he finally directly spoke to me. What was Grassman? No leaves on the hat as I looked. And there was grass everywhere, literally. It's a forest. But none on the hat. Not a drop of filth at all. Who's Grassman? Tim once again answered with silence. Oh great. Back to tiddlywinks. Fuck this. Placed the hat in the pocket of my coat and hopped on the ATV. Thanks, Tim. I turned back to the skeleton, and despite me now thinking my sanity was slipping, I said, Sorry for cracking you on the skull. I stopped. Huh, that's funny, 'cause you're a skeleton. I looked back again. Tim was gone. Of course. The drive back was quiet, thank God. Between something always poking its creepy fucking head around a tree and sneaking up, having some peace and quiet was good. That was, until I reached the front gate. Look man, I can't let you in. Wait till Dwight gets back and I'll help you. Wait till who? Look, there's goddamn ghouls out here, man. Let me in. The same guy before, talking to John through the intercom's voice receiver. His Bostonian accent was more apparent when he yelled. Just wait. Oh, here's Dwight now. I parked the ATV center of the driveway in front of the gate. The man turned. Hey, He snapped his fingers, trying to find my name although I never told him. Dwight, that's it? Sure it is. Thought I told you to head down the road. Come on man, it's getting dark and it's fucking spooky out here. Can I stay for the night? My next look red. Are you actually kidding me? The guy's face didn't read any real danger. When you work the job I've worked as long as I have, you can read a person's face. He was just short of me, probably 5'10"-ish. Looked like a Minnesota trucker decided to play Spetsnaz, but seemed genuine. Finally, I agreed with a sigh. I'll talk to my boss. You can stay for the night, but you're to stay inside of me at all times. The guy sighed with relief. And this is when I could read the genuineness in his relief, just eliminating any doubts about him. Finally got the time to sit down and talk to him. His name's Isaac, was a truck driver, knew it. Lived in the New England area, knew it. And had his truck break down in fucking Texas after a long haul. Decided to take up camping a few miles away while it was getting fixed. Turns out, he'd been bumping around 3 states worth of forest before he found me. Texas? I asked in disbelief, swiveling slightly on the security room's computer chair. Yup, he said, sitting in the corner where he'd set up his goddamn tent. Indoors. I won't judge. Gives us both privacy. I know what you're bound to say, ask, or warn me. He's a shape-shifting witch doctor that you literally found in the woods and just said, "Yeah, sure, come on in." And while the latter might be right, don't know whether it's his almost transparent demeanor or the fact he could have stabbed me the 17 times I've turned my back to him, 2 of which, while I've been writing these, buries my doubts. At least for now to discuss later. What isn't for later is what came the following day. Isaac had done some pirate radio type stuff, surprisingly showed me how to set the cameras on swivel mode, set up the radios on a covert frequency. As the head of security and the sole member of the Kazamoth Estate Security Force, I made the executive decision to let him pay off his stay with work. Things were going smoothly, until me and Isaac were sitting in the living room. Storm was hitting hard outside, so we let the security do the work and decided to bug out for the night. Turned on basic cable, and both of us were watching the end credits to the movie roll. "God, that movie sucked," Isaac said, sitting back to the point where he was laying on the entirety of the couch, when I said, "Make yourself at home." He took it literally. That's why we should stop watching C-list movies on Netflix. Not a goddamn director on there that knows how to make a... Just then, a large flurry of rain hit the windows above the living room walls in between the already hard rainfall. Could pull out a camera now. We'd make the best found footage short on the damn app. I laughed. Funny because, well, it was true. You might be asking, why are you telling us this? It's because things went from 0 to 60,000 as our laughter was cut off when John came walking, more running into the living room. "Dwight, someone's calling for help." I bolted upright, as did Isaac. "What?" "A kid on the radio." For reference, what he's talking about is one of the motion trackers. While primarily they're around the wall, we place them periodically throughout the trail. How it works is, when one of them senses someone, something in the area, it records the footsteps in a sort of circle and records the sound for reference. Through the rainfall, we could hear the sounds of a child crying, screaming help to, well, his father? No one in particular. It was at tracker number 6, the most northern tracker near the northern arch of the trail. "You're not actually going up there?" Isaac asked futilely as I zipped up the waterproof overcoat. "If that kid's out there, oh come the fuck on." I zipped up the coat. 2 back trench coat-like flaps helped to shield my pant legs and back pockets. He met me face to face. "You've seen what's out there, but I've seen a whole lot more. The things out there, especially in this part, will lure you, imitate whatever. I've heard that kid's voice out there 6 times a fucking week, right outside my tent flap. You're walking into a trap." I found the damn kid's hat today. Looked them dead in the eye before chambering around in the Winchester, clipping on the belt I had with load magazines. You may have heard something else, but my gut tells me there's a good chance he's out there. What if it's not the damn kid? What if it is? You gonna be the one to tell his mother? What do you mean? What's out there? We both noticed John by the doorway. Kid was smart, good head on his shoulders, but God, if I hadn't seen that look on his face. Pure fucking confusion. Same look I had while patrolling night 1. Isaac sighed. "Are you telling me this kid's lived in the haunted woods for God knows how long, and he doesn't know what's outside?" "Isaac?" The trucker quieted down before clearing his throat. "We'll tell you later, kid." I looked John dead in the eye. "Your dad will tell you." "Isaac, on the radio." I grabbed the small radio clipped to my utility vest. "Testing, testing." A voice came through the headset. "Testing, testing." The kid's continued cries for help sent a shiver down my spine. Looking out onto the rainy, pitch-black night, sitting on that ATV, rifle in sling, the only light being from the damned glorified moped I was on, that made a pit in my stomach grow. But then it sank. Maybe it was knowing there was a kid out here. Maybe it was, as I say, the 308 strapped to my back. Maybe it was knowing I was half a mile driving down a dirty path, the ATV half battling the dirt and mud for supremacy. My mind needed to be a shield right now. It needed to be forged out of solid iron. The giggling in the forest and the flashing shadows didn't help.
"Dwight,
Dwight, come in. Isaac's voice bellowed from the radio. Dangerously, I pried my left hand from the handlebars, having been gripping it. I'm here, Isaac. Nearing the bend now. Dwight, the kid. Gun, quiet. I still don't know, even after inspecting it, if it was water, mud, or something else that made the radio go dead. But before I knew it, my right hand was right back on the handlebar as the front tires came to a halt, nearly knocking me off the front. The fuck? I asked. ATV was still on. I tried to reverse. The back tires tried. The front tires did, but stopped. They were snagged on something. I looked, and dread fully overtook me. A line of barbed wire stretched across the muddy path, and both front tires were completely snagged. And after trying to reverse, now tangled in it. Oh fuck. Oh fuck. 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 I tried to reverse, to no avail. I gazed at the barbed wire, trying to see how long it was. Where was the end? The end led off the road, and I saw it was tied against two opposing trees. Fuck! I was goddamn set up. I should have listened to Isaac. I should have listened to the feeling in my gut, underneath all that sense of bravery and child rescue shit. I unstrapped the rifle and sat half-mount on the ATV and listened. And through the rain, God, it still sends a shiver up my spine. The giggling, the voices. You know what they say, inhuman. You don't know until you know, until you've heard. A low pitch, too low to be human, whispering, laughing. I wipe rain out of my eyes, trying to get a good look, and I see yellow ahead, yellow and red. It's the kid, is it? It looks like him. The back of a coach, the red pant leg, just barely out of the range of my ATV's lights. Danny! I yelled, top of my lungs, trying to get the kid's attention. And then, meters above the child's height should be, I see a pair of eyes, in a color I can't even describe. Looking back, the kid, no, the decoy disappeared. And I was left with the voices growing and the eyes gazing. Motherfucker! I yelled at it and fired off a shot between the eyes. The HP round went soaring through the air, as dark as oil. You could see the hot round go soaring, and finally hit it as it disappeared into the pitch black between its eyes. It moved, like something that just got punted with a rock. But it didn't move, more so shifted back after a light shove. It continued to look. I worked the bolt, the casing falling out and hissing in the cold rain, and fired again. The shot went flying. But again, whatever it was, maybe its flesh was too thick. Maybe I didn't have time to think, because the storm finally decided to crack lightning near us. God, I wish it hadn't. Because I got a good look at what I was shooting at. Something no man, woman, child, fucking anyone was meant to see. Turns out, I was correct about my surveillance when I said the flesh looked bloated. The nails dark from broken vessels, the black rings, the milky white eyes with dilated pupils. I don't remember much else from the one I shot at. I was too fixated on the dozens behind it. I've been deployed. I've wore high-tech body armor and carried an M4. I know this setup. The kind meant to stop a convoy. It's meant for a target. It's a fucking ambush. I don't care if you call me a wuss security guard. I don't care if you think I'm a coward. I grabbed the ATV keys and I fucking ran. I booked it, unholstered my pistol, and I made Usain fucking Bolt look out of shape. The sounds. Fuck. The sounds. I could tell they were around. Thankfully, I knew the path. I knew where I was going. But they were following me, toying the snapping branches to my right, the low pitch, deep giggles that sounded like they were right next to my face. I had to run. I was in free fall, out in the open, exposed. Fuck, why didn't I listen to? Then, the figure dead in front of me. It jumped out, trying to surprise me. Just 5 meters ahead. No time for an accurate rifle shot. No time to even unsling it. Primal instinct took over. Flight couldn't get through, so fight did. And I laid what I counted now, 9 rounds into the thing. It was smaller than the ones back there, much smaller. After it jolted from the majority of a 9mm cartridge, I threw my shoulder into it and pushed past it. The way the skin looked made you underestimate the density. My shoulder ached, felt like I just tried to ram a fucking tree. But whether it was my shove or all the rounds, it stumbled off the path, and I kept running, half wobbling as I hadn't caught my footing. I tried to round the bend, but failed. I fucking failed. Tripped and fallen over a goddamn branch that had fallen from the rain. I tried to brace, grab my rifle, but just fell on top of it. A round shot out and hit a tree to my left, causing bark to explode off its surface. My brain was yelling at me. Funny what adrenaline and the human flight mode can do when working together. I blinked. Mud blinded me. My muscles and lungs started to ache as I stopped. I needed to get moving, but the shit in my vision stung. I blinked. Light was coming from somewhere, but I didn't know where. I tried to blink my right eye free, and I saw him. The man from before. The Native American. Looked just like before, looking at me blankly between 2 trees. I grunted. I didn't hear the things as loudly as before, but I had to get going. Rain aided me as I finally cleaned my eyes somewhat and looked at him again. He was gone, but I saw through where he stood and saw the compound walls, the gate in the distance. I made a deadbolt, a run for your fucking life. I clicked the remote on my belt, but it refused to work. The gate refused to open. I tried the vest radio and screamed, "Open it! Isaac! Open the fucking gate!" I don't know if I knew it was more than likely broken. I didn't fucking care. I was nearing it. 50 meters. 35 meters. I could still hear something chasing me. Surprised I even kept a hold to my guns as I ran. Then, the gate started to open. Isaac stood there and fired something I found out to be a flare gun. The gate stopped after it opened 3 feet, and I dove in, face eating a dirt gravel mixture. I once again picked myself up as I heard Isaac say something along the lines of, "Holy shit, what is that?" Barely had time to listen. I pointed from the box mounted to the inside of the wall. The electric." I tried to talk, half spitting out dirt. "What? Stop speaking pig Latin." "Hit the fucking electric." Isaac caught on. He pulled open the box and pulled the switch. Where the wall segments met, there were pikes and bars connecting the tops of them, allowing us to wrap the barbed wire around. They sprang to life as electricity surged and zapped out. We didn't care to see if it amounted to anything. Hauled my ass inside with the redneck and collapsed against the side counter as my lungs felt like they were melting. "Dwight?" John came down the stairs. "What happened?" All the running must have torn up my throat as I spat some blood into the kitchen sink, turning on the faucet and washing it down. I shook my head. Brain was pounding. Legs hurt. Isaac set the smoking flare gun on the counter as he went to the fridge and cracked open an energy drink. "He just saw some ghouls, Johnny." I tried to shake away the wear and tear my body had. "John," wiping my face, walking out of the kitchen and toward the stairs of the house leading up and around the living room. "Go to your room." For once, he listened and nodded. "Dad is gonna tell me about what's outside?" "No." I shook my head. "He's gonna tell all of us." Isaac had to stop me from almost literally kicking open Theodore's door. My arms were too tired, and primal instinct again almost took over. I came into Theodore's office, muddy, wet, and it showed as he was more concerned with me stepping onto the carpet in front of his desk. "Jesus, Dwight, care about a man's things for—" "And who's that?" he asked, pointing to Isaac. I realized I forgot to tell him about our new friend. Isaac chimed up. "Isaac, sir. Isaac, who let you in?" "Dwight?" Well, I mean, he was. We were. But you know, rain, storm, a lost child. You never come out of this office apparently. Isaac scratched the back of his head as he tried to come to my defense. Jesus, Nolan, I thought I paid you too. I slammed the hand down on the paperwork in front of him, leaning over the desk at him. Listen here. Dwight, those were for... Shut up. I think I half spit the forest floor into his face. He got the message and quieted down. I just literally ran my ass off through a forest trying to save a missing kid. Turns out, the kid wasn't there at all. Just some whatever the fuck things you never told me about, and still refused to. Isaac sniffed the air and looked at me. Jesus, did you piss yourself? The look I gave back must have changed his mind. Shit, yeah, sorry. I cannot protect you, your son, your land, or this motherfucking house when all I'm given to go off of is a deer stunning rifle, a pistol, and a whole lot of excuse bullshit. Dwight, I really don't. Oh yes, you do. You didn't spend millions building a house here and not know about what lurks right under your nose. Come clean, or we're gonna take a walk in the park with whatever's out there, and you can ask where the fuck Danny went. Danny? He didn't seem surprised entirely. More so caught off guard. Someone who seems to have gone missing in your woods. A missing kid? Yep. Isaac shook his head. Look, Dwight, I think this guy's probably hiding some sketchy shit in his closet. I bet you $5 Danny's underneath the house. Alright. Just... Theodore took his glasses off, rubbing his temples. Now, sadly, I've got no more time. Writing all of this down, the entire shit show it was, took a lot of time. When I get back, I'll fill you in on what us three talked about. But trust me, it's the reason after cleanup from the storm we got funded several $1,000s to up security, and why we're driving into town tomorrow. We're gonna get to the bottom of this. I will be back as soon as I can, hopefully sooner than last time, and tell you what we found and learned. Entry 3. Hey, it's me again. Nolan, Dwight Nolan, your resident security guard stuck in the southeastern forest hell, and someone who's just too painfully stupid to not buy a connecting flight out of here. I really wish I could. Saves me a lot of effort too. So many of you might be wondering just what me, Theodore, and Isaac hashed out in the office on that rainy night not so long ago. Does he know what's going on? Does he have the answers? Will this be solved so we can leave? Well, yes and no. For the elephant in the room, well, let me just transcribe it for you. I know something's out there, but I don't know exactly what. When I picked this plot of land for its seclusion and low price, I thought nothing of it, even with local rumors. It was a perfect place to sit down, relax. He rubbed his temples before reaching into his drawer and pulling out a small glass cleaner, which he used to defog his lenses. I should have known something was amiss. 17 workers don't just go missing from on-site accidents. Screwed up? Yes. Naive? Yes. Yet another dead end with no hard conclusions? Fucking yes. When I looked back at Isaac, part of me wanted to pack my shit and get the hell out of Dodge. But whatever the fuck's out there, Theodore obviously doesn't know, and his take and experience was bad enough to try and do what the locals did and simply sweep it under the rug. But not for me. No, I wasn't just gonna go running back to Chicago knowing this shit's down here. People are getting kidnapped, killed, or worse. I had to get to the bottom of this. So I asked Theodore for a bit of company help. That help came in the form of $17,000. It also came with Theodore getting an unexpected company call that forced him to have to fly out to Manhattan for the next week or so and leave his son. Genuinely bad-timed call, or a scumbag move. I'll let you decide. Regardless of Theodore's antics, we needed to upgrade our defense capabilities. Or that's at least what Isaac and I came up with to put on the waiver. We were loading up in the SUV Theodore left behind and driving into town. We brought John with us because, like fuck, we're gonna leave some high schooler behind in that house alone. Then the gates opened. When Isaac and I cleared out all the shrub from the storm the day prior, it wasn't that bad. Now, nothing was on the trail, but all of the surrounding trees by the front gate were gutted, slashed, carved, torn. If they wanted to get under our skin, guess it worked, because I heard Isaac lock the doors and windows as we pulled out. "So, what's your opinion on all of this?" Isaac asked as we drove through the forest towards the main road. I shrugged. What's there to fucking say? Think we all got our grievances out. Well, I guess, but... He leaned back in his seat. The endless forest walls lining the sides of the road were almost hypnotic. Why haven't the cops gone after what's in those woods? Like, seriously? Police are civil servants. Out here, they're paid in peanuts, given low stocks of equipment, and their uniform consists of a polo. I slowed the car as we started down a slope, gazing at him. Would you want to be the small-town cop to go marching into the woods with nothing but a flashlight and hope? Still, man, you can't say it isn't weird. You can ask them when we meet them. Isaac gave me a harsh look after my comment, and I pulled Danny's hat out of my pocket. The SUV slowed to a stop at the main road. Could have fooled me for thinking this wasn't an interstate line. An almost perfect T-intersection with plenty of trees smothering all sides of the road as we stopped. It was quiet, dead quiet. I turned the car right, and we were driving westward to the town down the road. In fact, we were about 10 minutes into the drive before I wondered if we were going the right way. Where the fuck is this place? I asked no one in particular in the car. If we got lost in the woods, shoot me, Isaac quipped. It's just up ahead. Look, John said from the back. Both of us turned, and well, it seemingly just appeared at the next turn we took. It was weird because, before, we were driving down a hill. Didn't see it before. Maybe it was just the trees. Forest is damn weird. Alright, John, I said, looking to the back seat. Where's this friend's house of yours? Now you might be angered by the idea of Theodore just dropping his kid during the middle of some land dispute strife with the people in the woods. So were we. So when we had to go to town, dropping John off somewhere, disconnected while we were busy on our little corporate shopping trip seemed ideal. The drive there? Well, the aura in this place doesn't sit any better with me than the woods. The town looks like if you took what you'd imagine a southern logging town and place it just down at the peak of a mountain. Salt mill, logging yard in the middle of the town square area, surrounded by a metal fence, a bar, a gun store. Handy, we needed one of those. And well, almost no people. I'm not joking, there was an atmosphere of some sort of disconnectedness. As we made our way through what should be a busy part of the town, but instead, nothing. Some pedestrians that seemed all too busy to get to where they were going. A car every now and then. The suburb-style area, basically. Take that small neighborhood from every Halloween movie. Mid-medium class houses, brick and pine wood. Absolutely abandoned. Place is fucking creepy, Isaac said, head peering out the window at the houses. He turned back to John. Kid, you sure this is where your friend lives? John was too enthralled in whatever handheld device he had. Honestly looked like an iPad, and let out a simple, "Mm-hmm." You sure she's not possessed, right? Isaac asked again. John half chuckled. Not really reassuring. You have reached your destination, the robotic voice on the GPS said as we pulled up to a house. The pinewood planks painted blue with a staircase leading up to the door on the right side of the house's face and large windows on the left side. We pulled off to the side. There's the place? I asked. Yep, thanks guys. See you later, John said, grabbing his bag and hopping out of the car. I could see the look on Isaac's face as he looked around. The street was dead. We were on the edge of town, but cars were everywhere. Why did no one come outside? Why would anyone come outside is a better question. I watched John walk up the stairs and ring the doorbell. "Hey, get a load of that guy," Isaac said, gazing over at a house across the street. On an old, weathered-looking porch stood a man, average height, built. But that's not what stood out. He stood, awkwardly, like an unnatural posture, shoulders held too high, legs apart. Like I said, awkwardly. He just didn't look right. Even more, he was holding a water canister, watering a plant. That'd be fine, if he wasn't flooding the plant so much. It was visibly overflowing. He seemed too fixated on something. John. One of the alarms in my head immediately set off. Out of my peripheral vision, I saw John's friends. What I guessed was a father. Honestly, due to that beard, he could have been Bigfoot. Opened the door. Seeing how he was like 6'5" and probably ate cows for breakfast, I once again felt the kid would be safe. I waved. Isaac spit some chewing tobacco. Actually, I don't want to know, onto the floor and gave a nod. He reasonably felt weirded out and headed back inside. I put the car in reverse to back out, and I saw the man staring at us, like dead staring at us. Eyes looking dead, posture just as awkward. But he was staring at us, too distracted. He wasn't even aware his canister was pouring and drenching his dad loafers in water. And then he awkwardly strode into the house, like the rotator cuffs on his hips were broken and he half shuffled inside. A moment of silence passed, only broken by the hum of the engine. "Nice people here," Isaac said. Yeah, indeed. Now, contrary to what might be popular opinion, we're only slightly batshit for continuing to remain on post at the Casamoth estate. Or at least, I am. Isaac's just crazy, not even hired. Actually, I think he's just been using it as an excuse to eat the house's food. Anyway, we're slightly batshit, but not stupid. Theodore gave us a considerable amount of funds to increase security, and we intended to do just that. We pulled back up to the gun store we passed on our way in. It looked old, converted, like someone bought a dentist shop and renovated it to be a cellar of handheld self-reassurance. Gareth's arms written above the door. When we stopped the car and stepped out, the air felt weird. Sure, it's slightly muggy from the rainstorm. Sky is gray, but it felt weird, like something was concealed. The town was hiding something just underneath the layer of atmosphere. I guess this is what physical mystery feels like. The gun shop didn't look half as jury-rigged on the inside. Oh, no. Several firearms lined the walls, Kevlar vests, glasses, crates in each corner of what I can guess was surplus munitions, and a lone cashier, a guy, possibly mid-40s, wearing blue khakis, a utility vest, and a set of glasses with a small mohawk on his head. He gazed up at us, and his look of slight confusion was understandable. A man dressed in camo hunting gear and Coors Light memorabilia, flanked by a poor man's rent-a-cop in a leather jacket and jeans. Isaac took the lead without hesitation. "Hello, friend. How can Markle help you today?" The thick German accent made him sound half understandable and half a stereotypical movie villain. "Hey, brother. Marble?" Isaac stepped up to the counter. "Markle. Alright, Marcus. We're here on a corporate mission to buy some exportable democracy. See, we've got a pest problem we need taken care of." "Ah." Markle slapped his hands and rubbed them together. "We've got plenty to defeat pests." Markle reached over and took a small revolver from the wall, placing it on the counter. A 5-shot .32, perfect for any sort of rat infestation. Isaac scratched the back of his head. "Need something a little bigger." "Bigger?" Markle raised an eyebrow. "Ah, maybe something with more finesse. 22? Nah, bigger. The 38? Bigger. 308? Already tried that." "What kind of rats do you have?" I sighed. "Isaac, just tell him the truth." "Truth? Markle raised an eyebrow, now confused. Isaac placed both hands on the counter. Well, you see, we've actually got a badger infestation. Markle's confusion grew. I shook my head, having enough of this. We've got some forest problems. Markle looked at me. Forest? Problems? You know, I crossed my arms. Things that go bump in the night. You live in this town. Sir, I assure you, I have no idea what you mean. I slid my hand down my face. Monsters. Fucking monsters. The kind of monsters that ate 308 rounds and kept chasing me with wide eyes and devilish grins. A tense silence passed as Markle stared at me. Sir, are you feeling alright? He hasn't slept in a while. You see, Isaac tried to turn the conversation back around. This time, Markle had enough. Look, you two, I'm not here to play games. You need proper registration, money, and authority to buy the types of arms you seek. Who do you even work for? Kazamoth Estate Security. As I said that, all the color from his face drained. Kazamoth? What? Isaac looked around, confused. That means something in German? Like your mother's a hoe? Gareth, can you come here? It's important. Markle called to the back room. What is it, Markle? A Eastern European voice called from the back. 2 Europeans in a gun shop in Southern America. Honestly, not the weirdest thing I've seen all month. 2 men from the Kazamoth estate. After a second of pin-drop silence, a smaller but no less dangerous looking man emerged from the back. Bald head, rough beard, body built like he wrestled trees since he was a kid. He walked up and looked us over. Kazamoth? The fuck does that mean? It's just some privatized woods, Isaac said, still confused. Poor man. Isaac, are you actually brain dead? I asked bluntly. What? The woods are freaky. So what if there's a cabin there? Honestly, this man must have been half buzzed. The Kazamoth estate is a bad omen. Gareth, the shorter man said in a thick, what I can guess was a Slavic accent. No one ever buys land outside of the town. An unspoken rule. There are things in the woods you don't touch. You don't disturb. Kazamoth must have not gotten the memo, because he bought a whole slew of it deep in the woods. And ever since the work started there, bad things have occurred. This shit's been ongoing? Jesus, Isaac said, shaking his head. The construction of his house and the walls took 3 months to complete, and the lives of 17 workers. Construction accidents happen. There were a lot of electrical facets to be built. Maybe it was just a coincidence. I knew it wasn't, but it wouldn't hurt to prod. Gareth chuckled and shook his head. Electrical utilities don't tear a man's intestines out and string them across trees like garland, or impale them through the mouth on branches, or rip them apart. Yup, Isaac said, nodding his head, mildly intrigued. That about adds up. If you boys work there, my advice, get on the next train ride out of town. No one can stop what's happening there. Gareth said, a sympathetic look piercing his, so far, cold demeanor. Sadly, I've got a job to do, Gareth. One that includes an upgrade in firepower. Think you can help us out? Gareth chuckled, waving us off. Markle helps them with whatever. They're dead anyways. Yo, bud? Isaac said, leaning back towards me. Hit up the sheriff's office around here or something. Report that missing kid. I'll take care of this. Before I could protest, Markle stepped in. Missing kid? I showed him the hat. If any more color could escape his face, it did just then. The local pub has a missing persons board. I'd hit there to see if it matches with anyone. Don't worry. He extended his hand. Papa Isaac's skilled in this. I've got this. I stared blankly at him. I've known you for a collective week. He said, unsure of what that meant. You want me to trust you with enough money to buy several T-60 tanks and leave you unattended? Look, Isaac interrupted. He pointed his index finger at me. I saved your life. Open that gate. Once again, I stared unimpressed. If I was some witch, I could have killed you by now. He had a point, about as strong as a cardboard. but still a point. I continued to wonder if I could trust him as I walked out the door, the cold, still air of the town immediately drawing me from the thought. A short stroll down the road, and I was looking at the thick iron door of the bar. Any windows too high on the walls and too small for anyone to look into. The inside wasn't grimy, but it sure was gritty. The darkness of the cramped bar only permeated by the LED lights on the walls and the few top-down bright lights on the ceiling. Old vintage metal signs, circle tables on the main floor with booths lining the far right wall. And at the far back, "Bring Them Home" was plastered across the top of a cork board in red letters. And on it, crammed together by the tens of tens, missing person flyers. Young, old, men, women, child, no discrimination. I don't even think a damned person noticed me as I walked over to it, looking around at the flyers. Danny. I don't know if the apparition, the decoy, was accurate, but I barely saw the kid. Then I saw him, bottom right corner of the board. Missing, a picture of a boy, round head, clean-cut hair, blue eyes with a smile. Name, Daniel Hothfield. Age, 9. Date of last sighting, 3rd of April, 2018. Note, last seen wearing red and yellow. Call. I took up my phone. The number listed the number as being his parental guardian, his mom. Barely got past the area code before I heard a voice call from my back right. "What you looking at, stranger?" I turned. A large man in a camo hat and coat sat at a booth along the wall, along with a woman and 2 men. The other 2 males looked up as the woman just continued to finish her drink. "I'm just, disturbing the dads looked down on around here." One of the other males perked up. A pit grew in my stomach as I just stared back, answering only, "Missing doesn't mean dead." The man in the camo hat simply scoffed and shook his head. "Boy, down here we don't like to make prank calls and fuck with missing kids. Go back to Chicago." I was at first confused, then realized my jacket had a Chicago patch on it. "I'm not pranking. I saw him out in the woods. Or at least, I've got a lead." "A lead?" The third guy shook his head, looking back at me. "Me and my boys went looking out there for a whole month. You expect me to believe from Grady-looking Sonsoff is the only one to turn up a lead? What, saw a ghost?" "Not quite," I answered, taking the hat from my pocket and holding it up. All the 3 men's eyes widened slightly. Camo hat nudged the woman to his right. "Marion?" She gazed at him. He gestured towards me, and something by her look told me she was Mrs. Hothfield. The talk was intimate, to say the least. I don't want to tell everything that was said, but here's what happened. Marion and her son Danny, along with a few friends, went camping. All went well, until he up and vanished. Not during the night, not from wandering off. Middle of the day. Turned their heads, turned back. He went missing in the middle of eating his food. The guys at the booth, hunters who went with, think he was kidnapped. Kept saying Danny saw someone out there in the trees. They couldn't see whoever it was, but Danny kept saying something about the man with no mouth. At least, it was one loose end. Some of the other cases on the board get weird. Woman vanished from her RV in the middle of driving down the road. Her shoe was identified and found over 20 miles in a nearby cave. Mother dropped off her baby at her parents' house. Came home to find Grandma and Grandpa deceased. The child was never found. Kicker was the cause of death was listed as natural, but never had any real reason. And finally, Missouri State Trooper Karl Brunson. There was a call about a woman lost on the road, staggering as if she was drunk. Reinforcements arrived to see the SUV ransacked and abandoned. Karl's hat was found, sliced and soaked in water in the middle of a dry day. Sent outside for some fresh air and to head back to the SUV. Stuff will mess with my mind if I let it sit for too long. When I arrived back to the vehicle, Isaac was there, eating a tub of something. "What's that?" I asked. "What's what?" he answered, in the middle of eating. "Your food." "Oh." He looked at the half-eaten tub of ice cream. "Some good stuff. How did you buy that?" "With the money you gave me." I stared blankly. "The money I trusted you to buy supplies?" He put his hands up defensively. "Hey." He stared at me, holding up one index finger and pointing it at me slowly. I saved you. So you keep telling me. I shook my head as I hit it to the back. Isaac continued to lean on the vehicle, pleased. Plus, it was like $5. You should see the weird shit they've got in stores here. You know the bookstore is selling a real Necronomicon. He was cut off as we heard a sound of a car driving up behind us. My hand froze and gripped the trunk as I saw it was a sheriff's car. Probably not the best time to flash 300+ pounds of ordnance. The cruiser stopped, the engine still running as a short yet husky sheriff exited the vehicle, flanked by a skinnier one with a handlebar mustache. "Evening, fellas," the main sheriff said, hands grabbing his collar as his partner sat on the hood. Isaac and I could only stare at each other. Isaac spoke. "Oh God, don't piss them off. You gonna shoot us?" I'm now certain I will one day die because of Isaac. The main sheriff furrowed his brow, looking over at his partner, then back at us, and simply chuckled. "Nah, we just do that to all outsiders. Truth is, a call came in that someone saw your friend loading more rifles than we've got at the station 10 times in that there trunk. Wanted to check and see if everything's alright." "Just shopping," Isaac said, finishing off his tub and tossing it in the nearby dumpster, which missed and dinged off the side along with the spoon. "Wait, where you get the metal spoon from?" The cop in the hood raised his eyebrows. "Shopping what? You're preparing for the Chinese to invade?" "Hunting," I corrected Isaac, and backed away from the truck. "Just hunting supplies." The main cop sputtered as he walked over, glaring into the back window. "I assume you're chasing a real nasty bear with that 30-06 right there." I looked shocked and non-verbally asked Isaac, "Really?" He shrugged and gestured back. "What? Ya boys want to be straight with me? 'Cause those dragon breath rounds are technically illegal." I dropped the discreetness as I looked at Isaac. "You actually bought incendiary shit?" "Okay, you know what?" Isaac said defiantly, pointing at me. "You want him dead or not?" I shook my head as I looked to the cop. "We're just stocking up on security." He laughed this time. "A lot of home defense. Where do you live?" "Up the road." His eyebrow rose as I continued. "Kazamoth Estate." The man's face grew serious as he backed away from the trunk. His partner got off the hood, straightening up. "Kazamoth Estate, huh?" The hood cop brushed himself off. "Probably gonna need more than that." The main cop looked right at me. "You security?" "Mm-hmm." "Your boss kicked the hornet's nest by weaseling in there." He gazed from me to Isaac, back to me. "We never saw you." Then without a word, both officers climbed back in their patrol car and drove away. Something told me, despite his jokiness, the look in Isaac's eye both unanimously agreed with me. This situation kept getting more fucked by the day. We picked John up, neighbor no longer on the porch, but peering at us from the front window. We asked John, but he was confused. The guy slinked back from the windows before he could see. It's been a few days. Isaac and I have looked around the house defenses, and we're trying to get things sealed up. We've got a checklist, one of which includes scanning the trail over and recovering the lost ATV. Speaking of which, that's in an hour. Been quiet so far. Let's see if it remains that way. Yes, I am alive. I guess to rest any fears. No, I did not get killed, possessed, kidnapped, or anything of the sort. Yet. My absence from logging. Is logging the right term? Charting? My routine of keeping you guys informed with what's happening here started at first, because cleaning up the aftermath from the storm with just 2 people took as long as you'd expect. At first, things started getting... well, I'll tell you. Our minds a bit confused from our little shopping trip to the town. John in more than fine spirits and a trunk full of guns. We were all at relatively high morale. Until, well, we reached the gate. Now, the gate and wall itself was intact. And even then, none of the scratches or claw marks on it really disturbed us. No, it was snowing after the storm about a week ago. We had cleaned out the front of the compound. So when we pulled up, and all of the trees in a 10-foot radius around the gate were clawed, battered, and gutted. We knew something decided to show up while we were gone. The heck's all of this? Isaac rolled down his window and took a look at the near 20 mutilated trees around us. I'd been in war both across seas and on home turf. I knew this could only mean one thing. They're sending a message. We hid it inside. And well, the yard, house, and everything inside of the walls was unharmed, even as the fog and mist from the hard rain still clung over the estate grounds. John hid it up to the house as I circled back with Isaac. Time to look at what he bought. And well, Jesus, boxes of packaged firearms in both wooden crates and plastic gun cases. Ammunition boxes looking like they belong in a US military base rather than the trunk of a poor rent-a-cop and his hick cohort. And tons of tons, from what my experience is a little more than across the lines of illegal firearms. The sound of the quiet forest around only permeated by the clicking of a large gun case as Isaac opened it, with eyes as giddy as a child on Christmas. Let's see what they think of this, he said as he flipped the top of the case open and showed me a grade A man killer. The 30-06 rifle round has been a seriously deadly armament now just for over a century, being used in everything from machine guns to rifles that can knock out your truck's engine. So when he pulled out that hunk of a battle rifle and I gazed around, I wondered, if all of this failed, then what in actual hell was going to stop the Dwight? Isaac? I peered around the SUV while Isaac continued to inspect all the hardware he purchased. John? I called back. He just gazed at the doorknob. Shit, thought it was just a pea shooter. I grabbed a small pistol from the car's glove compartment and hurried up. I wasn't greeted with some monster, nor a ghost, goblin, or forest ghoul. Just yet another message. A dog collar hanging from the doorknob, a good 20 or 30 meters inside of the impermeable security wall, with the name Richie carved into its dog tag. It's not the obviously scary things that haunt you. It's the out-of-place ones that get under your skin. And boy oh boy, I was preparing myself to see a lot of that shit for the next few days. The storm has completely shaken up the forest. Branches, rocks, hell, even fucking entire trees had collapsed onto the miles-long perimeter path surrounding the estate. And due to public land over-regulations, the deputy enforcing them like an absolute fucking prick, he stated, the staff of the Kazamoth estate grounds must clear and maintain their trail to meet county standards. And you get the gist. And due to the fact that no one wants to stick their heads in the woods, besides Isaac and I, that meant this was going to be a lengthy process, even more so now that we were down one entire ATV. 3 days after we arrived with our new equipment, Isaac and I hit the trail. Standard stuff at first. Move the boulder, clear the tree branch, scare off the leapfrogging naked man with a rifle shot into the air, hook a chain from the top side of a tree to the rear of the ATV, and painstakingly move it over to the side of the trail. Pretty standard affair. Until one day, few hours past noon, we came across a monstrous oak tree. And I mean, a giant fucking oak tree. Don't know how the hell the storm managed to uproot this thing, but it was laying straight across the trail, full head of branches and all. We tried hooking up the chain, and I gave it my best shot, trying to push from the other side, but all we got was the ATV kicking up tons of trail dirt and half an hour wasted. No good, I said as Isaac turned off the ATV and climbed over it, sitting on top. Head back to the house, grab the chainsaw. We were gonna have to do this the hard way. Isaac looked around, paranoid. You sure? I knew what he was asking. You sure you want to sit here in the middle of these woods, alone? A nod of my head. And although hesitantly, he rode off. If I knew anything about these woods from the past month, it was safer to sit on the tree when the sun was high in the sky than for it to be pitch black. Or at least, that's what I tell myself, despite my gut instincts and the pit in my stomach saying otherwise. I checked out the roots of the tree, wanted to see just how deep they were in case we were gonna have to cut it in half, or if we could possibly just deroot what was left and drag it out. It was clear out of the dirt alright, but not by any sort of storm weather. The dirt was freshly dug. You could tell because plenty of other trees were covered in dry mud and smelled of rain, moss, and sludge. This one, the dirt was dry, and the wood was mutilated. Bite marks severed remaining roots hitting into the ground. Crude scratch marks covered the bottom of the trunk. This wasn't the work of Mother Nature. The sound of breaking branches gaining quickly on me from behind drew my attention, like the sound of a grown man sprinting dead at me. I turned, and despite what I said earlier about my trigger finger, I fired off a set of rounds. Nothing. Not a goddamn soul in sight. Whatever rounds I fired off, at least one impacted a tree, because besides the clear forest view I had, the sound of the bullet ripping through the oak wood and bark flying everywhere painted a pretty clear picture. This was all a distraction, trying to halt our progress. I stepped back onto the path to hear the familiar sound of an ATV hitting down this way. Isaac stopped, a branch cutter, chainsaw, and other equipment strapped to the back. "You alright?" he asked. I didn't even look him in the eyes, too focused on gazing around at the forest. "Yeah." I exhaled harsh, steam visible in the only relative cool forest air. "Let's get going." We were making good progress, despite the tight schedule we had to run on, not wanting to get caught out there at night. So good in fact, that by yesterday, we managed to clean a mile and a half up the eastern side of the estate trail. Passing right by Isaac's former camping spot, I stopped the ATV, right around where I was last time. I knew because the heavy brake marks were still somehow mildly embedded into the trail. Isaac gazed around confused. "What?" I jotted my head over to the large, short cliff face. "Wanna see if you left anything?" He gazed over to where I was looking inside. "Seriously? Couldn't hurt." He muttered under his breath, shaking his head as he hopped off and walked through the trees at the ready. I simply just turned off the ATV and quickly made my way through. As we rounded the cliff face, it was strange. He left nothing behind, that was for certain. But what I don't remember was him cleaning up his extinguished fire, or the ring of rocks around it, or the stumps he cut down. The entire area looked like it was completely untouched, and that was only a week ago. Isaac didn't seem to notice this. What he did notice was something by the rock face that I didn't. "Dwight?" he said in a tone I could recognize as anxious. New for him. "What's up?" I said, turning around, and then my brain shut off for a split second as I saw it. A cellar door. Barring some minor scratches and weathered marks, it was a near-perfect condition cellar door. A large wooden bar kept the handles closed, and the entire thing was connecting to the cliff wall, right where his tent was. "You didn't raise your tent over that, did you?" I said, already knowing his answer. Isaac shook his head in response. It should be noted, as much as I only check in periodically, Isaac's demeanor, his slightly jovial, jokey trucker sense of humor, is how he carries himself. So for me to look him in the eyes and see a grown man with a shotgun in his hands, looking like a scared child, well, let's see what's inside. Isaac looked at me, silent, but his wide eyes spoke for himself. "What?" I asked. "Not like we can just leave this shit out here. What if this is where the bastards are sleeping during the daytime?" I asked myself the other side of that question as I shouldered my rifle and pulled the wooden bar off. What are we gonna do if an army of angry ghouls waited on the other side of that door, waiting for a couple of schmucks to open it? Guess we didn't need to really worry about, because when I opened the door, Isaac aiming down the sides of his shotgun, it opened to nothing. A smooth, solid rock face. Hell, it didn't even look cemented over, or like rocks were dumped to bury it. It just looked like someone built a cellar door and never dug down. I laughed, honestly. Kinda funny, both of us pissing ourselves, and then opened the door to that. I shook my head, and was about to give Isaac some crap for getting even me a bit unnerved, until I saw his face. Now, like I said, Isaac's usually a pretty funny guy. In one part, his sense of humor. Another part, even when he saw what laid outside the gate that night a week ago, he still found some time to take the piss out of the danger of it all. So to see him standing there, gazing at a featureless rock surface, probably looking how I was when I saw the things during the lightning flash, "Isaac?" I asked, only to see his breath was heavy, his now sweaty hands clutching the shotgun. "Isaac, for the love of—" He aimed the shotgun at the rock face. "There's nothing there." Thinking quick, I scrambled, pulling the far door shut and kicking closed the other door. Isaac followed up by nearly dropping his goddamn gun and hastily putting the wooden bar back across the cellar doors, and then stepped back, nearly vomiting as he tried to catch his breath. "Isaac?" I asked. The man buckled over as he shook his head. "Isaac, what the fuck did you see?" And he simply shook his head. "We're getting out of here." He walked back up the path to the trail. I called out again. "Isaac!" He still won't tell me what the fuck happened. So, we finally reached it. Nearly a week of trying, trail clearing, meeting the last dangerous but still just as weird inhabitants of the forest, all culminated to us finally reaching the northern curve of the path. And surprisingly, it was barely touched. We expected some weird shit. Hell, I expected some sort of pentagram made of trees, rocks, and rabbit corpses. But no, nothing. We rounded the bend, and I braked. Part of me really wanted to try and salvage that ATV. Not like shipping is quick out to a dead-end area like this. And those state-of-the-art literal trailblazers aren't cheap. But sadly, my hopes were dashed. It wasn't in the path anymore. Barbed wire was still there, and chunks of the tire were still attached. The ATV was, off to the side of the trail, in the tree. I think the chassis was scattered across the ground between the trees. The damned bastards spied at us, ripped that vehicle apart, and spread literally every last part of it across the damned forest ground. I sighed, turning off the ATV as I buried my face in my hands and rubbed my eyes. God damn it. I slapped the handlebars as I climbed off, Isaac looking around. "Sure did a number on it," I said, kicking over one of the tire rims. "Yeah." I hit it over to what I could tell was the engine block, or what was left, and had to pull it out from a small pit in the ground. But I freed it. God, did it stink. A slightly black coating all over the block. "You feel that?" Isaac blurted out as he gazed out at nothing in particular. I gazed up. Inspecting the block must have really distracted me, because I didn't notice at first. He gave me a look that just said, "Really?" I looked around, and I felt it. The burning sensation. The paranoia that causes a man to freak out when this isolated. The feeling of being watched. But that wasn't what really unnerved me. It's the fact, not a bird, not a cicada, not a goddamn sound could be heard around us. "Hey Dwight?" I remember John's voice piercing that sound, his voice almost bellowing through the radio. I stood up, tucking the engine block underneath my arm as I walked over to the ATV, my free arm grabbing the radio. "What's up, John?" "You've got a friend at the gate." The scraping sound of me forcing that damned black shit-coated ATV hunk onto the bed of our good ATV was halted. "Friend?" I asked, a pit forming in my stomach. "Yeah, your friend says he knows you from Jordan? Name's Clancy." "Dwight?" John called out from the radio several times. But I was already on the damn ATV so fast, I think Isaac had to nearly jump on from being left behind. John asked again. "Dwight, what's wrong?" "Lock the door to the room, and don't talk to it. Don't look at it. Don't fucking breathe near that microphone." I barked into the radio. "But what?" "Just do as I say." Silence answered from the radio, but I could tell he got the message. Isaac was struggling to hang on as the vehicle bounced off the freshly cleared, but still just as rugged path. In fact, it wasn't until I braked hard on the gravel driveway that I realized he'd been trying to talk the entire way back. "Jesus, Dwight, the fuck's wrong?" Isaac said as he stumbled off with me, as I took my gun off its sling and put it stock on my shoulder. "Talk to me, soldier boy. Who the fuck's Clancy?" I aimed down the sights as I scanned the nearby area, making my way to the receiver on the gate. "Clancy was part of my platoon a few years back, when I was part of the infantry." I could see out of my peripheral vision. He looked confused. Maybe he didn't put two and two together. "And? What? A shapeshifter? Maybe it overheard you two on the phone or something." "Impossible." "Why?" I lowered my gun and looked him dead in the eyes. Clancy and a few of his comrades died back in 2010, an IED. I could see the tension in his entire body die down as he lowered his arms. Pulled him out of the truck myself. I remember shaking my head as I headed over to the receiver, gazing into the black lens of the camera. I hadn't spoke a word about him since the damn day. The kicker wasn't just that. The receiver was clear, sure. I even checked with John. The damn 4K camera was still in check. The speaker. It was the fact that right where he said my old battle brother should be standing, a circle of dead grass laid, a damn stark contrast to the green around it. I've needed some time, understandably, to swallow this fucking pill down. Like I said, sorry, picked myself up, started charting this over the course of the past few days. That's odd. Lights are flickering. I'm gonna post this in case our power goes out. I promise I will be back sooner than last time. This is far from over. You know the saying, 2 steps forward, 5 steps back? Half a step forward, a kick to the gut sending us 10 feet back. That's our situation right now. At least, that's how I would acquaint it. Things finally happened, and the site's fucking post screen glitches out. Don't know if it's coincidental or... Anyways, to start off, remember the flickering lights and the slight power dip from last time? Well, it started to be a routine nowadays. A light bulb here, a flickering of one of the monitors. Then it started to get worse. The front room TV would zap off, a bedroom clock, and the only bedroom clock would reset. Started getting so bad even Isaac got tired of it. Stupid $1 billion piece of shit. He goes on about every time he stomps down the stairs, only to see the generator is at top condition. He notes a few things. He feels like he's being watched. The faces in the concrete keep looking at him funnily. As he swears, he sees the walls in different materials every time he walks up and down stairs. Honestly, he needs to stop his drinking habit. Although, maybe not everything was due to his liquor. Early today, I was checking on the engine block in the security room. Isaac was muttering to himself, or something, and the white noise of all the cameras and monitors grazed my ears as I continued to work, trying to scrape that black gunk off the metal. I was doing well, even had a few samples. Then, the power went out. You know that feeling of dread? The sudden, oh shit, moment? It started to form as I saw the monitors, one by one, started to go a bit haywire. And then all of the noise and the lights cut out, and I was left in a void of darkness, sitting at the desk, my inspection tools in hand. My eyes dotted, trying to adjust as I slightly panicked from a noise in the corner that I then learned was just Isaac hurrying out of his tent. Fucking shit, fuck, god damn it, I told you, he said, stumbling out of the canvas and light fabric teepee. Honestly, he just needs to move into one of the rooms. Can't blame him though, place has an aura. Regardless, I grabbed the rifle to the side of my desk, the automatic one, the one I said I would only use in case of a home invasion. As I tapped the damn flashlight onto it, I could hear Isaac shuffling through his back, grabbing an old weathered 5-shot. Alright, let's go get these ghosts. There was a number of things wrong with that sentence. Most I chummed up to the alcohol on his breath. Bud Light. Ugh. You can't shoot ghosts. I muttered to him as I carefully opened the door and checked the hallway. And put on some fucking pants for Christ's sakes. Isaac then put on a coat. This man is going to get me killed. We both moved out, quickly checking some of the ground floor rooms. I took the lead. Isaac kept my ass covered. Nothing. Not a goddamn thing. Hell, the front door was still locked and everything in the living room was in one piece. I gazed up at the tall ceiling of the main room. John, you there? John answered back by shining a flashlight off the banister. The power go out? It was then Isaac pulled one of the heavy curtains open and a bright wave of light shined through. Not all of it apparently. The exterior wall lights were still on and the loud sound of the generator was chugging unstrung. It was a bit of a contingency Theodore and I had in case of a power surge. With all things considered, lined up pretty well with the situation. What happened? John asked from the floor above. Don't know. Blackout? Some crazy truck driver run into a power line or something? Isaac suggested as he peeked out, half leaning back and forth. I walked over to the window and peeked out. Could be. No. I pointed to the far-off lights, shining just through the top of the trees. Town's lights are still on. Damn ghosts must have knocked out the power. Isaac burped into his hands as he spun the cylinder of his revolver. John, stay in your room. We're gonna go busting. I'm gonna have to work fast. I noted. Surge generator will only keep the outside electricity on for a few hours. Psh, like the guys outside are afraid of electric anyways. Haven't seen any of them for weeks. Remember? Isaac's attempt as group reassurance was met with the slight flickering of one of the floodlights. Only slight. And then... laughing. Giggling. Chuckles. The inhuman voices that came far off in the dark forest that sounded like it took an old man's laugh and turned the pitch down way too low. Whatever was out there knew our situation somehow and knew we were a threat away from losing our safety net. And inside the house, silence only filled the void between us before I stated, assertively, John, go back in your room. I believe a while ago I talked about what was truly scary and creepy, most notably in the woods. It isn't the obvious, it's the out of place. For darkness, it's not the actual black void you stare into that gets under your skin. It's what lies behind, what you think lies behind. So when Isaac and I stood at the top of that staircase, gazing down, my rifle's flashlight only just barely illuminating the back wall, you can imagine the atmosphere. We're gonna die, Isaac said as I took the lead, stepping down for a few steps, rifle shouldered. We're gonna die and it's gonna possess us. Maybe it was his liquid courage failing him. Nevertheless, Isaac closed the door behind us as I heard him pull the hammer back on his piece. Well, has to do the latter in order to accomplish the former, right? I asked, some sort of attempt to lighten the mood. The truth is, the flashlight did nothing, like actually nothing. Sure, it gave some light, but a small beam on a stairwell this dark, trying to light up a room with a laser light? All I saw as we both carefully moved down, step by step, was the rough concrete wall at the bottom. I kept pacing back in my mind. Just turn right and hit to the generator. Turn right and get to the generator. As Isaac and I reached the bottom of the stairs, my boots hitting the wooden planks at the bottom, I huffed out. Right, let's get going. Right before my face slammed into a brick wall. I stumbled back into what I then saw was a bookcase. A bookcase? I then remembered the basement didn't have floors furnished with wood. Isaac looked around. I'm guessing his eyes adjusted to the short distance he could see and said, Okay, I'm buzzed, but even I know something's off. Indeed it was. What was supposed to be a basement was now a library. My nose aching, I lifted my rifle and pointed the light around. Strangely, the flashlight now worked as you would expect, illuminating while giving off peripheral light, but showed not the basement we knew, but the library. Lines of shelves filled a large rectangle area, and whether it was the dust in the air, sound almost seemed muffled. The hell's going on? Isaac broke the thick silence, gave me some relief knowing that he hadn't vanished or anything. Spotting a doorway at the other end of the library, there was only one thing we could do. Press on. Part of me wondered what would greet us on the other side of the library door. A black void. The same room 1,000 times. Horrific ghouls. All kinds of variables your mind throws together. Instead, we were greeted by a small turn-of-the-century kitchen. There was an old black stove, racks hanging from the ceiling, a wooden table with what seemed to be a butcher's knife sticking out. It wasn't a dream. It was real. As crazy as this shit was, we were living it. As we made our way around the table, towards what I could see was a door across, Isaac hurriedly pressed into me. His left hand, his free hand grabbing onto the collar of my shirt. I paused. The fuck's up? Isaac responded by looking around behind us in the strange, disconnected hip movements drunk people usually make. He kept his pistol pointed outwards behind us as he leaned in to talk to me. Something's behind us. The hairs on my neck stood up as I gazed around behind us. Not a goddamn thing in this medieval fucking kitchen besides us. Well, I thought for a moment, coming up with the words. We keep moving forward then. With that, I walked forwards through the strange kitchen, Isaac following, his hand still gripping a shirt on my shoulder. As we both neared the door, the pitch black void like doorway, I poked the barrel of my rifle in, flashlight attached. Almost seemed like it went through a curtain. Couldn't see the light on the other side. Retracting my barrel, I took a leap of faith and poked my head in. To see we were in a goddamn tent of all things. What the fuck? All I could mutter as I stepped through. And honestly, it was a tent. Isaac passed through with me. I could see through his haze, even he was weirded out by the scene. It was a small rectangle tent of sorts, about 10 meters long and 6 meters across at each end. 6 bunk beds lie across the longer sides, and they were accompanied by 6 metal chests. In between the space of each bunk, there laid a dirty and smeared plastic square window block. And the kicker? No door at the other end of the tent. Well, shit. I looked around. The tent unnaturally uniform and sealed to the floor. Better double back. Chief? I turned to see Isaac now staring at a flat tent wall. That's a no-go. I walked up to the tent wall and pressed a hand up to it. Nothing. I even took my rifle, stuck and bashed the wall. The tent fabric must have been made of starch because it only moved so many feet. I'll just cut our way out, I said, defiant to all this bullshit. I took out my knife. Traditionally made for skinning and outdoors activities, but I think the creators could give me a pass on this one. As I shoved my knife through, Isaac started to gaze around the tent. A few seconds after, he asked me, "What's up with that mask?" I turned my head, and I'll admit, a chill went up my back. The third bunk, the middle one on my left, had at the time I thought was a haunted snowman mask. Must have been some sick joke. White skin, eyes were black beads like coal, some sort of hole I guessed where the carrot should have gone, and jagged teeth, a la a Creepypasta or something. Hell, the more I looked at it, the more I got a kick out of it. Even laughed. Well, I guess Hallows Eve is around the corner. I turned back to cutting through the tent wall, only to see the gap I cut through was now sealed, and my knife laid on the floor. You want to play it like that, huh? Fine. Once again stabbing my sharpened metal through the fabric. I started to cut upward, hoping to carve out a small doorway in which we could exit from. But then, I noticed something creeping through the crack. Water. Cold, melted water. A breeze of bitterly stale air. And snowflakes. The hell? I muttered as I peeked through. When we descended those stairs into the basement, the air was still cool, and the leaves had yet to fall off the trees. What I saw outside? I don't know where the hell this tent was. Might as well have been out in Canada. But the snow was near a meter high and surrounded the tent like a flood. What in the I was cut off as Isaac chimed in, apparently looking through one of the smeared windows. That's a lot of snow. Isaac more or less summed up my observations. I backed off from the crack, retracting my knife and turned to him. How the hell did this tent get all the way out here? How'd they set it up in all the snow? Isaac didn't answer. Instead, he simply stared around, head bobbing in a half-alcohol gaze. Hey Dwight? He asked. Yes, I answered. He gazed back at me, his eyes squinted as he asked. This tent look a lot more beat up than it did a minute ago? What do you? I pried my eyes from him and looked around. The light seemingly dropped 7 hours into the night, as all light from the tent nearly vanished. Moonlight shone through much clearer, but also much more broken plastic tent walls, and various holes in the previously intact tent surface. I shone my rifle's light around and took in the change. Couldn't possibly get more weird, I muttered, and I guess I must have jinxed us. Dwight? I turned back to Isaac, who simply pointed to my left. My eyes followed slowly, moving like a choppy stop-motion picture as I gazed over. A large beam of moonlight showing through the space inside of the third bunk laid a hole in which the snowman mask I stated earlier seemingly hung. It wasn't until my mind slowly pieced it together bit by bit, dread started to sink in. Then, through the broken moonlight of the plastic window just to my right, I could see a shadow zip right across. I quickly hurried to my feet, Isaac aiming his pistol dead in front of him. I shouldered my rifle and did the same, seeing we had no exit flap, and going outside probably wasn't the smartest idea. Snow can sometimes be a terrifying setting, especially at night. The snowflakes falling creating a wall that limits your vision, the cold biting at your skin and soul. The worst part of it for me is the silence. One might think a quiet environment would allow you to hear an enemy or a threat nearby. But a little bit of science has shown me snowfall stops sound waves, making it hard to hear around you. And right now, the near 3 feet of snow outside the tent and the constant rain of flakes outside made it hard for me and Isaac to hear each other across the small rectangular tent.
Isaac?
So when a voice sounded from the far distance, elongated and sounding impersonated, it caught me off guard as it did Isaac himself. Boy, did he look startled. Turning to the tent wall behind him, lowering his gun, Guy went from my hardy partner in crime to looking like a deer in the headlights. Barely anything could be heard besides Isaac's heavy breathing as his eyes dotted.
Mom? Isaac?
The voice sounded again, less strained and more, well, normal. Isaac quickly walked over to the tent window and pressed his eyes up to it.
Mom? It's me, Isaac.
Isaac, back away from the window, I said calmly, wanting to make less noise than he was now. But Isaac continued to look outside.
Mom, is that you?
His eyes seemed to zero in on something outside.
Isaac, get away from the window,
I shouted. But he couldn't hear me, too caught up in his own world, too caught up to avoid what happened next.
Isaac?
Cold hard fear shot up my spine as I heard the voice, distorted and warped, sound out from the tent wall right behind me. My instincts kicked in as my body lurched forward, aiming my rifle at the wall. But before I could even fire a shot, Isaac screamed. He doesn't know what happened, mostly due to the nature of his injury. But Isaac fell back from the tent wall, clutching his eye as blood started to pour from it. Panic set in as I quickly rushed over, yelling at him to let me see it. But Isaac kept his hands pressed up against it, probably a smart move. But we didn't have time to think about that.
Isaac?
A voice that sounded far too deep to be a human's voice, something straight out of the nightmare fever dreams we had as a kid, came from the other end of the tent. My eyes shot over as I saw the hole I'd cut into the fabric start to rip open. Appendages that looked like, well, from the quick glance I got, a skeleton, but not really, started to rip it open. I grabbed the knife I'd used before and stabbed right into the fabric, cutting through and started to tear down through it. All the while, I could hear whatever the fuck was on the other end continue to call out.
Isaac? Isaac, come home.
As my knife reached the cold hard dirt ground, I ripped Isaac off the ground and damn near chucked him through the newly created hole, not caring if there was snow, rain, the void, or whatever the fuck else was on the other side. Then I grabbed my rifle, seeing the thing had gotten a horrifying arm through as I threw myself into the exit wall as well. I felt myself go into freefall, my eyes shut as I felt cold air hit me. And I fell hard, face first into the concrete floor of the basement. I shook my head as I bolted to my feet, grabbing my rifle, standing to see Isaac had a pea shooter aimed, his blood all over it, his hand and his face. And we were both staring at one of the old paintings, an old painting half covered by one of the burlap sacks. I gazed over at Isaac, who gave me a look that said exactly what I was thinking. What the fuck? Seems to be the universal reaction to things around here. Walking over, I ripped the burlap off and tossed it to the side. The painting was of a clearing in the middle of a snowy pine forest. Snow falling heavily from the sky, as well as blanketing the ground around. A small rectangular tent with a campfire outside. Around this point, I was just about done with whatever the fuck was going on, not even knowing how long we'd been down here. I eyed the area around us and saw the generator through the darkness, not 12 meters away. "Cover me," I ordered as Isaac held his piece back to me, and I locked in as I hastily flipped each switch before powering back on the touchpad. I locked in and was ready to power the generator back on. Then I remembered the security camera. Every time a person logs in, the camera captures a still for security purposes to ensure if anyone is tampering with the generator. I quickly tapped on the stored files icon and started scrolling through, and what I saw should have been impossible. The only way to access the generator is by directly going up to the thing, logging in, and shutting it off. So, when all the login images besides my mug showing up showed an empty room, I was, well, I shouldn't be surprised of anything at this point, but I was. "Jesus Christ, you done yet? Tired of smelling my irony ass blood," Isaac chimed in. Now wasn't the best time to start wild speculation, so I simply headed over to the diagnostics and waited as the generator hummed back to life. All that Grace does was a calm noise at first, and then you could hear every damn device in the house power back on as the lights flickered back to life above us. And hell, after tonight, I damn near chuckled out of pure joy. Thank fucking Christ. My celebration was cut off though, as Isaac fired off a few rounds from his piece. The sound waves be damned. Guess the area was so small around us. Sounded like a fucking car exploding right next to us. As I stumbled forward into the wall, I plucked my ears and gazed back to see whatever Isaac was targeting. And all I saw was a grey concrete wall with 3 new smoldering craters in the side. I shook my head, hoping to alleviate the ringing in my ears as I marched right up to him. "Isaac, what the actual fuck?" His head shot to look at me, and through the buzzing in my ear canals, all I could hear him say was, "What? What the fuck were you shooting at? Why are you yelling? Because you deafened me." Isaac stuck one of his fingers to his ears, trying to, I guess, open it more somehow, as he said, "I saw a woman." "A what?" I asked, less deaf and more surprised. "A woman, black hair, dead-looking skin." He shook his head. "She just appeared right as the damn lights came on and, I don't know, disappeared when I fired." I gazed over his shoulder, then remembered the place he fired off those rounds corresponded with that little incident I had down here over a month ago. Situation soaked in as we headed upstairs. The security room showed no breaches occurred when the backup generator was damn near empty. We had been down there for around 3.5 hours. I told Isaac and John to get their stuff. It's occurred to me the situation here is getting out of my expertise, so I'm following up with one of the leads I had in town, a herbalist named Roseanne, who's apparently got a knack for the paranormal. If I and my small band of cabin dwellers are going to beat what's out there, we're going to need more than some guns and equipment. Better than nothing, to be honest. God willing, this site doesn't give out. I'll update you on how it goes. If not, well, I blame you guys for my sudden death in the woods. We aren't retreating. We're advancing in another direction. That's what I'm branding this little expedition. It's become clear to Isaac and I that the anomalies descending upon the Casimoth estate are growing more and more untamable by our current means. Sure, we could constantly dump thousands of rounds into the beings that lurk outside of the walls, but what about the ones that lurk within them? The entities that seem to be tampering with the machines we're using. The ones that showed me they can easily rip apart the electrified wires I trust to protect the land. We need someone who can aid us in this, someone who's skilled in identifying the paranormal, and who hopefully will have the means to stop it. And I knew only one from local sources. A herbalist named Roxanne ran a shop on the far side of the town. So we loaded up the SUV. Isaac brought along a duffel bag he called his necessities. I swear, I saw something moving inside. John brought an overnight bag. I closed the trunk of the SUV, my eyes centered on 3 black cases in the back of the SUV. The sound of the door shutting snapped me back to reality. Time to go. I hopped into the driver's seat, starting up the engine, which after a moment finally roared and kicked into start. I looked at Isaac. He was ragged, mangy. The entirety of his eye was bandaged to hell. I had insisted we take him to the hospital, but Isaac protested, saying that his literally bleeding cornea wasn't that big of an issue. What a trooper. Sitting there, glazed over eye and a beer in his hand. The gates started to open, and I checked the car's touchscreen GPS, trying to see where in this town this Roseanne's shop was. Isaac chimed in. "The fuck is that?" I felt dread overcome me as I gazed up from the small screen and looked up. In the center of the driveway, laid a wheelchair, sitting upright, facing the gate, dead center of the driveway. "Should I run over it?" I asked Isaac, who just took a swig of his beer. John picked over his seat around this time. What if it's a trap? Indeed, what if it was? I unbuckled my seatbelt, the sound of it sliding back as I opened the door, stepping outside, and I walked up to it. As I did, something else became clear to me. The chair was surrounded by various articles of clothing, children's clothing, bonnets, raincoats, shoes, a dirty jack-o'-lantern bucket, all of them looking like they were dipped into a peat bog, surrounding this shiny ladder. Clean. I walked around to the front of the car and approached it. The crunching of the gravel was a white noise as I approached it. Then, the sound grew louder and louder. The gravel underneath my feet was almost deafening as I stepped outside. Then it hit me as the thing was 3 feet away. It's 12 p.m., early October. The fauna is still green and cool, and the only thing I could hear was my footsteps and the sound of the car humming behind me. Not a sound from the forest. Not a bird, a cricket, a squirrel. This was no longer the security guard, the warden of the land patrolling his grounds. I was a small man in unfriendly territory. I stared down at the chair, angry from all of this bullshit. I grabbed it and heaved it leftwards. It cracked off a tree before rolling into the grass lopsided. And then, I stared down at the clothing. Why? Actually, fucking why? Why this? Why these kids? Why any of this? My warrior instincts kicked in as a tree branch pierced the dead silent air to my 8 o'clock front right of the gate. I withdrew my pistol and aimed. Nothing. Still trees. Grass. Nothing. "This is private property," I yelled, my voice one of the only sounds audible, echoing off the surrounding trees. Then, from my left, I could hear an exhale. I spun, pistol aimed. Nothing. The chair was bait, but who said it? Back to the gate. Nothing could get in. Surely I'd see it before. "Hey!" My soul jumped out of my skin as I, a grown US Army veteran, proceeded to leap left like a scared antelope as a voice shouted right next to my ear and fired to the right of my gate, several times, almost emptying my weapon. Shots went flying through the air. One impacted a tree, the other scraped off the wall, and then one nearly missed the metal stand of that motherfucking skeleton. "Tim!" I shouted at the inanimate object. I gazed at my pistol. Turns out, I was wrong. I did empty the magazine. "Narc!" The grating voice radiated through my skull as I ran my hand down my face, squeezing my temples as I stared up at him. Did he set all of this up? I gazed back at the wheelchair before locking eyes with the empty sockets of this thing. "Timothy? What in the fu-" Before I could finish my sentence, the passenger door of the SUV opened as Isaac emerged, peering over the gap. "Are you okay?" Isaac asked in a concerned tone. "A little fucking startled. Why the fuck didn't you warn me?" I said, more bitter at the sons of fucks sitting in the car that could let that happen than the calcium construct itself. "Warn you about what?" Isaac said, and voice drenched with confusion. I was taken aback, my head shaking in disbelief as I extended a hand outwards. "The fucking skeleton?" "What skeleton?" My eyes shot across from me. Nothing. Nothing there but a small pile of bullet casings. I was shocked. No, it was Tim after all. I looked through the windshield at John, who had his headphones in and was busy with his phone. "Are you alright? You drunk?" Isaac called, the forest around us still quiet. "Yeah, just get in the damn car." The drive to town was fairly uneventful. I white-knuckled the steering wheel, expecting some sort of beast to finally say, "Fuck it," and charge the car, finally ready to end the charade. But it never happened. We reached the end of the dirt road. Isaac had found a Sharpie and quaintly drawn a skull and crossbones on his damaged eye. "There." He tossed the marker aggressively back into the glove compartment. "Now I'm a goddamn pirate." He does have the alcoholism to be one. Sorry, really not the time. As I turned onto the main road, I peered back at John. "John, we're gonna drop you off at your friend's house, just like last time. Is that cool?" John nodded, eyes fixated on his tablet as we drove. It's then Isaac chimed in, spinning around in his chair to meet John with his good eye. "Hey kid." The trucker rested his chin on the headrest, crossing his arms around the back of the seat. "How you holding up with all of this?" I looked back to see John pause whatever he was playing, pulling out his earbuds. "I mean, depends. How should I handle this?" John spun one of his buds in a circle by the cord. "Well, ghouls living outside your house, ghosts living in them. We still don't know if it was really a ghost." I slipped in, though you and him could probably write me a college seminar on why I'm wrong. "Shut up, skeptic. Anyways." Isaac then held one of his hands out towards Isaac. "Look, I know it's gotta seem odd with your dad leaving a minute ago, but Dwight and I will keep you safe. You understand?" John snickered. "Oh, I know that. You guys did buy enough guns to take over the town." That was not a good impression. I pried one of my hands from the steering wheel, scratching the back of my neck. "Yeah," I said, feeling a bit guilty. "We did flash a ton of hardware in front of the kid, whether the situation warranted or not." "They're in good hands, John." Isaac jabbed my right shoulder with his fist. "Hell yeah, self-defense only, bud. And with ghouls, it was always self-defense." I dare not mention how Isaac almost mowed down a group of hikers when we were clearing that trail of debris just a few weeks ago. We pulled up to the quiet little town, exactly as it had been since we last stopped in. A light mist from the mountains had traveled down, hanging over the town. A salt mill, smoke pouring out in the distance. The bar, neon lights flashing in the windows. And yet, not a goddamn person on the street. We came to a stop at an intersection, the armored-up Toyota slowing to a halt at the deserted crosswalk. I dropped one hand to the middle compartment to my right, leaving one hand on the steering wheel, tapping my fingers, anticipating the moment it would turn green. It didn't arrive quick. Me and my part-time trucker friend gazed around, John's fingers tapping on his tablet, along with the hum of the engine created this ambient white noise. I waited, expecting anyone to come around the corner. But it never happened. The mist from the rainy season created a distant wall that the streets blended into. And yet, silence and desertion was all that occupied it. I looked up. The light shone red. I gazed around, looked to John, still typing, looked to Isaac, eye bandaged, with some pus leaking out of the bottom, looked to the light, still red. I'd say if this were nighttime, we'd get jumped, but we both know the shit around here ain't afraid of hitting us in the day. Isaac said, uncapping the top to his bottom as he took yet another swig. Don't know if he's using it as a pain reliever, since its use as a confidence booster ultimately failed last night during our basement adventures. But regardless, he seemed to have an endless supply. My fingers tapped the leather-lined steering wheel. Isaac finally finished off the small bottle and then pulled out a flask from his back pocket. Why am I not surprised? My eyes dotted to the deserted streets, the milky gray and white mist wall obscuring what light behind. I swear, don't know if it was eye floaters, but I saw movement just behind the mist, out of the corner of my eye. My eyes snapped to the light. Green. I'm pretty sure I nearly floored the pedal as I peeled out of that stoplight. I pulled the SUV up in front of the house, same as last time, John gathered up his belongings, shoving them into his pool court backpack. He waved to us as he hurried up the sidewalk to the house. I cleared my throat. I was feeling dry, parched. The last time we came here, the town felt eerie, but had some semblance of, not sanctuary, but controlled chaos. Now, felt like I was dropping John off right in the middle of those goddamn woods. Across the street, the fish-eyed neighbor stood, watching him as he trundled up the steps into the house, then at us. He held a pair of hatch clippers and chopped mindlessly at the poor bush in front of him. So much so, he finally stopped when he nearly gutted it by cutting the main stem in half. Then, he dragged the clippers on the sidewalk as he shuffled up the steps, sliding into his house. What a charming fellow, Isaac said. Charming, sure. We arrived on the western end of town, right before a big stone bridge that crossed an even bigger river. It was a more suburban area. With a town this rural, is anything even suburban? Roseanne's herbalist shop was seemingly built into her own house, like those personal businesses some built in the middle of neighborhoods. The entrance was at the back. Isaac and I pulled into the driveway and walked towards the house. Isaac tossed his flask into the car and then pulled out another as he walked up the asphalt path. I swear he's going to kill his liver at this rate. A smell of violets, herbs, pierced the stale air of fall around us. Hanging from the side of the house was a stained glass sign reading Roseanne's Solutions. Above the red glass letters, a dark purple skull icon with a multitude of what I think were feathers floating around it. Huh, Isaac said as we both stared at it. That's comforting. I shut the car off, stepping out into the cool air and approached the back entrance. Isaac joined me. So, he said, stretching out his words. Going to a witch's hut on the edge of town. Tell me, you think she praises Cthulhu or Satan? Had this been weeks earlier, I would have decided against approaching what Isaac said, a witch's house. But this wasn't weeks ago, and we're now down options, several rounds, and one good eye. I knocked on the door 3 times. The paint on the door was chipped, showing a lack of maintenance. Her house was grown in. Large hedges, trees, plants, vegetables, all seemingly defiant to the autumn air were around her land. And yet, all neatly groomed and maintained. This would be any botanist's wet dream. Isaac balanced himself on the wooden railing of the back porch, scratching at the edge of his eye. Pus leaked out from the bottom, green and black in nature, against my previous hopes. Don't do that, I cautioned. Why? He said, shoulders slumping. Probably fuck like that for good anyways. He sounded far more defeated than usual, and I felt guilty. If I had just been quicker. I mean, on the bright side, guess he will get use out of his eye patch. Right, sorry. Again, not the time. My hand beat on the old wooden door of the building again, irritated this time. Roseanne? I called out. I looked at a schedule taped to the door. Roseanne's Solutions. Whenever the stars align, I will be at your 8. Monday to Thursday, 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. Friday to Saturday, 24 hours. Sunday, midnight. Kind of odd hours, but Isaac said. He grabbed a rock, tossing it at the door, which bounced off with a large thud. Roseanne, open the hell up. Suddenly, the door shot wide open, the sound of heavy wind emanating from within. The door missed my face by nearly an inch maybe. While I stumbled back, the suddenness caused poor Isaac to topple back into the hedge, head first. I walked over to the banister. You alright? I called out. Isaac's hand rose from inside the bush like a submarine's periscope, giving a thumbs up. He painstakingly clawed his way out as I gazed at the door. A dim entranceway, cluttered with chests and plants, greeted us. And yet, no one else in sight to have opened the door. Yep, my assertion was correct. This definitely was a voodoo house. As we entered the building, the strange and exotic smells grew. Lavender, cherries, freshly cut soap. And I remember when I said cluttered. Isaac and I'd like to say we aren't particularly husky. But this place, we had to squeeze between trees and large boxes in order to get through. We finally reached a red velvet curtain, a piece of notebook paper pinned onto it. The inner sanctum. Isaac looked to me. I looked to Isaac. I then leaned in towards the curtain.
Roseanne?
Go away. A female voice came from behind the curtain. We're closed. We? I thought. Isaac chirped up. Hey, listen lady. It's Friday. You said you were open all day today. Now open up. There was silence for a few seconds. And then the candles and weak lights around us flickered. No. Frustration welled inside of me, and I'd finally had enough. I threw open the curtain and charged in, Isaac right behind me. As we entered, it was a makeshift laboratory. What looked like the living room was layered in plants head to toe, ceiling to floor, and a large table with pipes, glasses, tubes, burners, and strange liquids and concoctions rested. Through the ambient light of the candles and burners, I saw her. She stood at the back, hospital scrubs and a lab coat, with a wool poncho over her shoulders and a beanie covering her tan skin and dark long hair. And when she turned, she stared daggers into Isaac and I. Does no mean yes where you come from? Get out, she said. The candles around us flickered again. You're the only person in town I've heard who can help us, I argued, though it did little to quell her rage. And why should I help you? Everyone in this town has problems. Everyone comes to me. And just because two scruffy-faced men burst in, that means I must help you? She said, slamming down her glass vial hard. And it surprisingly, in retrospect, didn't shatter. Lady, our problems aren't like the rest of the town's. Remember that black gunk from the engine? Sealed in a Ziploc bag. Make that 2 bags. I held it up. Her eyes squinted, then widened as she held out her hand. I tossed it across the table, and she caught it and began inspecting. Where did you? She said in disbelief, almost like she had prior knowledge of whatever the fuck it was. Casamoth Estate. Oh. She dropped the bag of black gunk on the table. I'm sorry, but whatever is happening there is far out of my range. Why? Isaac bellowed out. Just some weirdos in the woods? Batshit phantoms? Paintings that cut my fucking eye out? You do that whole flickering light shtick, and yet you're too afraid to help us. What makes it so weird from the rest of the town? Took the words right out of my mouth. My redneck Cyclops friend. Roseanne crossed her arms. Before Casamoth. Theodore, is that his name? I nodded. Before he arrived, the woods were strange. But they were contained to the deepest reaches, the recesses we'd never journey to. However, I don't know what happened, but him building his property there riled up something. And now, even the town itself has been suffering. Her hand shot to her chin as she looked into the bag. Vaguely cryptic as that might be, Roseanne, I shoved my hands into my pockets. Our compound, a marvel of several millions of dollars in custom hardware, was breached. Not from the woods, but from the inside. It nearly took down all of our fancy defenses, and like Isaac said, it took his eye with it. Roseanne looked over to Isaac, his gauze and bandaged up eye. He smiled through his beard, giving her a thumbs up. She looked at me in the eyes, and I believe we understood each other. Or at least, she believed what I was saying. I want to. I would. But like I said, everyone in this town needs help, and I'm just one person. We got a custom battle wagon parked outside. Baby can hit 80 miles per hour despite being armored up like a tank. We'll give you a lift, Isaac said, offering up my car. Well, technically, Theodore's, but he left it to me, and I wasn't in the mood to argue ownership right now. She looked to me. You'd do that? I shrugged. If it'll get the ball rolling, let's go get your errands done. She laughed. Errands, yes. She held a hand up, slapping the other as she crossed her arms. Alright, let's do it. And that's how it happened. The engine's running now. Our professional witch doctor is inside collecting her things, and Isaac's taking a leak right in front of her house. Jesus, dude. Roseanne says she only has a handful of calls that have to be answered right this second. Then we'll head back to the estate. I don't know how cell service will be across the town. It's been spotty today. Strangely, it wasn't like that a few weeks ago before the mist. Might just be a waterlocked cell tower. Regardless, I'll update as soon as possible. This is the head chief and still sole member of the Cazamoth Estate Security Force, Dwight Nolan. Signing out. Oh boy. You know, I don't know why I thought things were gonna somehow get more normal after I recruited Roseanne. Maybe I believed with her insight we would gain some clarity on the ongoing crisis plaguing this strange-ass town in these strange-ass woods that so happened to contain a strange-ass estate that I, for some reason, let my ass get contracted to protect. And yet, I somehow slipped from my mind that I had basically recruited a witch. Though this didn't pierce my mind at all. After I signed off last, I sat in the driver's seat of my warmed, heated, $70,000 up-armored SUV. I ran over the pressing matters in my head, get Roseanne's tasks done, link up with John, exercise the house, exercise the whole fucking forest. Then, hopefully, celebrate by getting drunk. That was if we didn't meet some untimely demise, whether by falling down a hole, getting ripped up, or by ending up like Margaret Thompson. She was a town native who went on a morning stroll through the woods. They recovered her body 2 weeks later. She was found 40 miles from her house, her body still warm in an otherwise freezing forest. Most of her vital organs missing, although no surgical marks were found. And a shoe was found in her left lung. Shit like that. I read every single missing persons sheet on that board. Margaret was just one of many who don't get brutally murdered. Just disappeared, caught up in unexplained occurrences. Wonder if that will happen to me. Sure, I had recruited Roseanne, and I had Isaac at my back, although I did watch him take a leak on her lawn flamingo, and proceeded to strike up a conversation with the garden gnome. Even with people at my back, am I just gonna become another statistic? Is John? Will the Cazamoth estate disappear one day, leaving nothing but gravel and dust? No, not on my watch. Isaac zipped himself back up, waved to the fucking garden gnome, and then climbed back into the passenger seat. He laughed as he shut the door. Funny guy. Hey, so where are we heading first? He asked, popping open the glove compartment, and another fucking bottle of booze pops out. Seriously? I shrugged, leaning against the window as I watched the driveway. She says she needs to make 2 urgent stops, then we're good. Hopefully, this will go by fast. You think she can stop whatever's happening back at the house? Isaac's question bounced around in my head. I even had to stop and ask myself that. I don't expect her to stop whatever it is. Our superior American firepower will take care of that. It was at this point Rose exited her house, walking towards the car with a large bag slung around her shoulder. I expect her to figure out what the fuck's going on. Roseanne opened the door and tossed her back to the opposite side. She then slid right in and sat in the middle of the backseat, eyeing both Isaac and I. Well now, what a change. Finally got me some minions to do my bidding, she said, sarcasm oozing. She buckled her seatbelt. It's at this point I finally picked out her scent. British, a hint of Westminster. I know a guy from back when in Kuwait, had the same tone. I put the car in reverse and slid out into the street. I opened up the touchpad GPS and let her plug the place in. It was on the north roadway out of town. As she put it, it's this plantation house looking place. Strange for Missouri, but it's been here for a fat minute. It's got a large stone bridge, and if I'm correct, it'll be important. Roseanne trailed off. She started reading a notebook she pulled from her bag. Isaac told me later that whatever was written in there looked straight out of the Rosetta Stone. Hieroglyphics, runes, something he said looked like a messed up fairy. but whatever she was reading, she understood enough to zone out. On the way there, we got caught up at another intersection right behind the salt mill. Even with the windows closed, you could hear the sound of the machinery pouring salt onto the piles, smokestacks spewing smoke. On all sides, parking lots with construction equipment and vehicles devoid of life surrounded us. "Hey Roseanne," I asked. She pried her eyes to look at me through the rearview mirror. "What's up?" I looked around. Sidewalks, roads, paved lots, so much equipment, infrastructure, and yet, no one. Why is this place always a goddamn ghost town? Roseanne slid from the middle over to Isaac's side, the right side. She gazed out and around the vehicle. "That's odd." Well, not really odd. I mean, when I first came here, no one and their mother wanted to talk to me. But once I got settled after a few months, I started seeing a few. "So what, they're shy?" Isaac asked. "Well, it's noon. Don't know why they're not out." "Gotta say, Dwight, I don't know," she said, sliding back to her book and continuing to read. Great, even our resident occultist doesn't know what's going on around this place. Our drive was relatively uneventful. Isaac and Roseanne got to small talking, mostly about where they have traveled. Roseanne apparently has been going across the Americas, Venezuela, Brazil, Chile, Panama, Guatemala, Mexico, and so far has been around the southern half of the US. Isaac, as you all know, casually went camping in the woods for a few months and somehow found himself in Missouri, 2 whole states away. As she put it, "You somehow traveled 700 miles and didn't stop to think that maybe you should go back?" she said, astounded, as she took notes. "Nope," Isaac said, proudly, taking a swig from his bottle. "Oh, and it's 725, thank you." This just fueled Roseanne's curiosity. "Did you see any paranormal sights on your journey? The Louisiana swamps? The Missouri goat den?" Isaac shrugged. He scratched his hairy chin and pondered, eyebrow raised above his eye patch. "Not really. Did hear a lot of shit outside my tent. Goddamn, I'm pretty sure there were like 10 whole silhouettes standing around me back in North Texas. It was this weird place. A gas station. Couldn't tell you what state. Weird fellow, that guy." This went on for what I thought was goddamn hours, and the drive was only 20 minutes. The road led to a small patch of trees, up to a large T intersection. Dead ahead was the stone bridge, probably a near 100-meter stretch across a river. To the left was a road that followed the river, and to the right... Alright, how do I explain this? The river curves, forming a large swath of land to the right of the bridge. On that piece of land lies a cultivated mass of cherry trees, hedges, groomed grass, and a stone and metal fence, all leading to a large iron gate. We pulled up to the gate. Roseanne waved to a camera mounted on one of the sides, and they slowly opened. A small driveway led to a circle drive in a large white-painted plantation house. Just as she explained, stone columns, old but well-maintained furnishings on every inch, from the ground to the tiled roofs. As I pulled up in front of the house, Isaac let out a long whistle. "Someone is rolling in green out here. Look at those columns." He was right. Whoever lived here, they were wealthy. And as I've learned from Casamoth, sometimes the wealthy need help dealing with demons underneath their tiled roofs. "Welp, let's go, lads," Roseanne quipped as she stepped out of the car. Isaac and I looked at each other, and we followed. He shoved the bottle of Jameson into his cargo pants and straightened his cap. The beeping sound of me locking the door was one of the only audible noises around us. Silence and the cold autumn wind blanketed the property. Roseanne knocked on the door, standing tall and professional as she waited. I leaned on one of the columns, arms crossed, trying to look like a background character while she worked. Although observant, whatever went on, I wanted to keep an eye on. Might come in handy later. Isaac sat on the edge of a flower pot near the opposite column, then fell in, and then tipped the pot over, causing it to spill out onto the steps below. I was caught somewhere between laughing and sighing, and Roseanne said something to the effect of, Why did you? Before she heard the audible sound of footsteps hitting her way. Isaac was quick on the mark as he swept the dirt behind the column, then tossing the cracked pot off the porch into a hatch as the door opened. The man was tall, and this was coming from me. Like I said before, I'm 6'2", maybe 6'3" on a good day. This guy towered over all of us. He wore slacks and a dress shirt with the sleeves rolled, a vest on over it, navy blue and black. Nice taste. He pushed his circle-framed glasses to the bridge of his nose. A receding hairline caused a slight shimmer of his head. He gazed around me at Isaac, then squinted at a large patch of dirt underneath Isaac's feet, which he sidestepped in front of, then to Roseanne. "You must be Dr. Roseanne?" the man asked. His voice not too deep, however sounded sophisticated, with a southern twang. Roseanne nodded, and he led the way inside, Roseanne following close behind. Isaac and I followed suit. "Dr. Roseanne?" Isaac said, cackling, although to her ire. "What's your PhD in? Possessed ass trees?" The man led up to a very decorated living room. Dark oak wood furnished the entire inside. A fireplace near the back corner, family pictures, autumn decorations, and a reoccurring dark red on all the fabrics created contrast. Not hard to look at, just strange. On a large lounge chair sat an older woman. She was maybe in her mid-50s. Is that bad? Should I not guess a woman's age? And wore mostly hand-knitted items, such as a scarf, sweater, pants, shoes. Would those have been slippers then? And a skinless cat sat on her lap. The cat also had a hand-knitted sweater. "Mrs. Marks, this is the professional you requested a few days ago, Dr. Roseanne," the man said. The woman nodded, and he strolled off into another room. Roseanne took the lead. Isaac and I hung back near the other side of the room. "Mrs. Marks, it is really a pleasure." Roseanne was cut off as the woman stood up, waving her hand. "Rose, darling, please." She had a thick New Orleans accent for someone who lived in Missouri. "Call me Candace." Roseanne nodded and continued. "I'm here for the problem you called me about." The woman nodded. A small smile that had been at the corners of her mouth faded as she stopped petting her cat. It then stretched, leaping from her lap to Roseanne's. "Yes, honey, I'm not gonna sugarcoat it. I called you because I got a problem not even the town priests can handle." Did she actually call the local church? I still don't know. But the way she said it with such confidence, hell, even when I first talked to Theodore about the things up at the estate, there was a slight sense of denial. Candace spoke like I now spoke. That meant she was sure of what she was dealing with. It started a few weeks ago when the trees started to turn orange and red. My little granddaughter, Claire, loves to play down by the riverside with her little boat and toys. Candace laughed. It almost faded when she said, "That's when she started bringing those things back to the house every evening." "Things?" Roseanne asked. The man from before brought a dark wooden box, a small latch where lock should go. Roseanne took it, setting it on her lap. The cat, disgruntled, leapt off and walked over to Isaac. Isaac, slightly horrified by the sweater-wearing flesh feline. Then she opened it. She pulled out a golden locket, although you wouldn't know that unless you got as close as I did. Rust in the case set in. The previous clam-shaped piece was now a dark brown. Inside, more items, all with deep personal connections. Bracelets with names, necklaces with inscriptions. The list went on. She said she was given them gifts for playing with the lady. I didn't know what that meant. I thought some creep was stalking her, so I sent Arnold out to keep a lookout. Candace gestured to her tall friend. He cleared his throat, Roseanne still looking through the box. For hours, nothing happened. Claire continued to play, and then a hand reached out of the water, giving her the knife. Roseanne held up the knife. It wasn't as rusted as the others. Now that I look back, it wasn't rusted at all. A silver finish to the entire outside made it look like a cake knife, until you saw its blade, sharpened, unintentionally so, to the point the silver was scraped off. On the left side of the blade read, in cursive, To my dear and darling, Candace. Roseanne looked shocked. Candace wiped tears from her eyes as Arnold continued. We forbid her from ever going to the riverside again. Things calmed down for a week. Then yesterday, I went to her room to get her ready for school, and she was gone. Her window open, and her entire room soaked in water. Roseanne dropped the knife back in the box, closing it and pushing it back in Arnold's arm. She stood up. Tell me you've called the cops, Roseanne asked. They have filed a missing persons case and searched the riverfront. Nothing so far. Roseanne nodded, and at this point, Isaac and I stepped out into the hall, giving her a chance to talk with them alone. Isaac now held the cat in his arms. The feline rubbed its hairless head against Isaac's beard happily. I ran my hand down my face, sitting against the wall-side table. What in the fuck? Isaac let the cat climb onto his shoulders. He reached into his pants and pulled the Jameson bottle from before out, uncapping it. It's gotta be a freshwater mermaid, he said, so confident, taking a swig. I lost my train of thought, shaking my head. A what? He shrugged, bottle in one hand, cat now clinging to the other. Don't know, but that's the first thing that came to my mind. Though how it got on land, I don't know. He took another swig, offering some to the cat as it began to lick from the lips of the bottle. Isaac, I really doubt it's a mermaid. He smiled, taking another sip and offering some more to the cat. Don't know. That or a shark with arms. What do you think, Maurice? Isaac asked the last portion to the cat. I looked and saw the cat had the name Maurice imprinted on its tag. Seriously? Southern House, New Orleans cat. Maurice is the name they picked for their Siamese cat. Roseanne then stepped into the hall, pulling me by the collar. Isaac followed, Maurice and alcohol still in his arms. We stepped outside. Roseanne made a beeline around the house through the hedges, not saying a word. I followed, trying to step through the thick brush that she seemingly just cut right through. Well? Roseanne didn't respond. Roseanne? She continued to remain silent, walking through the still bright green grass, past white patio furniture, a fire pit, and the entire backyard towards the river. Roseanne, did you check the kids' room? Right when I asked that, she dead stopped, causing me to nearly crash into her as she stared at me with cold, dead eyes. Yes, she simply said, continuing her power walk towards the river. Well? Nothing, she said, again simply. What do you mean nothing? What about the water? I went in there with her overgrown butler, and nothing was amiss. Everything was dry. Nothing was tampered or broken. She vanished, and all traces in her room are gone. She finished off sounding kinda exhausted, and stopped 20 meters from the river, near the bridge. Well, what did you expect? Isaac said, walking up to us, still feeding alcohol to Maurice, who was still in his arms. Mermaid's not gonna leave a calling card after kidnapping a kid. It's not a... I stopped, noticing something. You hear that? Roseanne asked. Nope, Isaac said, before taking his 47th swig of the hour. Exactly, she said, turning to us. This river is one of the main waterways in the area, and it's standing still. She was right. I looked over at the water. Nothing. Not a wave or a ripple, or a cut in the liquid. Nothing. Welp, river's haunted. Case closed. Can we go deal with the fucking ghoul ghosts in our basement now? Isaac asked, and Roseanne looked like she was about to turn and give him the be-all end-all of ass chewings, until I stopped her. Alright, this is your turf. What do we do? The simple question stopped her, and she paused, placing her back on the ground and kneeling down for something inside. We're gonna have to go into the water. Huh, Isaac said, letting Maurice polish off his bottle. Okay, take a swim in the kidnapping water. Gosh, Dwight, you really like to recruit the best of humanity. If there is any sign of her, or remains, it's gonna be in the water. We can look all we want, but we won't get any answers unless someone grows a pair besides me and goes in. She was right. Reached down and tucked my jeans into my boots. If I was going in, I wasn't gonna get my ass bitten off by some weird-ass eel. I approached the river, eyeing it, shore to shore. It stood dead still, the kind of stillness a glass of water has when it's left in a lifeless house, the kind of stillness a pond has when no life exists within it. I took a step in, braving the waters and creating a ripple. Something in my stomach told me I might have just pissed something off, but my hand reaching into my jacket and pulling out my Glock told me I was all but done with caring if a demon was pissed at me or not. So, what am I looking for exactly? I said, trudging through the water. The cold water felt like it was freezing my legs. I gazed around. Don't know if it was the dirtiness of the water or some pollution from the salt mill, but I could barely see through the 2 feet deep water. Wait, it's 2 feet deep. How the fuck was anything gonna fit in here, let alone avoid being spotted for weeks? Roseanne stopped, gazing through her book as she held her hand to her chin, contemplating. The bridge. I turned back to her. Isaac, and I think even Maurice did, or maybe it was just mimicking Isaac. That place has a whole lot of bad mojo surrounding it. Runes, tales of sacrifices during its construction. It has to be some kind of catalyst. And she just told me this now, after I stepped into the possessed-ass lake. So I began trudging to the bridge, slowly, agonizingly slow. Each step, I expected to step on a skull or a bone or something. Every other step, I expected to get pulled under and drowned. But it never happened. I reached the arch closest to our side of the river, my trucker and witch compatriot following close from the river's edge. Every step I took was a feeler. Roseanne pulled out her phone and turned on the flashlight as she walked underneath, shining it around and inspecting every aged, deteriorated inch of the bridge's stone blocks. You can feel it, she said, turning back to Isaac and I. In the air. The aura of this place. She wasn't wrong. The second I trudged through the water under the bridge, the feeling in the air shifted. Something wasn't right. I've never been a religious person, although now I guess I'm a superstitious one, but this feeling struck a chord with me. From what I had seen downrange in my army days, the raw, bitter feeling. This was evil. This place felt evil. Roseanne flipped open her book and began inspecting some insignias carved into the rock. I shined my Glock's tack light, a small LED mounted on the bottom, into the water. It was murky, whether due to the dirt I'd kicked up or pollution from the mill. I could barely see my own feet. Then, I stepped on something. It didn't crack, slither, or attack. I felt a corner of something poke into the rubber bottom of my boot. I gave the heads up to Roseanne and Isaac. I slipped off my jacket and tossed it to him. I then made a bold choice of reaching down into the water to retrieve the item. The smartest choice? No, but we needed to get a move on and figure out what we could do for Candace and her missing granddaughter. I felt around, the icy cool water numbing my hand as I dug through the muddy dirt, searching for something, anything. Then I felt it. The texture felt grainy. Is that a term? Straight lines ran across it, with sharp, although worn corners, forming a strange square. No, a box. I pulled it from the depths of the river, holding it up as water splashed around me and shined my Glock's light on it. A well-carved box with edgings at the top and bottom, with 4 little legs and a little rusted brass latch. At first glance, it resembled a music box. What is that? Roseanne asked, shining her much brighter light on it. It was then I could see through the damp brown wood. There were faint lines of paint, although when I say paint, I mean I was lucky to see them even with this right up to my face. Pink, sky blue, purple. I tossed the box ashore to Roseanne, who immediately opened her up. It's a music box, she said, pulling out a small ballerina figurine. Well, guess I was right. What's that sucker doing at the bottom of a river? Isaac asked. By now, he had wrapped Maurice up in my coat. That and the small sweater. The cat was the most well-dressed person out here. I shined my light back to the river below and stuck my hand back in. I then felt a smooth surface, like one of those brand new faucets just after being polished. and then another, like wet fabric, and then a spiky one, and a rough one. "Roseanne?" I said, cautiously grabbing a handful of whatever the fuck from the bottom of the river. She shined her light on my hand as I fished it up. Jesus, even now, they were a collection of toys, items that would belong to children. I tossed them under the grass just outside of the bridge's arch. The smooth surface was an old rusted race car, one of those older one-passenger ones from the 20s, a ballet slipper, an old beat-up baseball. "What in the fuck?" Isaac said, he and even Maurice gazing down at the pile. Roseanne walked over, getting a close inspection of the items. I went back to digging. I felt more than just down there, and despite my hopes, I was right. More toys. Dinosaurs, blocks, swords. All age ranges. For boys, girls, no discrimination. I pulled maybe 20 of the damn things down there before I stopped. Roseanne sat on the grass, arms around her legs, shaking her head. "It's targeting kids." Isaac remained silent throughout all this. Then he glanced over at me. "Weren't those clothes you found in front of the driveway this morning? Didn't they all belong to kids?" Fuck this town. Then, a moment of panic struck. As the water calmed down, the waves slowly stopped their sloshing and splashing, returning to the silent, dead-still state it had been in. Nothing had touched me. In fact, through the numbing cold of the water, it was a pain in the ass for me to even feel if I was on solid ground. Then, as clear as day, I felt something grab a hold of my left leg and drag me towards the center of the river. Hell no, I was not going to become another statistic. I aimed my Glock to the water just a couple of feet from where it was pulling me. I squeezed the trigger faster than a machine gun. The 9mm rounds fired off one after another into the murky depths, water splashing violently in my face as I backed up, fighting towards the shore. Through the ringing in my ears, I heard Roseanne and Isaac yelling, and whatever had grabbed me slowly let go. I planted a firm foot on the ground and charged out, now soaked from head to toe in cold river water. I dropped my pistol's magazine, slapping another and turning, my ears ringing. I barely heard Roseanne as she ran up, grabbing me by the shoulders and shaking me. "What? Did you?" Roseanne's voice sounded distant, distorted. Between this and Isaac deafening me in the basement, I was gonna need hearing aids. "What did you see?" Roseanne screamed, finally breaking through my numbed eardrums. "Something grabbed my goddamn leg," I said, sticking a finger in my ear, trying to clear it out. Roseanne turned and looked back at the water. The river stood dead still. Isaac looked at us, holding Maurice. Nothing. I had fired off a full magazine. 17 goddamn rounds went into the river, all before charging out like a bat out of hell. And now, it was just still. "Well," Isaac said, pivoting towards the river, then back at us. "I guess riverside skinny dipping is out of the question?" I pulled back the slide, checking to see if my new rounds chambered in the hand cannon. They did. I walked up to Dr. Paranormal MD, my muzzle suppressed as I scanned that cursed-ass stream. "So, we know it's definitely possessed now." Roseanne simply stared, unaffected by my prodding. "It's kidnapped so many, and that was just what you pulled from under the bridge," she said, her voice distant and in thought. I scanned the water, waiting and partially hoping for something to jump out, just so I could get some payback for whatever grabbed me. "Well, this is your turf now. What do we do?" My question must have triggered something, because she sprung back to life. She ran over to the book of hers, opening the worn outer cardboard cover, and flipped to a page near the middle back. I don't know the full nature, and it's too dangerous to keep going back in, but I have a theory. Roseanne pulled some black chalk and a brown bag from her bigger handbag and walked to the underside of the bridge. Isaac and I followed, keeping watch. By the time we got down there, Roseanne was already drawing something on the wall, and I tell you, I couldn't even begin to describe it. It had a large outer circle that interlinked with lines and shapes, A triangle? A morphed hexagon? Some demonic-ass cursive writing? It looked like what you'd see on the padded walls of some schizo's cell. Then she opened the back and grabbed out a handful of salt. She smeared one handful into the cracks of the old bridge, then poured some on the walkway beneath her before taking a chunk and tossing it into the water. This caused the water to literally bubble, only slightly, and I think it might have even hissed. It's a bit of a hypothesis, but I think it might work, she said as she walked back over to her bag, packing up her supplies. So, Isaac looked back to the symbol on the wall as he spoke. What's up with your possessed stencil artwork? It's an exorcisation rune. Gaelic. Well, at least my sources think it's Gaelic. It was found in an old tomb on an island in the North Sea. Could also be Scandinavian. From how the shit looked, it could have been Martian. Is that it? I asked. Roseanne slung her back over her shoulder. She dipped her head, looking towards us. Sometimes, there's not a lot you can do. We can only hope it does something. If not for Claire, for whoever might be in its sights next. Head back to your car. I'll speak to Candace. And with that, she walked up the grass slope towards the house. Isaac and I made the quiet journey back to the SUV. With a simple click of the key, the Vic unlocked. I slid in and blasted the heater, hoping to dry off my soaked-ass clothes. Isaac slid in, Maurice still wrapped in my jacket. Wait. Isaac, that's not ours. Isaac, I said, drawing out his voice. He turned confused as to what was the matter. You've gotta give the nice lady back her skinless demon. Isaac then literally scoffed, pulling Maurice close. First, he is not a skinless demon. He's a Siamese angel. Second, oh come on Dwight, he said, trying to pull some puppy dog eyes. Eye on me. Maurice rubbed his skinless head on Isaac's beard. Isaac, stealing things from creepy southern people in the woods has never gone well. Like ever. God knows if she has 17 more wandering truckers just like you in her basement. But Isaac, just take Maurice back to the damn house. And with a groan and long, fine. Isaac hopped out of the car and slowly huffed back up to the manor. I reclined my seat, letting the heaters slowly dry off my damp long sleeve. I tried to blast some music on the radio while typing some of this up, but I noticed after 5 minutes, nothing appeared on the radio. Nothing. Not 93.9, 101.1, 34.7. Yes, that is apparently a possible channel. Nothing. There wasn't even radio static. It was just the sound of the cold breeze coming through the radio. This thing operated off of satellites, so it couldn't be a broken antenna. This place was just cut off from the normal world. I paused my haunted blogging session because I noticed Isaac and Roseanne heading back to the car. Slipping my phone away, they slipped back into their seats. I'm sure you'll see him again, Isaac. Maurice sure seemed to like you, Roseanne said, patting our resident Cyclops on the shoulder. Yeah, still sucks though, Isaac said defeated as he tossed me my leather jacket. I slipped it on, hoping it would help me warm up. I then realized my guns blazing response to the river earlier must have scared Maurice because it now smelled like cat piss. God damn it. I pulled out of the circle drive of the house. The gates slowly opened as we approached and turned back onto the deserted roads of this godforsaken town. Roseanne leaned over and plucked another location, a small house near the eastern end of town, just off the main road. Well, that was entertaining, Roseanne said, surprisingly chipper for today's current events. I raised an eyebrow as I looked over the seat. You're taking things surprisingly well. Roseanne laughed. Well yeah, do this for a few years, and you tend to learn to laugh at things, soldier boy. She shook her head, sitting back. A few years? Wait, soldier boy? Roseanne pointed at Isaac, who scratched his beard. Might have let a few things slip when we were walking back to the car. Sorry, Dwight. Roseanne leaned forward, eyeing me up and down as I drove. Like what? I asked. Isaac chuckled. Oh, you know, ghosts in the basement. Again, still don't know if it's a ghost. That night in the storm, your army days? You guys have seen Tim? She said enthusiastically. I took my eyes off the road, pulling up to a stop sign. You have seen Tim? I asked, and in hindsight, I'm not really surprised. Roseanne rested her chin on the seat as I pulled away. So, tell me, are there really giants in Kandahar? I sighed. No. Roseanne continued to press. Is it true you guys hunted Bigfoots back in the 80s? I shook my head in disbelief. That was. I'm like 34. How old do you think I am? Roseanne shrugged. Just saying, for a door kicker, you've adapted pretty well to combating the cryptids living in your backyard. Guess I have. I'd miss. Here's a counter question. Isaac asked. What's going on with these woods? Roseanne sat back and just shrugged. Where do we start? Disappearances ranging all the way back to the 70s. You've got people turning up dead in ways thought unimaginable. Stories of shapeshifters and attacks on campsites. Have you seen the stairs? I raised an eyebrow. Yup, Isaac said, nodding his head. I looked at him, then at her. Stairs? Roseanne shivered. Just don't go near them. But back to what we were saying. The woods are bloody fucked. And the type of things you seem to have been encountering. Well, don't call me Captain Obvious, but it's organized. Your boss must have really pissed off something. If only Theodore answered any of my goddamn calls, or any of the questions on his voicemails. The GPS dinged as we reached our next stop. This street was well maintained. Modern houses made of red brick and concrete lining the streets. Pulling up in front of the house, I could see a TV and lights on inside. So, what is the deal with this place? I asked, checking my weapon before stepping out. Guess we'll see, she said cryptically. It's then the car's screen buzzed, and a very long-awaited name popped up on the screen. Incoming call. Theodore Kazimoth. Well, holy shit. I heard Isaac slap the dashboard. About fucking time. I gazed back at Roseanne. You and Isaac take this one. I've got some things I need to hash out with my boss. Roseanne and Isaac cleared out of the car and began walking up to the house. I pressed accept on the screen. Hello? The pompous voice of my boss, Theodore J. Kazimoth, entrepreneur, shareholder in several companies, and officially the worst real estate investor this side of the free world, came through the speaker. Dwight, are you there? Theodore? About fucking time you call. He was a millionaire, my boss, but after the past 3 months, I could not contain whatever anger was boiling in me at that point. Oh, Dwight, now watch that mouth, young man. Extremely uncalled for, I assure you. Uncalled for? Are you serious? This man's either delusional, in denial, or the most straightforward liar I'd ever encountered, and I traded words with lieutenants a lot. In retrospect, he was probably all of the above. Now, Dwight, I did make the unorthodox request to lend you several $1,000s out of my pocket. I would appreciate some gratitude, considering you yourself could not make do with the equipment I had given you. Arrogance soaked his voice. You slap a private estate down in the forest that's more haunted than the Somme battlefield, and you expect me to drive off the demons with a 308 bold action and a positive attitude? Well, I mean, coming from the gun-ho former sergeant, now monster hunter, dragging my son into town on your private escapades. I raised an eyebrow. How did you? Theodore laughed through the phone. You can't expect to post everything on the internet and not see my company's private forums blow up with requests about your little blog series now, can you? Shit. Well, expected. On top of the bad reputation and the constant pandering I need to make to my investors, you, my friend, are becoming a thorn in my side. I dislike thorns, Dwight. You really expected me to stay with what we had? Wait for the enemy to break on through the gates and kill us all? Including your fucking son you left here? Theodore's line grew quiet. I'm not gonna act like you don't know what's going on, Theo. I know you do, but don't try to take some high ground when you neglected your only child. And then Theodore laughed. Like, really laughed. Like the kind of laugh that had the weight to send a shiver down my spine. Dwight, you really should have just kept your mouth shut and done your job. Sure, sometimes it might get scary. Sometimes it might get froggy, as you dumb grunts say. But that's just the way men like you are paid. Instead, you had to try and be a hero, do what you think is right, and meddle in business that's certainly not yours. It became my business the moment you dragged me out to this place. Well, I guess you won't have to worry about that for long. Dwight, I'm coming back in the next few weeks with some company backup. So unless you want to be one of those people who goes missing on that cork board in the pub down the road, get your ass back to the manor, lock and load your tricked out AR-15, and stay put. If we had been face to face, Theodore and I would be burning holes into each other's heads. The tense silence was only permeated by the sound of him clearing his throat. Whatever devilish tone he had dropped, left, and the only naive-sounding Theodore I remember returned. Make sure John isn't gone for too long, Dwight. I'd hate to have to send a search party out in the winter. God, the ones around here never get the job done. Bad joke, I'm sorry. Stay safe, Dwight. Then, the call interface vanished. I sat back in the driver's seat, thinking, company backup. What? Did he think some company goons are gonna be enough to stomp out whatever is happening here? He might kill me, dump me in a ditch somewhere in the pine groves, but whoever else he hires will be too dumb, too ignorant, or too unprepared to avoid the shots they're now throwing at the estate. I opened my phone once again, updating you all. I don't know what Isaac and Roseanne are doing, but they seem to be having fun. Isaac was yelling something, but it's too muffled by the car's heater and… Did a firework just go off? Well, Roseanne just texted me that they're almost done. Isaac is apparently trying to draw out the conversation with Daisy, the owner of the house, who apparently is also a raging alcoholic. Great, like we don't have bigger priorities. Hold on, John's calling. Alright, change of plans, people. I've gotta go now. I just screamed at Roseanne and Isaac to get to the fucking car now. John called, and from all the loud fucking noises in the background, he pleaded, no, screamed for me to get to his friend's house. Something's attacking them, and he doesn't know what. I've gotta go. No time to put a wrap on things. I'll be back. Adrenaline. It's the fuel that your blood and nervous system receives when your body realizes the chips are down. It's now or never. It's funny what some chemicals being put into the right part of your brain can do. I've experienced this rush many times over in my life, and truth be told, I thought my body has become immune to it. My veins and arteries becoming worn down from constant usage. I thought they had become desensitized to the mule kick-like punch it gives you. Guess I was wrong. When John has screamed over that phone, something in me switched on. A part of me that had laid dormant for many years, that didn't do things just for self-preservation or money. Like I said, I screamed over the phone at Isaac and Roseanne. Truth be told, by how they reacted, I think I scared the shit out of them because they came out of the house in a dead sprint. Even then, they barely slid into the car as I slammed the gas pedal, making the SUV with near 5,000 pounds of up-armoring hit the high 80s in less than a few seconds. I gave up on trying to stop for stop signs and lights. There was no need to be cautious about police or other cars, because there fucking were none in this goddamn town. We came to a particularly high bump just before an intersection, and now that I think about it, I think it might have been a speed bump. Cause when we landed down hard, I remember finally hearing Roseanne's voice as she watched a stop sign zoom right past us. You mind telling us what the hell's going on? Hello? Nolan? I gazed at the GPS, and I realized we'd probably gone a good mile before I even thought about briefing them. The wonders of fight or flight mode, I guess. John called, is all I could mutter out as I snapped hard on a left turn, driving over the curb to take a right down another street. I saw Isaac grab the oh shit handle above his seat What? What's up with the kid? Part of me gained some respect for Isaac. As soon as I mentioned John, he leaned right in. Guy might be a bit off sometimes, but his heart is in a good place. Kid was screaming, "Something's attacking his friend's house." Isaac's eye widened as he sat back in his seat. I saw he pried his hand off the handle and reached into the glove compartment for his 5-shot. Roseanne poked her head between the seats. "Wait, Kit?" I looked down at the GPS, and we were now soaring down the main avenue of the town, the same one Isaac and I had driven down when we initially arrived. We sailed past the bar, the gun shop owned by the 2 Europeans, the salt mill, and yet, even as I drove this hunk of metal at 80 miles per hour, not a single police officer could be seen. "Kasimov's kit," I finally answered Roseanne. I then hit the brake and drifted the SUV on a right turn. The off-road treaded tires screeched as Isaac leaned, loading rounds into his revolver, shoving more into the pockets of his pants. "Wait, where is this house at?" she said. And I remember the ending of that sentence trailed off as she just stared ahead at the GPS. The northwestern edge of town. Roseanne grew quiet from my answer. "By the woods?" I nodded in response. "Oh God." Before I could even address that ominous remark, I slammed on my brakes. We were on the final left turn of the drive. As I sped up down the road, my right hand dug around inside my jacket, pulling out my Glock and resting it on my thigh. Isaac slapped his cylinder into the weapon, spinning it. "What's the play, Sarge?" I ran through the scenarios in my head. All the variables started to click into place like calculus. Small house, 30 meters long, 15 across. Entrance up the stairs on the right side. Occupants are 2 teenagers, 1 adult. And flashing red and blue lights caused me to brake hard. The tires of the SUV screeched to a halt on the deserted road. Shit, I thought. We had finally got the cops on us. I started to prepare a brief for the cops on the situation when I realized the lights weren't coming from my mirrors. They were coming from my windshield, down the road in front of us. Isaac wiped condensation from his portion of the window and squinted with his eye. I flicked on the wipers, and through the cold mist and fog, I could see a patrol car, lights on and flashing, parked diagonally across the road, rear bumper facing us. My eyes shot to the GPS. Destination 55 meters ahead. We were here. I gave Isaac a nod as I slid my Glock's slide back, checking to see if a round chambered. I flicked the safety off as I slowly drove ahead. Roseanne stayed more or less in the front with us, the top half of her body between our seats. Good to know the witch doctress showed no fear. As we pulled up to the house, I tried to call John again on the car's touch screen. The slow hum of the engine, along with the ringing, gave us the only noise around. As we inched closer and closer to the site, the cop car's driver's side door was wide open, one of the windows rolled down. From my spot in the car, I could see the small radio, the one they used for the speaker mounted on top, dangling out over the driver's seat. I cracked open my door as Isaac did the same, my pistol's barrel leading the way as I peeked my head out. It was dark, hella dark. Through the fog, I could see the house just 20 meters from us. The front door was wide open, ripped off the hinges. The banister of the porch and the railings of the stairs were broken, bent, one part thrown off and stepped into the lawn. I slid back into the driver's seat and looked at the screen. Call failed. John Kasimov, Johnny. I cursed under my breath. Isaac hiccuped as he aimed his revolver towards the house, taking cover behind the door while sitting inside the vehicle. Roseanne leaned over my seat. "Well, Dwight, I guess now the tables have turned. This is your turf. What do we do?" My eyes snapped to the cop car, and through my headlights, I saw a discarded pistol magazine with spent casings everywhere. My turf. It bounced around in my head. A forced entry. Plenty of innocents with God knows how many enemies lurking inside. The police vehicle and casings meant one thing. Law enforcement arrived and failed. What to do? Fuck. What to do? I grew frustrated with myself. The hourglass was ticking. I remember what Theodore said about me meddling in things that weren't my business, trying to be a hero. The way it damaged the house, took out 2 armed patrolmen. My nerves were battling themselves, and I guess my instincts won when I thought back to that frantic phone call John made, screaming help at the top of his lungs. I punched the truck's release button as I stepped out. "Isaac, to the back." He cackled under his breath as he beat me to the punch, flinging the heavy door upwards and pulling out one of the 2 black crates. They were those heavy-duty, tough boxes, reinforced equipment cases you would use to store a number of things. But for us, we only had some specifics in mind. Isaac giddily flipped open the latches on one and pulled out one hell of a shotgun. In the dark of the night, I can only remember seeing Benelli M4 etched in the side, just under the ejection port. It was the mother of all boomsticks, and apparently Merkel's favorite. I opened one of the cases and pulled out 2 carrier kits. They were simple plate carriers, pouches for magazines, items, and 2 radio systems attached. True, whatever had attacked the house could have easily torn through these, but it was better than nothing. Roseanne snuck up to my left, using the car as cover as I slapped magazines stuffed with rounds into my kit. I took a peek at the house. The entire entranceway looks fucked. You don't say. Her words echoed in the distance as I grabbed my rifle. I slapped a full magazine in, then punched the bolt release as it made that oh so satisfying. As I slung it over my shoulder, I eyed the house through the windows from the trunk. Any sign of John? I checked my 15's holographic sight, then the red dot on the side before pulling it close. I don't know, but... The sound of a crash from deep inside the house caused us to snap to attention. Isaac aimed his big man-killer towards the house. Something's definitely still in there. Now's your chance, Rose. You can take off to your house. No one will judge you. I rounded the SUV back to the door by the driver's seat, aiming my rifle at the house. Roseanne followed close behind, and I saw out of the mirror. She shook her head. No, if there's a kid here, I'm staying. I've had to tell too many parents they may never see theirs again. Not again. Her words made a small chuckle break through my whatever I was going through right then. Fuck yeah. I pulled back from my door, handle gripping my vertical attached to the rifle as I moved towards the patrol car, side glued to the house's front points of entry the entire time. I took a knee as I took cover from behind the trunk. Isaac moved up alongside the parked cars. He bounded up, taking cover behind a van parked alongside the cop car. Honestly, for a trucker who even said most of his tactical skills came from war movies, he did pretty alright. I released my front grip as I crouched down and searched for the front of the cop car. What a mess. Casings blanketed the entire front seats. The radio system was half ripped out of its mount in the car. And the windshield. There were barely any spiderwebbing cracks, but 2 large gashes cut into the glass. The odd thing was, no micro cracks formed along the sides of them. It was like a hot knife just cut right into it. Roseanne stopped to take more notes than I did. Not literally. She didn't have her whole book out anyways. I just moved along the left side of the engine block, and finally got a good front view of the house. So from what I saw, the door was barely hanging on by a hinge, and this was a solid metal-looking door from the grey interior inside. Lights flickered from the inside as I saw what looked like the end of a couch, upside down, leaning diagonally against the wall. And yet, even as I waited there for a few seconds, no more sounds came from within. Fuck it, night's not getting any younger. I pushed forward towards the house, saying screw it to the normal rules of cover and concealment. From the shit I saw out in the woods, whatever was here could probably see in the dark, detect my body heat, and was probably planning the best way to try and bite my right calf off. Speaking of right calf, I nearly tore it off tripping, which is odd. Odd because, as I looked down, a freshly made gash in the earth was dug through the entire front lawn towards the house. Then it clicked. The woods were in the backyard. Why would any assailant come through the front? I scanned the area around me. The cop car's front bumper was dented and bashed to hell. The third coming towards the house was dug up. My eyes followed a trail leading from across the road. It wasn't just this block. It led to that fucking neighbor's goddamn house. My eye twitched. Through the moment of blinding rage, I was piecing it together. It wasn't the woods this time. It wasn't a demon from the goddamn trees. It was that slimy, unnatural fuck, and we just let it slide this entire time. I ripped my mind from the momentary rage and came up alongside Isaac. He had taken cover behind a large end table just to the front right of the steps. It was after the fact I had inspected it. The table was thrown from the front windows as one of them was completely smashed out. Whatever stormed in there did so with a vengeance. "This is a mess, Dwight," he said, peeking just over the front sights of his shotgun. "It was the neighbor," I muttered. "What?" "The trail of death leads from his house," Isaac cursed under his breath. "That son of a bitch. We're gonna shoot him, right?" I aimed my rifle to a good position to the right of the front door. "We're gonna do a whole lot more than that." I remember my mind thinking something like a combination of kerosene and salt. Isaac and I rushed to the front door, stacking up on the right side. Roseanne moved up and hid behind the table we just came from. My old muscle memory came back into play, and I pulled Isaac to the front of the stack by his carrier's carry handle. If we were going in, and we were, the 12-gauge boomstick was gonna lead the way. Taking a break, I reached up with my free hand and squeezed his shoulder. The carpet on the wooden plank floor was torn up, pieces tossed everywhere. A lounge chair was flipped on its side, and a ceiling fan mounted above was missing a blade, swinging around, half ripped from the roof. I squeezed his shoulder, and we rushed in. Isaac charged in, almost stopping in the doorway if it weren't for me charging in right behind him. He held his barrel at his chest level. At this distance, it didn't need to be accurate. I cleared the corners of the room, almost tripping over a gutted TV as we stepped in. He was right. What a mess. The front room, or at least that's what it was, led 6 meters deep into the house, some side rooms branching off, with a doorway leading to what I saw was the kitchen. How did I know it was a kitchen? Because the fridge was thrown down on its side, half blocking the hallway. Silence was all that greeted us. Through the small buzzing and zapping of the fan's now dying light, a small crunch of glass came from the doorway behind us. I snapped back, but lowered my weapon. Roseanne slowly entered the room with us. "Jesus. See anything like this before?" I said, covering Isaac as he kicked in some of the side rooms and closets one by one, aiming his shotgun, mouthing, "Wacha!" "No," Roseanne whispered. She knelt down, picking up a small picture frame from the floor. "I've never seen these things in person, right when it was happening. If it was still happening. For John's sake, I made a small plea to whatever high power existed that he was still here." As I marched forward, my foot catching onto a broken chair, which I just kicked off, smashing it off the back wall. I threw caution to the wind. "John?" I called out. Isaac came out of one of the side rooms, pointing his shotgun up into the air with one hand, shaking his head. "John, you here?" I said, storming into the hallway. A Halloween-style wreath hung surprisingly intact on the wall, with pictures and kids' drawings thrown off in all directions. The crunching of glass beneath one of my boots caused me to step back. It was of the father of whatever friend John had. He knelt down next to his daughter, smiling as he held her in one arm. "Motherfucker." Isaac stormed out of the room, searching the next. "Nothing," I heard him yell. The pit in my stomach grew. The smashing of wooden boards caused my weapon to shoot right up, aiming at the entryway into the kitchen. More crashing, and what sounded like a tin trash can being knocked over following. Something was here. If not John, God have fucking mercy on whatever remained. We pushed into the kitchen. No one in sight. But Roseanne made an interesting observation in retrospect. None of the cabinets and drawers that were damaged were ripped open. They were all smashed or dented in, as in something was shoved against them. Whatever entered, she said, had a rough fight with whatever lurked inside the house. Behind me, Isaac kicked in the side room next to the kitchen, which turned out to be the pantry. He then retreated as boxes and cans nearly crushed him as they spilled onto the floor. Damn, sad we ain't looters, 'cause we'd make a killing. I turned to Isaac. You see a second floor to this place? He shook his head. Nah, no basement either. Weird too. It's 'cause where the fuck is everyone if they're not in here? Another loud crash and metal clanging called out through the windows, peering out over the backyard. The backyard, bordering the cursed woods of this motherfucking town. Isaac lowered his barrel. That's gotta be it. I took the lead. Isaac followed behind me, covering our ass as we took a right down some stairs. Another heavy metal door, this time ripped clean off its hinges. This told the story. The fight went to the backyard. The screen door laid on its face, on the concrete outside. I knelt on the stairs, knowing whatever we were seeking was just feet in front of us. Let's shoot the fuckers, Dwight. The sound of my jacket's sleeve sliding against the wall followed as I button-hooked around the corner. My red dot turned on as I scanned the area around. Isaac charged out, taking the right side. We both aimed our weapons around, searching for something. Anything. Well? Isaac shouted. We're right here, Woods. Come fucking get some. Nothing. Squaring up with my weapon. And nothing happened. We went balls to the walls and charged into whatever belly of the beast that attacked us. And nothing followed. And I remember even the crickets chirped. It was gone. No. I shook my head in disbelief, dropping my barrel, but only to try and contain the rising anger inside. I looked around. A large chunk of the boards of the back fence were missing. No John, no fucking boogeyman. Not a goddamn. Fuck! I yelled, taking my boot and soccer kicking a metal chair nearby so hard it flew in the air and landed in the grass. Roseanne crept out. Her flashlight illuminated the dark lawn around us as she came up alongside Isaac and I. That can't be it, man. Dwight, look, there's gotta be something. Isaac jogged over to the back fence, slinging his shotgun as he glanced around for something. Anything. I remember Roseanne asking, "What's wrong?" But I just ignored her. My hands shot to my face as I dug in on my own skin. We had one chance. One fucking chance. If I had been smarter, faster, if I just blitzed into the house instead of being methodical, if I hadn't been so stupid as to drop the kid off at the house in the first place. Dwight? Roseanne shook my shoulder as my eyes burned holes into her. What? Before I could unleash the tirade I wanted to, I noticed she wasn't even looking at me. She pointed towards the left side fence. My eyes drifted over to a large dent in the fence, and the figure that was laying defeated in whatever vegetable plant the homeowner had planted. Through my marching that would give even the angriest wife-beaters a run for their money, I eyed it up. I say it because it was exactly the person I was looking for. A torn flannel shirt lay pressed against its body, blood-soaked. Old khaki shorts were now shreds, barely hanging on, with numerous cuts, gashes, and marks lining its limbs. I kicked it over with my right boot, receiving a gurgling, inhuman groan from the thing. Roseanne shined her light on it. The neighbor, or at least I could just barely make him out as. His lips were split and torn. A large gash was cut into its neck. No hair. And his eyes, one looked like the normal human eye, blue, but its pupil horribly dilated. The other? Well, no color remained at all. No iris, just a small pin-sized pupil, like those eyes you drew as a kid on stick figures. "Where's the kid?" I shouted, earning only silence and ignorance from it. I could see it was favoring its left arm, which had been mangled to the point it looked morphed. I took my foot and pressed down. No, stomped down, earning a rise from it as it groaned. I aimed my weapon at it, red dot resting between the two terrible eyes on its face as it burned a look of pure hatred into my face. "What did you do?" I screamed. And again, it refused to answer, simply slamming its fist down weakly on my boot. Roseanne came up, shining her light fully on it. "No way," she said, drawing attention to its eyes and arm. "It's a
Witch.
The thing's voice was warped, a main voice that sounded far too deep, with others of differing pitch, tone, and type, subtly repeating its words. It reached out towards Roseanne with its free arm, causing her to retreat behind me. I took the steel toe, pressing its arm down, and drove it up into its jaw. A satisfying crack gained a yelp from it as its arms shot to its face, holding its jaw. Isaac now joined us as he trotted over. "Hey, I found... What the fuck?" I turned and could see Isaac holding something, but before I even got a chance to ask, the thing lunged at my legs, trying to get a hold of one. A bash of my rifle stock defeated it quickly.
Where is the kid?
A voice of now unbridled rage consumed me as I kicked it again and again, repeating the words.
Where is John? Where is John? Where is John? Where is John? Where is...
Something pulled me from my onslaught, and I looked back to see it was Roseanne. "Dwight, please, just let me try." I looked her deep in her eyes, violet, dark purple. She pried hers from mine as she dug around in her back. I gazed at the thing, the spot I had continuously kicked. Its breastbone was now a dark purple and red. I could feel the steam radiating off my skin. I had broken a sweat from all that literal boot-to-neck action. They say outbursts of rage like that would leave you tired, drained, a headache from the energy spent being your only reward. I have to say, in hindsight, there is none. It felt great. Roseanne pulled out the notebook of hers again, a light green hardcover with runes drawn on the outside in black ink. She knelt down though, taking cover behind my left leg as she did, and began to speak to the creature. She did so in small whispers at first, to draw its attention through its current physically traumatized state. As she did, its malformed eyes locked onto hers, and it began to mutter back. Whatever Pict Latin type of language they were speaking sounded like it rearranged the letters in normal words and then read them backwards. Isaac and I watched the interaction, our hands ready on our superior American-made firepower. The thing spoke now, calm, collected. Roseanne sighed, shaking her head, catching my attention when, "Damn it," escaped her lips. Not taking my eyes off it, I asked the million-dollar question. "What?" "It's She stopped, sitting back, crossing her legs and sighing. "It wasn't the one who attacked the house." Isaac shook his head wildly in surprise. "Oh sure, yeah, I sure believe that. Don't you, Dwight?" I didn't answer, because I didn't. It was eyeing up this place, its inhabitants, as its next visit, but was beaten to the punch. Something came from the woods, it said. Attacked the house. He tried to take advantage of the storm, but failed. I saw it was now looking up at me, with a bruised jaw and chest, staring daggers into my eyes. The woods. Those fucking woods. "Ask what took the kids," I told Roseanne. She looked at the thing, hesitant. I snapped my head back. "Roseanne?" She recollected herself, shaking her head. In her weird, backwards-ass speech, I heard the thing laugh, deep and guttural, and say a short collection of words to her. She paused for a moment, not speaking. "Well?" "The woods took them." I sighed, and this caused the thing to only laugh at my frustration. It was then, in Roseanne's light, I noticed the creature's legs. One of them, its right thigh, had been burrowed into by branches and deep vines that dug right into the freshly disturbed dirt, pinning it there. "That can't be it. We can go into the woods. Maybe it didn't run off too far." Roseanne shook her head, grabbing the side of my plate carrier to hoist herself to her feet. "You go running off into those woods this late at night? You're finished." They continued to bicker, Isaac channeling his frustration for John, while Roseanne cautioned him. I remained silent, gazing down at the thing at my feet. What did it fight? I asked, drawing Roseanne's attention from Isaac. What? I looked at her. The kind of damage done in there. That was a brawl. Ask him, what exactly did he square up with? Roseanne was hesitant at first, but shook it off as she looked into her book and asked it. The thing spat on the ground, muttering a few phrases in response. He says, the lichen, or the terror? That caused me to pause. Just, what? What? I said, confused. Isaac leaned around me. Terror? Terror, Roseanne repeated. From the green. The thing spat again, this time more violently, and I looked down. I saw in the light it had spit up vegetation, a thorny rose stem. Listen. Roseanne placed her hand on the front of my plate carrier, pushing me back a ways from the thing. I can try to ask it as many broken phrases as I can, but it is only giving me so much. John is... She paused. I can tell she was being very careful of what she was going to say next, especially to Isaac and I. It's too soon after the kidnapping. This was an intentional attack on him, so I say we head up to your place and we start digging there. What? Isaac screamed, his voice bouncing off the house, fence, and trees around us, echoing. That kid is in there, in the fucking woods, and you want us to leave him? No, we have to go in there and get him. Roseanne balled up her hands and groaned. She and Isaac spat venom at each other. But to me, it was white noise. I was more fixated on the thing, still tied in the vines, as it now cut and wrangled them out of its leg to get free. You said it's not human, I said to Roseanne, pulling her from her shouting match. She gave a face. She clearly didn't expect the question. No, what you said it was going after John too, correct? I interrupted. Roseanne was quiet. She looked at me with wide eyes. Dwight? I answered with the sound of my molars grinding together, watching it wrangle itself free. Dwight? She said uncomfortably. Roseanne, answer the question, I said, muttering from clenched teeth. She was hesitant. I could see her eyes snap down, probably looking at how I was white-knuckling my weapon system. Yes, but why it made its choice. And at that moment, so did I. Roseanne stood to my front left, pushing forward. I shoved her to the side, left hand coming back and gripping my rifle, and I aimed at the thing. 12 shots, one after another. I didn't switch it to auto. That would be too quick. I've been waiting for a crack at whatever was hunting us. Sure, it might have not been what kidnapped John, but it still targeted him. It saw him, us, Isaac and I. Though all of this is more justification for you, the guys who have been following my blogging misadventures. Because as I pulled that trigger 12 separate times, I had made up my mind, and my moral compass had cleared itself. I stopped my assault, rifle still aimed, eyes still looking at it through the holographic sight. It was strange, because on its nearly porcelain white skin, I could see my grouping. Why could I see my grouping? It was because its blood poured out, slowly, black and inky in nature. It stumbled back as it had just gotten free of the vines, sliding down, sitting back against the fence. It looked at me, eyes no longer of hatred, just acceptance. After staring at this thing for weeks, and now knowing its true intentions, one phrase rang throughout my mind as the ringing in my ears subsided. Gotcha. Dwight? Roseanne shouted, angrily as she shoved my right shoulder. My rifle dropped as she then tried to slap me across the face. I simply leaned back. Her frustration welled as she jabbed my plate carrier with her fist. What the fuck was that? What do you think? I said, cold and calculated, just like the shots I took. The anger flooded from her face as she held her head, walking away from me towards the backside wall of the house. You just killed a person. It wasn't a person. She then spun around and pointed at it. Do you think anyone will believe you? In court? That thing was a fucking shapeshifter? Wait, shapeshifter? From what this shows, You just shot a fucking burglar who broke and entered a house right before attempting to kidnap someone, I said. She frowned, walking up to me. Even as she was almost a foot shorter, she still squared right up to me. You can't solve this by just shooting your way out. That's not how you do things. That's not. Isaac spit into the lawn. I don't know. Problem looks pretty solved to me. She pushed past me, getting up in Isaac's face. Oh really? Then where's John? Where's the kids? Roseanne looked at Isaac and I. You wanted my help because your way wasn't working. So unless I say so, no more gun-ho shit like that. You will get us fucking killed. John's in there. We need to go after him, Isaac shouted, more at her than me. I remember what Rose said. You go in there, you're finished. I remembered that night in the storm, being lured in by a trap, barbed wire, blurry vision, dozens of those things lying in wait. I switched my magazine out for a fresh one, a full one, and slapped it into the weapons mag. Well then, if your way says we should go investigate the estate. I eyed the broken spot in the fence to the back of the fence. Then, let's go save John. Roseanne looked like she wanted to say something, but swallowed it. She had won and nodded. We marched out of there. Roseanne gazed at the house as we went through a side gangway leading to the street. Isaac looked back, towards the thing. I didn't care if it was still there, if it vanished when our heads were turned. Despite my momentary rage, it was time to move on. John was now missing, and our time was running out. Our enemies are baring teeth and coming closer, and now my boss is threatening to dump us all in a ditch and cover us up. Also, because you'll probably ask, we checked the house once more. We didn't find the dad, nor John's friend. Eerily enough, we also didn't find the police officers. I tried calling the local station, but no one was picking up. Isaac, as you might imagine, debated with me the entire drive back. Guess I found a middle ground, cause Isaac's inside of the bar right now, picking up supplies as I requested. In actuality, he's talking to the two Germans, Merkel and Gareth. The end of the line is approaching, and despite what Roseanne says, I think we're gonna need more boom for what's coming next. Speaking of whom, she didn't say anything to us on the way back, just stared out of the window until she passed out, beanie pulled over her eyes. God, I could really use some sleep. Can't though. John's out there. We've gotta find him. We've gotta stop all of this. We're nearing the end. This isn't probably the way you wanted this little entry to end. But between the dark, the fog, the dark void of my sleep exhaustion pulling me more and more into the abyss, we need to get a move on. This is Dwight Nolan. Signing out, I guess. Stay safe, guys. Just like the old days, I remember drowsily pulling the SUV back onto the main road. The morning sun was just barely coming over the trees. My head ached, feeling as heavy as a rock, and I was slamming a Red Bull Original to wake up whatever brain cells I had left. The metal can dropped back into the cup holder. Yup, the good old days. We decided to crash in the car after I pulled into the parking lot the previous night, cause I think if I decide to haul ass down the interstate at 60 miles per hour, I was gonna pass out. And then, this whole misadventure would end when I anticlimactically crashed into a rock. Regardless, I didn't need much sleep. The electronic clock on the car's screen read 5:51 a.m. Roseanne was laid out across the back, asleep, still passed out. Isaac, however, was wide awake, and judging by the 4 empty coffee cups at his feet, I had a pretty sound hypothesis as to why he was so wide awake. You know, we could probably just burn the forest down. Isaac broke the silence. His voice sped up, probably from the amount of pure, unadulterated caffeine he'd been drinking. I broke from my tired, angry haze. What? Isaac nodded. Yeah, you know, all we need is several thousand gallons of gasoline spread over an area of dry terrain then statistically it should spread to the nearest fauna at a rate of 1 square kilometer per half hour. I'm not gonna lie, this is what I've been able to ad-lib, and I'm pretty sure whatever rocket science he spoke, I didn't hear, and I didn't care enough to listen. My eyes burned into the road. It only took 5 minutes for me to get back into the headspace of the previous night. Cold air, anger and anxiety shocking my nervous system, my muscles clenching as I unloaded 12 rounds into. Yup, just like the good old days. My rifle set muzzle down between my legs. Maybe it was back to being my good old self, or that I had just about ran out of singular fucks after last night. But I turned hard into the road leading to the estate and stepped on the gas. The road was gravelly, causing the car to bounce, and a poorly timed pothole caused Roseanne to almost bounce off the seat. What? I saw her drowsily sit up in the rearview mirror, looking about as half-dead as I felt. She let out a long yawn. Nolan? Isaac turned in his seat. Morning, sunshine? I heard her sigh and slump back on the seat. Oh god, it wasn't a nightmare. Damn it. The morning light allowed me to easily see what was around the path. And boy, something was off. I guess the autumn was rolling in hard. Much of the green fauna and vines that created an emerald haze blocking my view into the forest was now dying off. I could see the trees, the spaces between them, the orange and yellow leaves on the ground, and all the dead space in between them. All of it. I don't know what was worse, not being able to see past nature's homemade garden wall, or seeing the amount of emptiness that currently surrounded us. The shadows dancing at the edges of my mind, knowing that despite all the clear space and visibility, they were sitting there, just out of sight, watching, waiting. We approached the final 100-meter stretch to the front gate of the house. What was in front magnetically pulled my foot to the brake with the force of a running bull. Roseanne nearly rolled off the seat, and Isaac braced himself on the front dashboard, thankfully stopping his mathematical rant on how to burn the forest down. Jesus, cowboy! Roseanne squeezed in between the front seats. Still feeling jumpy from last night? She squinted as she looked through the front windshield. Through the condensation from the fog, she saw it. The large, red-painted metal sliding gate of the compound was surrounded by a sea of autumn leaves. I remember it had a pretty consistent color: reds, oranges, yellows, and the light brown bark of the now leafless trees. In any other circumstances, it created a very picture-perfect scene. Guess that's why all the shit strewn out in front of it stood out so much. I flicked the wipers. Sadly, the car's defrosters weren't working. But after a single swipe, I saw all I needed to. A bright blue pullback torn wide open, and hanging from the line of sea wire on top of the gate, another swipe. Various articles of clothing, a pair of shoes, a laptop, an iPad with a set of white earbuds, a jacket, a hoodie, black with some blue stripes. Same jacket John walked up those steps a few days ago with. With a click of a button, the gate slowly opened. One hand on the steering wheel, the other held the pistol grip of my rifle close. Isaac was leaning in close to the windshield, wiping away some fog from the glass. Fuck, man. Those motherfuckers. His voice sounded like it was sobering up from the caffeine. This place always had that kind of effect. Is that... Roseanne went silent. We should check it out. Maybe there's some clues. Just as she opened her door, I slammed the pedal. Both of them flew back into their seats as I drove the Vic straight over whatever the fuck kind of bait they had set. It was getting old. It was all getting real fucking old. I pulled right up to the front of the house, turning left just before driving the vehicle onto the front steps, parked, pulled the keys out, grabbed my rifle, the autumn air hitting my face as I stepped out. The gate was still open. I held my 15 at the high ready, scanning the entrance now. They never did act on it. It was all mental. It was all mindfuck. Fuck games. God damn it. Dwight, we should still look at it. What if there's some DNA or some evidence or... I remember unclipping that gate remote from my belt, tossing it over my shoulder to her. You want to go indulge those bastards? Fine. Isaac, keep watch just in case they try to kidnap her. I walked up to the front doors, and before I even knew it, the key was out of my pocket, and the door unlocked. Aight, but where will you be? I don't think I gave a verbal answer. I just shoved my way through the door. The house was dark, quiet. There was a chilly room temp breeze in the air coming from one of the vents. Here I was, back on home turf. What was my first place? Then it hit me. Time to search for some fucking clues. Theodore's office was locked. Damn bastard was always paranoid. I should have expected that switch up months ago. I was just too goddamn dumb. No, complacent. Complacent. I could hear my old team leader mocking me as I threw my shoulder into the wooden double doors. I backed off, putting a hard foot to the crack in the middle. Guess I wasn't losing my touch as they flew right open. Cheap Home Depot locks. I'm sure many of you can probably give me 1,000 ways to sterilize and strip that office for information. A methodical white-gloved examination, starting from his numerous filing cabinets, then his desk, then searching for compartments everywhere, and I'll cut to the chase. I just started ripping open drawers. And god fucking damn it, it was already sterilized. His varnished oak wooden desk had a computer desktop system on it. On each side, it had 6 locked wooden drawers. After aggressively pulling them from their roller catches, nothing. Empty drawers. I broke open the sides, looking for files he might have hidden. Nothing. Then, the filing cabinets. Not a goddamn thing. Every letter from A to N, M to Z. All letters, all numbers, cryptic categories, empty folders, and dust. The computer system had been bricked. I unplugged it, replugged it, restarted. Blue screen. Then, it was actually bricked when I tossed one of the filing cabinets at it. The office was a mess of toppled metal cabinets, broken drawers, smashed wood, and now circuit boards. The bastard really did cut and run. The tower's fan were still running, even when it was literally broken in half. The whiz of the small fans, the hum of the house's heating vents. It was white noise. I could hear him, laughing, cackling with his sick, twisted grin and pointing a finger at me. I was a scapegoat, the security guard who abandoned his post, lost the kid, shot a man in a backyard, and nothing, not a goddamn thing to show for it. God, I was really fucked. I looked over the room again. Grey metal filing cabinets, smashed drawers, the desk which had every single compartment stripped and searched, the broken tower computer, the paperless drawers, the white dress at the doorway, the CPU blinking on the ground. My mind caught it. My hands snapped to my side, raising my rifle to the doorway. Nothing. I gazed just over my optic. At this range, you don't really have to worry about accuracy when across a 6-meter long room. Still, nothing. Just the dark halls of the house. I lowered my rifle, letting a blast of hot, tense air release from my lungs. I was fucking losing it, between my rage running rampant and my mind playing tricks. Yo, so apparently Rosie found some shit on the computer? Isaac had walked into the room. He shoved his hands into his pockets, whistling. His Italian-made death cannon slung to his back. Well, hell yeah. I mean, hell no? 'Cause I'ma guess we didn't get anything. But this is a hell of a step from that night we tried to chew his ass out after that storm. It had only been a few months. Cryptically, I was standing in front of the desk, right where I had been, drenched in rainwater and sweat, coughing up pieces of my lung after a multi-mile hell run. Isaac was just in front of the door. Hey, what did your boss say? Crap, I never did tell them, either of them. It had been a busy 20 hours since Roseanne first piled into our SUV. I'll explain later. As I walked out, I remembered the CPU of the computer popping underneath my foot. Take that, Theo. We were downstairs. My rifle, his shotgun, our plate carriers, Roseanne's bag, all piled messily onto a lounge chair in the far side of the living room. As Isaac put it, a gigantic pile of monster-killing supplies. Our banter aside, I told them everything. The phone call, Theodore's tone, how he knew what we had been doing even halfway across the country, and of course, company backup, Isaac said slowly. The meaning of it sank in. Oh boy, let me guess, a van full of armed goons that are gonna drag us off, never to be seen again? I slammed my third Red Bull of the morning. The caffeine hit me hard. Yeah. Right around this point, I stopped to update my draft of this entry. Then I proceeded to get right into weapons cleaning. Don't know what it was about high caffeinated energy drinks heightening my OCD, but I had my 15 disassembled, cleaned, and reassembled in about 3 minutes flat. I started to CLP my Glock. Isaac was pacing back and forth, in and out of my peripheral vision. He was taking this news worse than I was. So, what, is he gonna come here and kill us? I shook my head. I could feel the grim reality of the situation slowly leaking out through my attempted drowsy stoicism. I'll admit, there are a lot of cards stacked against my favor, then and now. I reassembled my weapon, letting the handgun's slight slam forward. Just me. What do you mean just you? There was an offended tone. No, not really offended, more so shocked tone in Isaac's voice. Isaac, look, Theodore never mentioned you, or Rose. This is my mess. I dragged you into this. I created the mess. If things do go south, you two will cut and run, and I'll face Theodore and his corporate goons. Even as I crossed my arms, leaning up against the counter like some Billy badass, I could tell Isaac didn't buy it. I'll admit, a few months ago, I didn't trust Isaac, but his actions thus far earned it from me, and his response really sold me on his character. No, listen, Dwight. I agreed to pitch a tent literally in the office and stay here to help. And now that we've got ghouls at the gate, ghosts in the cellar, and a kid is missing? Dude, listen, kids and people go missing all the time, but I know this one, and I can't just run away knowing I could have helped save him. Isaac stuck out his hand. If you get kidnapped, I get kidnapped. Simple as that. We are nearing the ending stretch of this road. I wanna say in my tired stupor, I said, the hourglass is ticking. A bit overdramatic, but I meant it. I shook Isaac's hand, and a silent nod between the two of us. If I was going in, at least I wasn't going in alone. Hey, Dwight? The accent of a Brit echoed from the living room. Roseanne. She sat cross-legged on the couch, facing the table. She had got it, the laptop John had. And as I walked out, I saw an all-familiar black gunk on the motherboards and circuits. What's up? She held an emerald green computer chip, thankfully using gloves to touch whatever black satanic afterbirth was marinating on the edge of those things. You still got that bag of black stuff? I felt around. I remembered it was in my jacket. That was in the good old control room. Be right back. I popped my key into the lock on the door. Don't know if I mentioned this. I may have, but the walls of the room were made from raw pine. So when I walked in, it smelled like a box of damn car air freshener. In one corner of the room was the tent Isaac had set up. Gotta admit, it had some charm, but I would still prefer he move into one of the 7 bedrooms of this place. In the far corner of the room, the wall of monitors connected to a computer table was positioned against the wall to the outside. I walked over to the chair, digging through my pockets, and that bag felt strange. You know, one of those things you made in middle school science class? The Newtonian compound or whatever it's called? That goo that constantly shifts from liquid to solid, back to liquid. It felt like that. It felt wet, but also dry and solid. Strangely, I let it rest in my hand, and I felt it didn't need any interaction from me to do so. Like it was moving on its own. Thank God I double-backed it. I handed off the bag to Roseanne and pulled all my gear back into my security room. And like that, here I am, a few days later, back in the same exact place. Isaac's milling about in his tent. I think he's playing some game on his phone, and I started my next update on this. Strangely, the lights aren't flickering. I mean, I don't know if it's because there's a high amount of people. But then again, the power turned off when there were 4 of us here. Me, Isaac, Theodore, John. I haven't forgotten about him, but Roseanne was right. We're out of leads. Though she says she's gonna see if working with the goo can yield any results. Wherever he is, he probably can't read this. But if he somehow does, I want him to know we're coming to get you, kid. I promise. Shit. Alright, shit hit the fan. God fucking damn it. I passed out for a nap in my chair. Yeah, I know. But Dwight, you were supposed to be the guardian of the estate and you fell asleep. Well, the state is currently under martial law, and it was broad daylight, so I didn't think it needed a constant security element right now. Anyways, I woke up when the microphone that hooked up to the front gate hot-mic'd. It means a huge amount of feedback comes through, though it only happens when someone on the other end is trying to talk. It awoke me from my slumber. I scrambled in my seat, nearly sliding out of the rolling chair. I looked around. Isaac was still in his tent. I could tell by his muttering through the tent. I checked the monitors. Cam 5, living room, showed Roseanne, still sitting on the couch, tinkering with the different items she found in front of the gate. My mind raced, heart beating off a backdrop of silence, the small hum of the heater in the room lulling me back down. That's when another burst of feedback through the microphone caught my attention. I looked over at the microphone. A small stand-up unit with a simple on and off switch and key-in button hooked up to the system. I keyed in a few times, cutting off the static. I gazed at the monitor. Nothing. The eerily empty brown horizon of the forest showed. Trees waving in the wind, orange leaves covered the ground. And yet, no one was in front of it. Maybe someone was hiding underneath? It wasn't unheard of. I had a few incidents with a house back in Kansas City where known burglars got in with that method. No, why would the demonic shit around here even need to hide? Regardless, I keyed in and spoke. Hello? Who's out there? I hung the earpiece of the headset around my neck. Smart choice because another hot mic came in. Listen, this is private property. My usual response got caught up in my throat. I know how this would go. You know what? Screw that. They want to get all fuck? Fine. I was getting bored anyways. I keyed back in. Okay, I get it. You're fucking with me. A loud burst of static cut me off and proceeded to piss me off. Fuck it. You know what? I'll just unplug the damn headset. Shut off the receiver, because no one is ever visiting this godless house. Another burst of static. Then I'm gonna find where you are. I'm gonna torch your forest. Shove dragon's breath so far up your ghoul asses you won't be able to feel the cold again. And I'm gonna get that damn kid back. I let go of the button, expecting another blast of static. Except nothing. I actually raised my eyebrows in surprise. Though I leaned back in when a much lower, subdued hum of static came through the headset. Where is John? I growled. So much so, I don't know if anyone would even be able to make out what I was saying through the scratchy, outdated radio system. With us now. The voice made my hairs stand on edge. It was melodic, gentle, a lot more peaceful than what I was expecting. I stood there, eyes dancing to every single monitor, making sure there wasn't some smiling mongoloid staring back inches from the camera. I looked back to the front gate. Empty. Who is this? For a few moments, nothing. Then, you should have left my house. What? The monitor projecting the front gate nearly sparked as it snapped off. This thing was probably a $200 flat screen, and it just buzzed and sparked off like it was a box TV. Isaac even jolted in his tent. The sound bounced around the tiny security room. The hell was that? I sat back in my chair, and one by one, the security cameras started to spark. Before all that, I could see a wall of dark, yet still glowing monitors staring back at me. I swallowed hard. My eyes shot over to Isaac's tent flap as it slowly unzipped. He poked his head out, turning towards me. Everything alright, Captain? That's when he saw it. What the hell? A large crash coming from just beyond the door to the hallway caught our attention. It was an empty hallway, too thin to have any furniture, and yet it sounded like a goddamn wardrobe came rolling down. I spun around in my chair. My hand pulled my Glock from my holster.
Roseanne!
I shouted, the sound dulled by the thick wooden walls of the security room. A set of footsteps came from beyond the metal door, and a few knocks.
Dwight?
She struggled with the door. Odd, because it was supposed to be unlocked. Isaac got up and opened it, or at least tried to.
Jesus, Dwight, how do I open this thing?
Just then, a flicker of white caught my attention on the screens. Isaac looked back, yanking on the door, one foot pressing against the wall.
Hey, Dwight?
It's supposed to be. My voice trailed off as it started to type on the screen, a single sentence in white, pixelated text on the center monitor that read, Cam 09, generator. You should have just left. The text then backspaced itself and began to type out more words. You had to be a hero and drag others into this. It didn't need to be anything. The next sentence began to type out. I reached down and yanked the keyboard's cord from the USB port. You have a choice to The line flickered on and off the black screen. Then it backspaced. Fine, when they're all gone, this is all on you. Another loud crash came from far down the hall. To the right of our side of the door, Roseanne began frantically knocking.
Dwight? Dwight?
I bolted over, kicking the lock beneath the doorknob and pulling with my free hand. Isaac had grabbed a shovel and began to try and pry it open. A series of loud crashes worked their way down the hall, towards the door. I slammed my fist on the cold metal.
Roseanne! Roseanne! Get away from the door!
She just kept beating on the door.
Roseanne, there's a gun under the TV. Go get it.
The lights began to flicker. The shitty, long-ass LEDs hanging in the security room began to swing and flicker. Isaac gave up prying it open and just resorted to try and spear it through the door. And then, the lights went out when the crashing reached the door. All light, all sound vanished. For a moment, I thought the world had ended. All ambient light was gone, and I was left standing there, hot breath leaving my lips, looking around, hand on the cold door. Wait, cold door. The damn heater had been on this entire time we've been here. Isaac turned on his phone light, and I did the same. Dwight, what the hell's going on? I just shook my head, trying to go over what happened. My choice. My fault. It's house. I tossed Isaac the keys to the tough box in the corner of the security room. I'm going back to basics on this one. Alamo plan is in effect. The building has been breached by a hostile force. I've got 2 bars. It's been a pain to load anything. Nevertheless, call anyone. Writing this down because if we have been invaded, well, let the record show Isaac and I are gearing up to face them head-on. Not exactly the way I expected this to go. Maybe I expected hostility to arrive a few hours sooner. Fubar. It's a term my old, bitter squad leader told me when we were pinned down on a thin road back in Kandahar. This was when I was just a private, barely my first chevron, crouched behind an armored vehicle as my team leader laid between us with a tourniquet strapped to his arm. Fucked up beyond all recognition, Nolan. You know, I've hit a lot of situations so far that can be classified like that. Here mostly, in this semi-southern woodland town, having taken a contract in the hopes of seeing some work. Guess I never expected my blood to be pumping its highest in my mid-30s, and at a time when the bullets stopped flying past my head. When the lights went out, bathing us in darkness, I remember nearly falling back over my computer chair. Now, normally, your eyes have a natural cat-eye ability to them where they'll adjust to darkness, usually helped by ambient light. It's how after a blackout, you're able to quickly get a sense of where you are. But considering I just stood there, gazing around, not even able to find my own damn hand, there was no light. Not anymore. A full bar. This wasn't the time to panic. Not now. We were in an Alamo situation. The compound has been severely breached, and whatever the hell could be classified as an enemy combatant was now probably within the walls, lurking, hunting. I opened the middle drawer. It had matches, lithium batteries, double A's, triple A's, and a headlamp. Can't see, can't fight. I flicked on the white light setting and glanced around. The pit in my stomach started to decrease a bit. At least now we had light. Oh shit! Isaac's words bounced off the walls of the small room as he stumbled and fell onto his tent inside of the office. It quickly reminded me that we still weren't a fully professional fighting force. Isaac threw the plastic lining off him as I scanned behind him, and I breathed a sigh of relief. My plate carrier and 15 were still there, propped up against the wall. I slipped the lamp onto my head, pulling the vest over my head and strapping it onto myself. Isaac grumbled as he stood up. "This is bad, man." Yeah, it was. I felt around the backside of my jeans, feeling a small ring of keys I'd kept ass-clipped onto a belt loop, pulling off a small master lock key. "Isaac, pop open that crate." I tossed him the key. I was referring to one of the tough boxes propped up just beside where his tent once stood. I saw him hold it in his hand, feeling it with his fingertips. "Busting out the big guns, Sarge?" Something like that. It's a good thing that Isaac spent all $17,000 on pure, unadulterated American firepower that day, oh so many weeks ago. Right now, we were trapped in a small security room, while God knows what could have already secured most of the compound, let alone the dark close quarters building we were in. We had to turn back on small J cams. I already mentioned it. Alamo. In the event of a breach of compound, we retreat back to the deepest, most secure part of our fortifications, load up and hold out. That's probably what they wanted. Us to stay here, wait out the storm, while they gathered strength outside, waiting to drown Isaac and I in whatever darkness they currently had Roseanne in. No, not today. We had come too far, fought too hard for it to end like that. I filled whatever magazines we had with all the surplus 5.56, shoving them into pouches on my kit in my pockets. Hell, I even went old school and clipped on a Condor gun belt. Isaac's carrier was outside on the couch in the living room, along with this Benelli death cannon. In another time, I probably would have given him all kinds of hell for leaving his weapon. But that's when I was a pit bull, about 10 years younger, and hadn't worn down my temper like I had my niece. This also wasn't a trained American soldier we were talking about, although that just sounds rude. Isaac might not be trained. He might not even know how to fight. Well, but goddamn if he hasn't stood by my side and fought with me so far. "What you got for me?" Isaac asked giddily as he pulled on a gun belt of his own. It was lined with pouches upon pouches of 12 gauge, buckshot, slugs, with an additional pouch strapped to the very back, marked in red and black. I tossed him a short-barreled member of the shotgun family, the Mossberg 590. It was stocky, to the point, might not have had range, but I kept it here with the express purpose of being able to fight in tight corridors of the house. And by God, if it wasn't needed now more than ever. I slung to my front as Isaac loaded a handful of slugs into the Mossberg and tried for the door. Locked. I tried from our side, but it wasn't budging. No good. I backed up, taking aim at the door. "You ready?" I asked Isaac. He nodded. I tapped the upside of my fist against my head, to Isaac's confusion. You got a headache?" I sighed, though I really shouldn't have. Should have known better. "Breach." "What?" "It means breach." "With what?" "The 12 gauge boomstick in your hand. Now put it against the lock and blow it." All of the action movies he must have seen probably came flooding back, because Isaac ran forward, shoving the muzzle of the gun against the door. With an explosion of sparks and wooden fragments, I saw the brass cover of the door's knob and lock fall off. Thankfully this time, I put on a pair of electronic ear protectors. 3 times the charm. Isaac pulled the door open and I went charging forwards. The hallway opened into a T, so I'd go and cover the living room while Isaac... Wait, this wasn't the hallway. My headlamp saw that the area really opened up into something that made me groan with pure dread. It was a library. The library Isaac and I had stumbled into on our last adventure into this haunted fucking house. Same rectangular design, same old dim orange candelabras lining each of the corners, same dusty-filled air that hung like a light snowfall. As I dropped my muzzle, Isaac came rushing in behind me, shaking the carpet so wildly it telegraphed every one of his steps.
Alright, that's... Oh, now this again?
Took the words right out of my mouth. I reached up and pulled my left muff off my ear ever slightly, allowing me to hear the natural sounds around us. Isaac and I were staring down either end of one of the aisles alongside the library's longer side, and I don't know whether it was the walls or the dust, but all sound seemed muffled. Like there was no ambient noise, just a pure void where either Isaac's or my own shuffling and breathing broke it. I don't think we solved our basement problem, Dwight.
You think? Now the whole damn house is gone.
My left hand shot back to the foregrip of my rifle as I scanned in front of me. Normally, with a proper team, I'd have this entire room cleared by now, but we weren't a proper team. It was just us, and we stood there, complacent, waiting, stood still like two fucking goats waiting to get cut down.
What's the play?
Isaac asked. He now backed up, pressing up against the back of my kit.
What was the play?
I thought about it. My cheek welded to the buttstock. No sounds, meaning we were alone. But were we? Did the ghouls and creatures hunting us create sound here? Was the sound just high blood pressure fucking with our eardrums? Was it at all detrimental that in a combat situation, my mind rushed to menial fucking questions? No. Yes. Yes. But no. Not unnatural. Then, that's when we heard it. From the aisle to my right, just behind the bookcase, I could hear a set of heavy and fast footsteps cutting the trail from Isaac's end to mine. I didn't know what it was, who it was. It could have been Roseanne, but all I know is it was coming towards the opening near me. Fast. One flick downwards. Semi. With quick and calculated precision, I took aim for a spot on the bookcase I knew it was at, and I slammed down on the trigger. All of the training I had acquired suddenly flooded back as I fired into the bookcase in large, fast groups, tearing up the novels and dictionaries and whatever else was on the shelf. Isaac joined in. Spinning around, he fired off a slug that cut right through a wooden divider, causing the entire shelf to sag in the middle. Then, silence. I peered over my holographic sight, peering into the now settling fall of torn up paper and wooden shards. Through my right ear, I could hear Isaac breathing heavily. A metallic clink told me he'd slammed fire all his ammo, and the clicking afterwards told me he was reloading. My left ear was ringing. I guess I had forgotten to put that muff back over my ear before I decided to light up the shelf like it was a tango at 3 o'clock. I mean, in this circumstance, I guess it was, regardless. Isaac slammed his shotgun's fore end home, scanning the shelf up and down.
Think we got it? If we didn't, Isaac, we've got bigger fucking problems. Cover me.
I pied the corner of the shelf as I approached, using whatever was left of it to provide a slow but steady cover point that I was able to clear it from. My mind raced as to what might greet me. The creature from the backyard, back to seek its revenge? John? Roseanne? As I rounded the corner, quickly clearing all openings, the ball in my throat cleared.
Dwight, what is it? See anything?
My throat cleared with a frustrated sigh.
No, nothing.
Another set of footsteps, this time on Isaac's side, running along the short side of the rectangle. Isaac was the first to fire. Through the dim light of the library, I could see an explosion, and a slug rip through 2 shelves as it hit the far wall. As paper and leatherback covers of books flew across the room, I squinted to see what it was. I saw something. Someone? A humanoid, small, running. It was too dark. The air was too polluted. I couldn't see who, but I saw something that gave me enough reason to pick up and run to the far end to beat it. I remember trying to yell at it, as if whatever was in the woods gave a rat's ass about my words or wands.
Stop!
As I hit the far aisle, I pivoted on my right foot and raised my rifle, only to be staring down at Isaac, who held the Mossberg at his hips. Isaac tipped his gun back, holding the barrel in the air. What the hell was going on? I scanned both sides of the aisle, and that's when I saw it. Embedded in a spot where another bookcase should be was a wooden door, plywood with old yellow paint peeling off at its edges. I pied the 3-inch indent it made, as if something were to be hiding there waiting to kill me. Probably just nerves. Isaac shook his head. I guess there's no hope of seeing any of the regular house now? I shook my head, reaching in with my offhand. Not unless we keep going. I guess that's the play. Was what I was saying even making sense? Did any of this make sense? Shit was spiraling out of control. Was what we were seeing, shooting, running through even real? I try to believe it was. If anything, just to keep myself grounded. Locked. I backed off, shouldering my rifle. I tapped the front side of my head, and Isaac came in close with a shotgun. Another explosion of wood and metal shards, and the door shook wildly. This time, I didn't wait for him to pull it open. I charged forward, raising my boot and kicking the door in. Isaac followed close behind, and both him and I nearly tripped over a small long pink piece of furniture that laid across just before the door. A bed. A child's bed. Aged. Like the chipped walls, where it seemed like blue and white wallpaper once was plastered across, had sunk in. A white and pink quilt was now old, torn up and rotted. The room was almost as small as the security room, maybe a couple of meters long, a few across. I pulled my rifle up against me, backing up to gain space. That's when my back hit a wall. The wall. The door we came into was no longer there, just more peeling wallpaper with chipped wood furnishings. No going back. I instead brought my left foot to the edge of the bed, feeling the frame, and kicked it against the wall to my left, out of the way. The bed must have collided with some sort of dresser, because I noticed a wave of papers flew off into the center of the room. Out of my peripherals, I noticed there were drawings, colorful ones. I walked up to the far side of the room. A window. Turning off my headlamp to avoid any glare or reflection, I gazed out. It was darkness. The void. Maybe 1 or 2 inches of space. And then, it seemed like it hit a sea of literal physical darkness. No trees, lights, ghouls, monsters, people. Just darkness. The sounds of objects falling onto the wooden floor caused me to spin around. And I saw it was just Isaac. But something was off. Isaac, you alright? He stood there, shaking his head, and had this glassy filter over his eye. Yeah man, just... His right hand holding his gun dropped, as his left hand pinched his temple. It's gotta be all this stuff in the air. I think it's giving me a headache. He took a few steps forward, nearly slipping on one of the papers on the floor, causing him to brace against the wall. Jesus, what the hell's with all this stuff anyways? Something also clicked in my head. A few seconds ago, one of the drawings fell right across the light of my headlamp. It was colorful, fresh, new, like someone had just went to town on a stack of sheets, unlike all of the walls and furniture where the colors were faded and old and looked like they had been put through the dark age. I pulled my rifle into its workspace, close to my shoulder with the muzzle into the air, and grabbed one of the drawings. It was off. Strange. Surreal, I guess. A small girl in white and pink dress was in a field, surrounded by trees. A blue sky messily colored in above, with flowers on the ground. Although it seemed intentional, the edges of the trees were curved. A clearing? And a house stood tall in the background, several pointed edges of its rooftops. I tossed it aside and picked up another. This time, a much darker version of the forest. Bodies of trees, devoid of leaves, with grey bark filled the area. In the distance, bathed in light, was the Kazamoth estate. I knew it was because it was a spitting image of it. A grey concrete wall with curled barbed wire, and a large brown wooden building in the middle. Though at the edges of the trees, in the dark patches, eyes watched. Not cartoonishly red or evil eyes, Plain white eyes with no irises, surrounded by dark patches of dead skin, staring down from all angles. The eyes I knew I had seen in the storm. Whatever drew these knew what was going on and wanted me to see them. I felt a drop of sweat run down the side of my head as a chill shot up my spine. Was it probably from all the running and gunning? Probably, yes. But I have to admit, this was all getting under my skin. The sweat on my hand sunk into the paper as I turned over another. It was us. The gang. The small trio I had assembled in the parking lot just before we pulled out this morning. Last morning. Was it even the same day? Forget about it. Roseanne sat inside while I leaned on the front bumper, smoking a cigarette, and Isaac sat up against the rear bumper, head down. They were exact portraits of us, albeit drawn in crayon. Me, beard, black hair, leather jacket, jeans. Roseanne, purple beanie, white coat, green hardback journal. Isaac, trucker's flex cap, Hawaiian shirt, cargo pants. And no, some sort of dark strand coming out of his back. The black Crayola line etched deep into the paper, intently as it led back to the woods. I dropped the paper and stood up, flipping on my headlamp as I gazed at Isaac. His head was hung low, his breathing heavy, slight shivers in his shoulders as he leaned up against the shelf, his right hand barely hanging onto the pistol grip of the Mossberg. "Isaac?" No response. "Isaac?" My voice shook a bit, my thumb plastered against the selector switch as I waited, praying what my gut told me was going on wasn't going on. "Isaac, you better come clean right now, if that ain't just a headache or flu." A series of heavy pants and coughs came from him. His head still hung low, obscuring his eyes. I took a step forward. A large impact into the window behind me caused me to spin around. Something had hit the window from within that dark void and had caused a large break in the glass to form. I aimed my rifle at the window. Now there were two threats. One external, one internal. God, don't let the internal be true. Another thud from an unseeable force caused the glass to crack. The spiderwebbing break widened even more. "Isaac, we need to go." He instead just stood there, now shivering. Great, just fucking great, Dwight. I gazed around. The door we had entered from was gone. The window was now becoming a breach point for something else. The back left corner. A door that, for some reason I didn't see in my initial sweep of the room, had appeared. A large toy box lid in front, with a chair propped up beside it. In an attempt to hide it, I let my rifle drop, slung to my front, as I grabbed the box and heaved it to the other side of the room. I tried the handle. Locked. God damn it. I raced over to Isaac, reaching for a shotgun. Except, his previous limp, sweaty fingers now clung onto the trigger like it was a pot of fucking gold. He stood there still, head down, sickly, but wouldn't let go. I cursed under my breath and reached for a drop holster on my right leg. My Glock 19 wasn't a preferable breaching tool, but under current circumstances, it would have to do. I shoved the barrel nearly down the damn keyhole before yanking on that trigger more times than I can count. The door shuddered and shook, but after enough shots and yanking on the handle, the bolt inside broke, and I pushed it open. Another impact, followed by the sound of glass falling onto the wooden floor, caused my hairs to stand up at fucking attention. I grabbed Isaac by his shoulder and pulled him after me. "Isaac, we are leaving!" As I shoved him into the hall and reached the door, the sound of the glass shattering, followed by a horrifying growl and roar, caused me to kick the damn door back into place. Isaac began to mutter at this point, hysterically, as I nearly pulled a muscle shoving a gigantic cabinet in front of the door. Just as it eclipsed the door to the bedroom, it shook violently. More growls and roars like before emanated from within. This wasn't the Casamoth estate. We were not the protectors. This wasn't our home. We were being hunted. I pulled Isaac along with my free arm, as he now began to sound like a fucking asylum patient. The hallway was old, weathered, like a Victorian-style house had been put through 70 years and 2 hurricanes. Rugs and floorboards torn up, plaster littering the floor, and all of the fucking doors locked. Except for one. Infirmary. I shoved Isaac inside as I swung the door closed. It had 6 damn locks. Why do you even need that many? For an 8-room? Well, not any infirmary I'd ever seen. I turned back to the room in front of us. It was probably 7 meters across, a foot long, just big enough for some cabinets, a sink, counters, and a metal operating table along the far wall. Important to note was the room was split. The bottom half, along with the entirety of the floor, was littered with old, cracked tiles you'd find in a shower. The top was white paint that had seen better days. I looked around for Isaac, who now sat in one of the back corners, hands grabbing his face, sobbing hysterically. Something deep down inside sunk seeing this. For a person who had been so chipper, so positive throughout all of this, especially after that pep talk we had in the kitchen, crumbling to this, I smothered it. He'd be fine. If he was even fine to begin with. I went through my basic checks. All my mags and gear was still on me. The door was secure. The loud, drumming sounds of the bedroom door down the hallway told me something was still trying to get in. Isaac was a possible threat, and I don't know how much ammo I had wasted. I quickly loaded a fresh mag into my Glock, shoving it back into its holster. The one I had loaded into my rifle was windowed, and showed 11 rounds left. Yeah, I guess we are taking the suppressive part of suppressive fire very literally. I slapped a fresh mag into the rifle and thought to myself, alright, green on ammo. Next.
Dwight,
Isaac mumbled. For the first time in what seemed like forever, he spoke. I gazed up, my right hand tight on the rifle's grip as I looked him over. He sat knees in arms, eyes buried into his kneecaps, with his left arm extended, pointing at the operating table.
Isaac, what's wrong?
He said nothing, just his shaky finger pointing at the operating table. The booming sounds of whatever was trying to enter the hall continued as I glanced across it. Its chrome finish was still surprisingly intact and reflective, albeit with several spots showing age and rust. A black cushion on top, with straps for... I don't want to think about it. And on top laid, another paper, drawing side up. I walked over, my boots squeaking and crunching off the tile floor as I approached the table. It was a picture of this room, at a different time, in a different place, facing from the back wall outwards, towards the door. The girl was strapped into the operating table, crying with cuts and stitches all over her face. In the back corner of the room, there was a figure. The way it was drawn, it looked like TV static, but not at the same time. Blurry, but I could make out it was a man. And it just stood there, in the far corner, facing her. I ran my thumb along the corner of the paper and I realized, through my light bleeding through it, there was another drawing on the other side. Me? I stood there, facing the now empty, torn up operating table, my rifle crudely drawn across my chest, a headlamp illuminating the area around me in a triangle. I could see Isaac in the fetal position, like he was, in one of the corners, and that staticky, smeared, blurry man peering just over my shoulder. I then realized the banging on the door in the hallway had stopped. Before my synapses could even comprehend, the drawing was dropped, my selector switch on semi, and I had spun around to see her. Although this time, it wasn't out of the corner of my eye in the basement. She stood there, dressed now a dirty white and torn, staring me down. A smile was pulled across her dead, cracked lips as she raised her head to look at me, with white, beady eyes surrounded by black, sunken rings. The last words I remember as my headlamp flickered off. Gotcha. I awoke to a cool breeze across my face. My head was pounding as I pulled the black fleece beanie from in front of my eyes. Hey, Sergeant Knowles? Sergeant? I rubbed my eyes. Black, oil and dirty coated mechanics gloves that I'd worn for probably my entire tenure gripped the steering wheel of the truck I was in. I looked out the windshield. We were inside the wire of a large camp, and around the truck. Why we were here started to leak back in from a long-forgotten memory. A near 500-mile patrol that had taken almost 2 days across the province. We were low on everything, from rounds to fuel to water to MREs. So we were bedded down in the motor pool of our halfway point compound for the night. But that was almost a decade ago. Why was I here? Sergeant? My eyes shut just outside of the door. A kid in grey digital camo gear with a worn chamois scarf wrapped around his neck stood there. I remember this kid. 5'5", stocky. My Bravo leader had a sick sense of humor and made him a saw gunner. What is it, Davies? Sergeant Walker wanted to speak with you. He's by the tower. Sergeant First Class Nicholas Walker, my old platoon sergeant. Alright, go get some sleep. He shuffled back to his rock and whoopee and was passed out before I had grabbed my M16 and dropped out of the truck. Around us, beige armored vehicles laid silent and still, and the entire area was coated in a thick layer of frost, not unusual to Afghanistan. If I was right, it was the middle of winter. Sergeant Walker was up on a catwalk, positioned by a cylinder guard tower on the northern side of the compound. The entire area was maybe 100 by 100 meters, tucked on the edge of a mountain, made for a great target for snipers and RPGs, which showed the size of Walker's brass balls, I guess. When he was just standing there, M16 clung to his front, staring off into the distant mountains with a pair of binoculars. He barely gave me any word as I stumped up the metal stairs and stood alongside him. Sergeant? Nolan? Warning. He had a thick, Georgian accent from the deep south. Man was taller than me, built like a brick shithouse, the kind of man you needed to lead a group of soldiers in a war zone. A puff of hot air escaped my lips as I exhaled, gazing out at the dark horizon. Playing chickens with the snipers again, Sergeant? A small huff, a chuckle, very rare from him. We've been doing that for months now, Nolan. It catches us all. I looked at my watch. 01:35, 22 of December, 2010. 7 months into my 4th deployment. 3 months after. You wanted to see me? I watched as hot air seemed to spew from beneath Sergeant Walker's Kevlar-like smoke coming from a dragon's nostrils. We nearly got hit on that second bend coming in. Second squad alright? I scratched the back of my neck between my helmet straps. Yeah, I sent the guys to bed early. Did all the SI and vehicle checks myself. We stood in silence for minutes, but it felt like hours, just staring out, watching the mountains. Walker sighed, shaking his head, and looked back into the binos. I'm sorry about Clancy. I raised an eyebrow. This wasn't something he usually talked about. Straight to the point, no dilly-dallying about past losses or events. No rest for the wicked, as he said. But we've been losing guys, and it's not our fault. Just a bad hand, Nolan. First, they won't give us the Rhino to protect against forward IEDs. Then, it's bad intel leading us to fucking contact after contact. Walker shook his head. But Clancy was on me. I should have done better scanning after we got hit. I know I don't usually talk like this, but that's been burning in my mind for months now. I buried my hands into my pockets, an act vilified in garrison. But out here, not so much. Like you said, Sergeant, bad hand. A bad hand. A platoon fed into a meat grinder for months on end, with the seeming intent to get us all killed. Bad hand, yeah. Gotta make do with what you got. Maybe when this is all over, we can move on, hopefully. But right now, you need to play your hand and wake up Dwight. Dwight? He's never called me by my first name before. What did you say, Sergeant? Walker dropped his binoculars, his hazel eyes staring me down as he let them hang around his neck. Dwight, wake up. The past faded away as I woke up face first on a metal floor, my head pounding. The area around me had a sort of orange glow. As I opened my eyes, I noticed strange ornate candelabras standing in rows against the far metal walls. The ground tasted like dirt and iron from the red dust covering it. At least, I hope to God it was red dust.
Dwight?
Roseanne's voice, distant and wavy, shouted from behind me.
Dwight?
I drove my right hand into the ground, pushing myself onto a knee. My rifle laid on the ground in front of me, and my kit hung ragged, disheveled, as if something tried to pull it off. Roseanne stood there. With her, the girl with sunken eyes held an iron grip so tight that Roseanne, a fully grown woman much taller than her, struggled to get out of her grip.
Dwight?
Roseanne shouted, waving at me with her free hand. I gritted my teeth, raising my right hand as my left hand grasped my temple, trying to ease the pain. Roseanne waved her hand and pointed behind her.
The effigy! Shoot it!
I blinked my eyes, trying to focus on what laid behind her. The operating table from before, but now at the back of a white room, the size of a small gymnasium. Where were we? I don't know, but I could see it had some sort of object on it, made of twigs, twine, and her own ripped up and bloodied pink and white dress wrapped around it. I haven't asked Roseanne, but I wondered, still wonder, what kind of voodoo shit is this? Paganism? Something from the Middle East? Witchcraft? My soldier calculus didn't ask this though. It just knew what it had to do.
Shoot it, Dwight!
Shoot. Somewhere deep down, I laughed, hearing how she needed my way of doing things. But laughing would have to wait. My right hand shot to my thigh, pulling out my Glock, and I took aim. 3 shots, aimed with precision at the operating table that was maybe 20 meters away. Barely got 10 meters as they hit some sort of invisible field, crushing as if they had hit an Abrams head-on and fell straight down against the floor. The barrier now rippled like the surface of a lake. But even through the murky wavy field, I could see her, smiling, laughing, gripping Roseanne's hand tight. Knowing we've been duped, I fired again. The slide shot back. A 9mm round shot out and was crushed against the barrier. Rounds couldn't get through, so what could? I gazed around, looking for something, anything. That's when a set of footsteps running at me caused me to turn. It was Isaac. Up until now, I hadn't thought about where he had been. But there he was, running full force at me, arms outstretched, eyes sunken, white and beady. His growl was inhuman and rabid as he rammed into me, still on a knee and feeling like I barely knew what was happening. But he still managed to force me, a man who had not only size but probably weight and fighting skill on him, into the barrier. And God, did it sting. It felt like touching the surface of a grill, but instead of only just the metal bars, it was an entire flat surface, burning through my skin, my clothes, my hair. I yelled out, for the first time in a long time, out of instinct. Isaac, or whatever had taken hold, now digging his heels to shove me into it. My mind raced, under siege by pain, by anxiety, by fear, by anger, by adrenaline, searching for an order, for a goal. My mind raced. 16 years of fighting, of combat, of being a soldier, then a soldier for hire, then a civil servant. All coming to an end. Here, overwhelmed by darkness, failing to protect those I signed and swore to, allowing the darkness to overtake an entire family, and dragging down friends with me. I searched for my name. Dwight Nolan, former US Army Staff Sergeant, 4 tours in the Middle East, having seen more of Afghanistan than my own home. No, I was not going down like this. Too many battles, too much fighting to succumb to this.
Dwight, fight back!
Roseanne's voice bellowed from beyond the barrier. All the training, all the animalistic instinct to fight the evils of my country, now to fight the evils of fucking existence itself, came rushing to the surface. I roared, meeting Isaac's own rabid state of mind with that of my own will to not fucking die. I grappled, scrambled, shoved his arms from my shoulders and slamming my goddamn head into his, forcing him back. My hand reached for my Glock. It wasn't there. It was on the floor. A quick dive, 2 shots right to his. No. I stopped myself. Isaac is my goddamn friend. He's been with me for this entire ordeal. I'm not gonna stab him in the back, leave him to this, no matter how fucked up this was getting. No time for sentiment, as Isaac came lunging in again. If he was gonna go high, fine. I ducked down and grabbed Isaac around his waist, picking him up and Matt Hughes style running and slamming him into the ground, forcing him on his back. I gazed into his eyes, wide, full of rage, of a rabid frenzy. His mouth foamed and black ooze leaked from beneath his makeshift eye patch.
Kill you,
Isaac roared as he clawed at my face, his fingers digging into the scar of my right cheek. Anger rose to the surface as my fist balled up and slammed right into his nose. His head bounced off the floor, but whatever possessed him obviously gave 2 single fucks about concussions as he just sat up again. Our scrap continued as Isaac forced us both back to his feet, now trying to bite down onto my shoulder. I shoved him off, kicking out one of his legs and seeing we were now nearing one of the walls. I ran in and this time tackled Isaac into the steel surface. Our probably collective 350 plus pounds caused the metal in whatever labyrinth we were in to groan as we connected. I kicked out one of Isaac's legs and shoved him into a row of candelabras. Oil and wax splashed out as they dominoed down with him towards the barrier. I backed off, shielding my face. Then I saw it. As the fiery oil splashed out, it passed right through the barrier, seemingly untouched. Rounds couldn't go through. But fire did? Was that it? Fucking fire? I stood there, baffled, not even caring about Isaac as he riffed. But how was I gonna use fire? I looked down at Isaac, and then it hit me. On his gun belt, aside from all the pouches of slugs and buckshot, the one on the back, marked in red and black.
Kill you,
Isaac scrambled to his feet, stumbling over candelabra stands as he lunged at me. I underhooked him. An inhuman level of strength allowed Isaac to battle me, but I had a few tricks up my sleeve that his feral mind didn't. Slipping around to his back, I kicked out one of his knees and wrapped my left arm around his neck, allowing me to control him, for now. We were now both on our knees. I quickly looked him up and down. Thank God, his Mossberg was on its sling. The size of the horseshoe up my ass I must have had to not have it go off in the scuffle. I pulled it off and slipped it between the bent part of my right leg, a tactic used to reload rifles. But I think I could be forgiven for this makeshift use of this tactic given the circumstances. My right leg fumbled with the clip on the mull pouch. Isaac's hand dug into my arm. With just a t-shirt on, he scratched at the skin. I bit down the pain, anxiety and the will to push on. I opened the pouch and dug out a very specific shotgun slug. A golden brass top with a bright orange body. Dang ink, 12 gauge. Dragon's breath. Isaac growls and screams through his foamed over mouth as I fumbled with the Mossberg. With all of Isaac's thrashing, simply shoving it into the weapon was 1,000 times harder. Once it clicked in, I pulled the gun up by its forend and shook it up and down, racking the slug. Holding Isaac close in that hold, I raised the shotgun up with my right hand, feeling like a badass action hero. But hell, given the circumstances, the laws of conventional tactics are now out of the window. I took aim. I guesstimated 20 meters. Dragon's breath should have a minimum range of 30. Let's hope I was right. I pulled the trigger. Even if it has no real recoil, a pillar of fire and sparks spewed from the muzzle of the shotgun. The entire center of the back wall, where the operating table was, became engulfed in hellfire unlike anything these demons had probably ever seen. The Mossberg dropped from my right hand as I underhooked Isaac's right arm and gazed over at Roseanne and the girl. Roseanne had successfully escaped her grasp, mostly because she had let go. She stared at the operating table and then back at me in horror, her sunken, lifeless, evil eyes now showing a very lively, very fearful stare. Fear on the face of those that are supposed to go bump in the night. The creatures that have plagued this place for a while. This was more definitive than the backyard. It felt pure, like an actual victory. The effigy began to hiss and spark, and I held onto Isaac. All I could mouth to the entity, the girl, was one word. Gotcha. As quick as I blinked my eyes, I found myself seated in the rolling chair in my security room. Immediately, I jumped up and looked around. Everything was just as it had been. My leather jacket over the back of the chair, a rifle and plate carrier against the wall. All the monitors showing their proper views. I swung open the door. This time, no power outages or mysterious fucking libraries barring me.
Isaac? Roseanne? John?
I looked around. Isaac was passed out on the couch, hat over his face. Roseanne turned in her chair towards me, a confused expression on her face. Dwight, are you alright? I was speechless. I looked up. The afternoon sunlight was pouring through the windows. Heavy snow built up at the edges. Something in me finally clicked. I stormed over to the couch, knocking Isaac's cap off with my left hand. I then slapped him across the face as my right hand gripped my Glock. What? Dwight? Isaac asked, confused, rubbing his face. He let out a dry burp as he stood up, and I backed off.
You possessed?
I asked, though my words seemed not to click with him.
What?
I stared down at him with a vengeance.
Are you possessed?
Isaac noticed my hand on my gun, and he held up his hands in surrender.
Jesus, man.
I know I might have some demons. You know, alcoholism and shit. But they ain't gonna kill you. Although some liquid courage might ease your nerves. A hand on my left shoulder caused me to jump, backing up against the stairwell banister. Roseanne held her hands up. Dwight, it's over, alright? However, I'm sad to say, it's not. We regrouped, reassessed, went over what the hell happened. Isaac barely does. No burn marks on my back, none on Isaac. John, however, is still gone. I searched every goddamn nook and cranny, but the kid is gone. However, Roseanne says she might have a solution after spending time with that thing wherever we were for those short 23 hours. She's gone outside, says she needs to be in tune with the earth. I guess that explains her fucking conservatory level of plants in her house. We have been gone for a few days or so. I hope she fed and watered them in advance. Isaac says he doesn't know what happened, but I'm not gonna be so quick to let him off the hook, whether intentional or not. I don't know the full extent of what happened. I've barely had an hour or so to process everything. From those weird-ass rooms, to the things, to the dream. Barely enough time to really get a grasp. It doesn't look like I'll be getting it anytime soon either. A van just pulled up to the gate, and a very familiar, stocky European man waddled out of the snow up to the intercom.
Hello? Is this Cazamoth Estate? We got order for you. You order small armory? Come, let us in.
I've gotta go. Sort out however much Gulf War land lease Isaac purchased from these guys. Afterwards, we need to regroup with Roseanne and decide what to do next. John is still missing, and he's out there with whatever the source. It's time to end this. This is Dwight Nolan, signing off. We'll be back. This is it. I guess I should have known when I stepped out onto the porch after that surreal experience inside of the Cazamoth house. Snow's been setting in now. The fall's gone. I knew that the second I had to push hard on the front door to get it open. Roseanne took the lead and broke off for the perimeter wall. Said she needed to convene, whatever that meant. Isaac and I approached the Europeans as they drove their van through the gate, swerving and parking it not far from the porch, right side towards us. We must have looked like a bunch of crazy militiamen, what with Isaac's one-eyed, bearded, grizzly Adams look, and my walking with body armor and an AR strapped to my chest. The stocky Eastern European man dropping out from the van caught me by surprise.
Isaac,
Comrade, we have brought you supply. Guess we didn't shake them none. Thankfully, using the emergency credit card that Theodore keeps inside of a false red brick, right side, third up on the second row, Garrel and Merkel were able to bring news a whole goddamn van full of reassurance. Theo did say that this was only to be used under extreme circumstances. After the past few months, I'd say we're well past extreme circumstances. Gareth opened the back of the trunk as Merkel proudly presented us with the goods. Boxes on fucking boxes of surplus 556, many of which were already preloaded into metal magazines. Cost a bit, but it would save us the hours it would take to hand load them all. On top of that, we've got road flares, smoke grenades, canisters specifically marked with an orange diamond. If my munitions knowledge isn't out of date, best not to play with those too close to your literal chest. Shotgun shells of all kinds, and a few new toys, one of which was a slick pistol I'd seen plenty of a special weapons guy use back in Chicago. An FN 5.7 chambered in, well, 5.7 millimeters. Might not be as powerful as a Desert Eagle, but its accuracy and the fact that it can carry 31 damn rounds made me jump at the chance to carry it as a second. Well, technically, a third now. It was when I was inspecting it, Merkel chimed in while showing Isaac some shells. So, you two are working out here, correct? Isaac looked over his shoulder at me. I stayed quiet. He was the one with the rapport with these two. Right on cue, he cleared his throat. Something like that. You know, running, gunning, driving a senile witch lady around, shooting creatures in backyards, fighting demons in basements. He then crossed his arms, feeling oh so pleased with himself. It's been an eventful tenure up here at Casamoth Exterminators Incorporated. Is that the name we're going for now? I guess it is. Shooting. Merkel, stockier, short one pondered. Gareth spoke. So, you say you shot these, creatures? Isaac nodded. Not like a distant silhouette like the rest of the townsfolk. Like, actually seen what lurks in the woods? What do they look like? How many rounds do they, take? Are there multiple species? Is it? Isaac held his hands up. Listen, fellers, I said we shot at some. I'll be honest, I don't know what the fuck's going on with this place, even months now. But I know one thing, they took the kid, and we've gotta load up and shoot 'em all to get him back. You feel me? A dark look seemed to grow in their eyes. Gareth looked off, scratching his neck. Merkel crossed his arms. A child. Yes, they seem to like to disappear. How long ago? Isaac scratched the back of his head. I gazed at my watch. Less than a few days. Few days? Merkel buried his bearded lips in his palm, probably thinking about something. By now, I'd gathered a bunch of items in a tough box, dragging it out of the back and heaving it up. Look, gentlemen, it's always a pleasure receiving absurd amounts of firepower, but we have a job to do. I gave a nod to Isaac and carried it in. As I did, I noticed Roseanne over by the wall. She seemed to be kneeling. I knew well enough by now to let her do whatever she needed. God knows what would happen if I disturbed her. Probably would be trapped inside a rock for the rest of my life. Or a tree. Probably a tree. Now or never. Been a while since I did a full load up on supply. Like a mission style load up. Despite all of the YouTube videos and operator channels recommendations, I'll be carrying 9 magazines, with a 10th loaded in my 15, 6 on my gut, 3 on my belt. My Glock was moved to my left side as a backup for my backup in case I found myself really in the shit, which, considering past situations, was likely. The 5.7 was my new sidearm, strapped to my thigh on a drop holster. It was around this time I checked the weather, and boy oh boy, it was getting cold. Like Georgia cold, hate your life cold. Despite how much I loved it, I ditched my leather jacket, instead sporting a black soft shell and a beanie. A pair of clear Oakleys because last thing I need is to repeat Isaac's accident out here. No offense, brother. Stuffing the rest of the magazines along with a shit ton of smokes for concealment, flares, and incendiaries into my pack, I heaved one strap over my shoulder and hit it out. It was by this time I saw that, number 1, the Europeans were still here. Isaac sat on the bed of their van talking to them, though it seemed by the amount of shotgun shell bandoliers he had done his own kitting out. And 2, Roseanne was still over by the wall praying. Was it praying? Meditating? Demon whispering? I'll have to ask her. I waltzed over, dropping my assault pack by the back tire of their van. Isaac whistled. Damn, Sarge, this how you rolled back in the day? Not exactly. It was only midday, and by now I could see my breath in the icy air. Then again, we aren't limited by regulations, so fuck it. I eyed Merkel and Gareth, taking off my Oakleys and clipping them to my plate carrier. What are you two still here for? Sun's gonna be getting low, and you probably know what happens when that happens. Gareth walked to the side of the van facing away, and I could hear one of the side doors slide open. Merkel cracked his neck. Gareth and I were talking. From what it sounds like, you two, or 3. Merkel looked over at Roseanne. His eyes told me he felt uneasy near her. Have faced the best chance against these things. And from what it sounds like, you kill some of them, yes? I nodded. I have sold many guns to many people, not only in this town still, but outsiders, neighbors, family, ones who go in these woods and never come back. Now, you said your child has gone and disappeared. He waved a hand horizontally. Niet, me and Gareth will help you. Help us? Gareth walked from behind the van, now presenting what he was searching for. He held a large elephant gun, bulky body with a gigantic barrel attached to it. With his other hand, he handed an engraved double-barrel shotgun to his partner in Soviet crime. Yes, help you. The way of my ancestors and your old comrades. I knew what he was saying. I nodded. Brothers in arms we are then. Dwight? A voice from behind me so close I could basically feel her on the back of my neck. It's then I remembered. Brothers and sisters in arms. I don't know how no one saw her approach, since we were in an open lot, midday, and the crunch of the snow would be loud as hell. But Roseanne appeared right at the edge of our semicircle. Gentlemen, Isaac, after a bit of convening with almost 7 deities, I believe I have an educated guess of our next move. Educated? Surely you picked up on my relationship with the earth? It did make sense now that I thought about it. All of the plans, her obsession to stay on shore near the grass, how she always sat near that fake as hell plastic tree in the living room. There is a lot wrong with this area, this place, but whatever we're currently against isn't native. Isaac racked his Benelli back, starting to load shells. Native? Like Indians? Roseanne shook her hand, squeezing her temple. No, Isaac, I mean natural. That didn't make sense to me. Are you saying a crap-walking naked man, or fucking Tim, is natural? Roseanne shrugged. I don't know everything, but what I do know is, it's poisoning this area like a virus. The ground, the soul of this place works against it, and to our benefit, it also gives off the direction of its source. Its source? I asked, now getting the idea. Yes, I can guide us, although generally, and if we use the heel-toe express, we might be able to get there in time to save John. If not, we'll at least be able to stop this. We're saving John, Roseanne. I know you want to, Dwight. I'm just saying, if things turn out dirty. Wait, which? Gareth perked up, and her ire turned from me to him. Roseanne. Roseanne, you want us to what? Walk through the damn woods that kidnap people? Turn their guts into spaghetti? And stop this? Roseanne crossed her arms, staring the lanky German down. You said you wanted to help. This is what needs to be done. If you're so scared about walking through the woods, how about you ask my friend over here how he camped in the woods for the last few months? She pointed at Isaac. Both looked surprised. Listen, I know it's not a good option, but it's the only one. Dwight? I looked around at the motley crew and retired staff sergeant, a one-eyed trucker, a fortune teller, and 2 European arms dealers. It would have to do. We would need to take the trail, not only to save time, but since Roseanne's trail led north, it would be a good start. I took the lead, The rest followed in a staggered column type formation. Roseanne was up next to me, pointing out the different shifts and changes in the aura. We saw all types of tracks: deer, foxes, human, what looked like oversized birthmarks. We were nearing tracker 1 when Merkel asked, "So, soldier, you never told me how tough they are." I cracked my neck, my right thumb rubbing the texture of the pistol grip. "What do you mean?" How many bullets do they take?" My mind raced back to the night in the trail. We were near the spot where I was running, rifle in one hand, Glock in the other. One of the creatures walked onto the trail, and in my haste, I trigger-fingered an entire damn magazine into it before colliding with it shoulder first. The fall, the mud, my rifle going off and taking out a chunk of a tree. As I ran my hand along the impact mark on that tree while walking, I shrugged. Depends, although I do know they don't really like to get shot by anything bigger than 9mm. The 2 Europeans cackled from the back. "Oh, don't worry, friend. We have plenty of that to go around." The walk went on for hours, and for the most part, it was uneventful. Maybe it was what transpired in that house, or maybe it was the excessive amount of ordnance dangling off us that caused it. But the woods stayed quiet. Not a bird, nor a deer, nor a hobgoblin jumping out to eat our faces off. Just silence. Roseanne led us all the way to the northern pass, where she led Isaac and the Europeans down a light slope. I turned around, checking down both pathways, and before we knew it, we were off, walking into the pure, absolute unknown. Nighttime found us quickly, very quickly. Roseanne and I led the group through the woods. She felt trees as they went by, running her hands over the bark, the dying leaves of trees and bushes, the sharp pines, like every single point of contact spoke to her. I'm not a religious man, but I'm now a superstitious one, especially after all this shit. One thing is for certain, whatever she was harnessing to lead us, it was real. Definitely real. The winter months were showing their presence loud and clear. By 5 p.m., it was getting dark. The sun was fading away into an orange hue, and we needed to bed down. We found a nice clearing right in the middle of our path, around a 100-meter radius of the woodline, with a slight hill giving us a point to retreat up if we took contact. 5 straight hours of walking through the snow, piss break, more walking, Isaac eating shit in the snow and a shotgun going off, gutting a small tree, me yelling at him, Gareth and Merkel laughing, more walking, Gareth claiming to see a man of vines following us, Merkel claiming he sees a Native American. It was eventful. Isaac and the Europeans were building a fire in the middle of the clearing, our packs all lined around it. I decided to walk over to the woodline to relieve myself. I saw Roseanne had walked over to a far-off oak tree to reach out her palm, and I guess convene with it. I could hear those 3 messing around behind me. "Y'all got any matches?" "Niet. 9. 9? Well shit, give me some here." "No, you fool. 9. As in no." 9 is no? So what? Yes, 5, 2, tomorrow, 3, retake the Rhineland, 4, the Volga River? Merkel chimed in. "How about we use flare?" "Well, I mean shit, we dumped a bunch of kerosene, so maybe not." I was zipping up my pants when a flare of purple light came from behind. I turned around on a dime. Hell, I even saw Roseanne break her gaze to look. All 3 dove behind their packs as the flare and lighter fluid erupted into a large ball. She shook her head as I could hear all 3 of them whooping and hollering as they tossed the wood to burn on it. And somehow, strangely, there was a sense of security and joy in seeing such a large symbol of light in the middle of this place. I soon walked back to the semicircle. Isaac, Merkel, and Gareth were bullshitting as usual, and I took up a watch position. Nothing too high speed, just scanning the woodline for figures, making sure Roseanne hadn't been dragged off. Simple. You could write a book about these 3. "So, Isaac, where are you from?" Gareth asked as he leaned back on his green canvas back. Isaac took a moment to think. "Idaho, I think." "Idaho?" Merkel asked, confused. I laughed. Yeah, you would be from Idaho. Gareth spoke next. You said, I think. You not sure? Listen, it's all kind of a haze ever since I was 8, right? To be honest, I'm not sure how I started to be a trucker. Just that one day, I was waiting to get it repaired. I heard this harmonic singing in the woods. And well, I got lost. Singing? In the woods? What the hell is up with Idaho? Okay, no, that was in Texas, I think. Was it? Isaac scratched his scruffy chin. I think it was. Maybe. Merkel laughed, slapping his knee. You are a crazy guy, Isaac. Crazy guy. We survived this. I want you to work with us. Between all the scruffy hair in his battered eye, Isaac smiled. You know what, Marker? Merkel. Mackerel. I think you got yourself a deal. It was around this time I stood up to check on Roseanne. She'd been sitting away from the fire. She was probably alright, but I knew well enough that lying in the snow, you could literally be frozen in your spot. My advance wasn't quiet, and a small turn from her head showed she wasn't unaware. Hello, Dwight. Roseanne, you doing alright? She nodded. It's close, still so far, but also very close. What's the saying? So close, yet so far? I scanned the dark wood line ahead of her before looking down. She'd been in that position for nearly an hour, on her knees, head down, arm on the tree. How did you get into all of this? She raised an eyebrow. All of what? I gestured around to the woods for some reason, even though her eyes were clearly shut. I let my rifle drop as I crossed my arms. This. Water demons, spirits, house calls for exorcisms? There was a moment of quiet. Then she shrugged. Someone had to do it. You grow up in a town so full of unnatural things, and no one's trying to be some sort of expert or a medium? Someone's gotta try and figure out what it all means. I guess it did make sense. Her nonchalant way of dealing with the going-ons. She wasn't really an expert, just the best the town had. Just a woman obsessed with ghosts, living in a greenhouse, huh? This actually got a laugh out of her, the first I'd seen so far. Tell me, Roseanne, what do you think all of this means? She thought for a minute, her hand still gripping the bark. Before she could speak, well, meow. A voice called out loudly from the woodline. My hands shot to my rifle, shouldering it as I scanned the dark trees. Roseanne didn't move. I don't know if she even could, but I stood right behind her, scanning around.
Ribbit.
Part of me felt like I've been here before, and I had a strange feeling of, not deja vu, but this was familiar. Dwight, it's not a threat. I raised an eyebrow. It? A branch snapping in front of us caused me to turn on the tack light on my rifle, illuminating the man behind the tree. The naked, nearly faceless, crab-walking man. Oh, god damn it. Woof. Its beady eyes and lined mouth stared back in defiance. If it had any muscles in its face, I would have guessed it'd be laughing at me. Like, haha, scared you a second time, asshole. I let my rifle drop as I stood up. I looked down at Roseanne, who was now smirking, her eyes still closed. Something funny, young lady? Woof, the naked, crab-walking man said. I shook my head, running my hand from my beanie down to my chin. Alright, you got me. I held my hands out. Now get out. And just like before, it turned to one side and shuffled away at nearly 60 miles an hour into the darkness. Is that what you call natural to these woods, Roseanne? She didn't respond. I'd walk back to the semicircle, Roseanne still on the edge. Isaac traded spots on watch with me, and I passed out on my back, not letting sleep take me, just a nap to help me make it through the rest of the night. I passed out around 6:23 p.m. It was at 6:25 p.m. I awoke to the sounds of the Europeans running around.
What the hell is that?
I jolted up. Isaac was already aiming a shotgun at something behind me. I fell asleep facing the woodline Roseanne was at, who was still there, unfazed. I staggered to my feet, to see all three of them aiming at something. It stood just in front of the tree line. The light created a small void where the shadows covered it. It stood there unafraid, unfazed, a humanoid. Gareth was in the prone, aiming his elephant gun at it. Merkel was trying to use his hands as binoculars, and Isaac was trying to unjam all of the rounds he tried to slam load into it. Yep, we were going to die out here.
Should I shoot it?
Gareth asked. What if it's a person? Merkel asked.
Do you really think any sane person's gonna be out here at this time of night, Ruski?
Isaac asked. I jogged up to their side of the campfire and knelt down, aiming my rifle at it.
Isaac, keep eyes on Roseanne. This might be a distraction to snatch her up.
Isaac nodded, turning and running over to where she was camped out. I rested my hand on Gareth's right shoulder. He seemed to be a left-handed one.
You got a shot? Take it.
A small chuckle came from the German as he slowed his breathing. One breath, in and out. Second breath, in and out. Third breath, in and... The barrel of the elephant gun erupted as a red-hot round shot out. The muzzle blast was so loud, even my electrical headphones crackled trying to block it. The round went soaring and just missed the figure. The pine tree behind it shook and shuddered as the round hit it head-on. The figure, however, never moved an inch. Instead, remained there. We were less than 100 meters from it, and yet it never made a move to attack. Instead, it said one simple word back.
Hey!
Gotta admit, even in the dire endgame we are. I laughed.
Gareth, stand down.
The German looked confused at my request, but didn't argue when I picked up and jogged over. Gotta admit, it was a short run, but in the heavy-ass snow with all my gear, I was giving off a damn cloud of steam when I approached that damn skeleton.
Timothy,
I said, probably looking like an actual crackhead while talking to this thing. Tim was dead still. No pun intended. Also, I don't think I saw a drop of snow on him at all. His stand was shinier than ever, and I think I remember him wearing a small scarf around his neck. Did skeletons even need scarves? Guess their bones got cold. But was Tim even a real? I'm asking questions that will never be answered.
Narc.
For once, Tim said, not waiting till I was looking away to talk.
Long way from home, Tim. Why you out here?
Silence emerged as a cold wind blew past, moving Tim's scarf, but not rattling his bones at all.
They're here. Narc.
A chill went down my damn spine as he said that.
They?
As in Tim? The silver monsters who'd kidnapped John? Or the unknowns out there watching us from the trees?
They are angry. Narc. They are hungry.
Tim's high-pitched voice echoed through the seemingly empty forest around. To the uninitiated at least, it seemed empty. I knew it was really full of things, beings watching us, staying just out of the light of the fire, waiting to make their move.
Careful, Narc.
I turned and looked back at the campfire. Gareth still aimed down his rifle as Merkel stood up, holding out his arms as if to ask, "Well?" I shrugged, looking back at Tim, who was no longer there. Oh, Tim, how would I have ever gotten here without you? And to think just 2 months ago, I smashed the stock of a 308 into your mouth. Sorry for that, by the way. I walked back over to the camp. By now, the rest of the group was gathering. Roseanne sat cross-legged by her back. Isaac and the Europeans started to continue their legendary talks once more, and I sat there, legs outstretched, rifle resting across my thighs. I knew this couldn't last. The calm, the quiet before the storm. But it felt good. Too good it wouldn't last. Roseanne pulled her legs up to her chest, wrapping her arms around them. "Dwight, get some sleep?" I raised an eyebrow. Up until now, she had said nothing. "You're gonna need it. Trust me. As long as the fire burns, they'll stay away. Get some sleep." I didn't have anything to say in response, truth be told. I was getting tired. Very tired. I awoke to a blast of cold air and snowflakes hitting my face, the wind weaving around my eye pro and piercing my eyes. I stood up, noticing the fire was duller but still burning bright. Isaac helped pull me to my feet. "What's going on?" I asked. Isaac shrugged. "Dunno. A storm rolled in just a few moments ago. Roseanne's trying to get some wood and stuff with the Russians to burn." Even though I could tell he was yelling, I still struggled to hear him. However, I noticed the usually quiet forest around us was lively. Trees cracked and groaned. The wind howled, hissed, and roared. And from the woods around us, the laughing started. The same laughing I heard when the power first went out. The voices I heard while trapped in that storm running. "They're here, Narc." Gareth and Merkel carried 2 large piles of firewood and dropped it into the fire pit. Merkel poured a load of fluid onto the tinder, and Roseanne popped a flare. The fire battled the winter air as it fought for supremacy of the area. Gareth took up his elephant gun and began to scan the area with Isaac and Merkel. Roseanne grabbed onto the front of my plate carrier, pulling me close. "We're surrounded. If this goes out, we're all screwed." Didn't need to tell me twice. I reached down to my left side, pulling out my Glock. "Here." Roseanne took a step back, looking nervous at the weapon. "You might not have used it, or like it, but you're gonna need it." She looked up at me, then down at the handgun, and with a nod, she grabbed hold. I passed her the 4 pistol mags I had for the Glock as she shoved them into the pockets of her bomber jacket. I turned on my rifle's tack light, pointing it outwards as we scanned. "Look out!" Isaac yelled, and I saw it. It looked like a comet coming right for us, but that was an exaggeration. What wasn't an exaggeration was the fact that an engine-sized rock was coming right for us. Everyone scattered in all directions, and I charged out, covering my face. The boulder, as it correctly was, smashed right into the fire, sending burning tinder and lighter fluid-covered flaming branches soaring around in all directions. But more importantly, killing the majority of our light. The laughter was now joined by howls and cheers, as well as roars as I reached for my gun belt. I popped off a red flare. Around, I could see the rest of the group lighting up once as well, as a series of colorful pyros surrounded our former campfire. I ran over to my assault pack, heaving it into my back as I aimed for the woodline. This was it, the calm before the storm. I looked to my left. Isaac gave me a nod and racked his forend forward, chambering a familiar dark orange shell. I looked to my right. Roseanne gripped her pistol nervously. "Which direction are we heading?" I called out in the wind. Roseanne pointed to the north. Of course, it was always the north. Even if we took deviations to the left or right, it led one direction. I rolled up a sleeve on my fleece. One piece of gear I forgot to mention wasn't from Gareth or Merkel, but from the army. It was an electronic watch, usually used by pointmen to track which degree on the map they were heading to. Now sure, you could use a compass, but in this weather, under this light, I'll take the watch's electronic glow over a busted standard issue compass any day. I input the azimuth and shouldered my rifle. Even with my fancy-ass watch, Roseanne was our lifeline to the source. She had little to no combat experience, and the way she held that Glock made me realize she probably never learned how. And now, here we are, waiting for something to take the first shot. I cursed under my breath for not trying to teach her how when I had the chance. But then, my eyes caught sight of a dark figure bolting from the woods, right towards us. Isaac shot up to his feet and aimed the shotgun. "Hello from Idaho, you mother!" An explosion of fire escaped from his barrel, extending outwards in a huge pillar. It was so bright, especially to the dark area around, that I squinted just trying to see. That was it. The shot that ended this entire charade. Gareth and Merkel joined Isaac as they lobbed hate at the woodline. A series of oranges, yellows, whites, and reds tore through the trees, causing some far-off pines to shake, others to fall, and the woods to roar back with pained moans and unearthly voices. Normally, I would try to assign rates of fire, but that would take a whole lot of time to teach them, and I could tell since they were all picking up and assaulting forward that we had no intention of staying. "Come on," I called out to Roseanne. I moved forward. She stayed right to my right side. As we pushed up, I could see several figures in front. I dropped to a knee. So did Roseanne, and we both fired at the figures. Semi. A series of controlled bursts from my rifle caused some of them to bounce back, and even then, all I knew was I was shooting at fucking silhouettes. Roseanne's rounds were more of a deterrent, but they helped back up my line of fire. I fired, then she did. Back in the army, we called this talking guns. We picked up and moved forward, pushing into the tree line. It was a fucking mess. Tracers and shots meant to take down fucking rhinos tore through branches above, causing us to duck and take cover behind trees and fallen logs. They stayed just out of sight, my rifle's light trying to spot them. But just as I zeroed in on them, they were gone. Roseanne called out ones around us, all the while grabbing onto my arm and dragging me in the direction we needed to go. In the distance, I could hear Isaac cheering, and Merkel and Gareth shouting old war cries befitting of an old battlefield. It wasn't until the snow was coming down hard that I realized me and Roseanne hadn't stopped running for a good while. We only did when a large pine tree came right down square in our path, hitting the ground just before a slope downwards. Roseanne stopped just before it, but with all of my gear and the weight of my pack, I nearly toppled over.
"Dwight!"
Roseanne yelled through the wind. I braced my offhand on the lock, trying to push myself over it. That's when I heard Roseanne open up on something with her Glock. I turned around, only to catch a silver hand out of the corner of my eye, shoving me over the lock, and I went tumbling down the slope. My pack, my vest, my rifle, all worked to my disadvantage as the weight threw me around so much I hit the ground. My mind blended. I spit up dirt and ice over grass, a hunting memory of weeks prior. Then, I heard it. Something taking off towards me. Both feet. If it only had 2 feet, running at full force. Forcing myself up onto my feet, I flicked my rifle onto kill and fired a burst into the forest. Guess I was already standing on uneasy feet, because whatever silver-skinned beast hit me sent me flying back into a small ditch as it drove its shoulder into me. I scrambled to my feet again. At the mouth of the ditch stood a small tree. I took up cover, gripping my rifle at the side of the tree, then quickly switching to cover the other side. A set of footsteps came charging from the right side. I aimed to the right. A series of rounds sent whatever beast was about to emerge back into the darkness. Then from the left, I gripped onto the tree, and another series of rounds sent the beast back into the shadows. From the left again, I aimed down and... the click of the rifle. Empty. Like clockwork, my right hand flew down to my thigh and pulled the 5.7 from its holster. Rounds cracked off, and I swear I could make out a set of teeth in the dark. An angry scowl right before they ducked back into the shadows. I slapped the gun back into its holster and tossed the empty mag out. In other circumstances, I would have liked to keep the mag, but I could care less. All I cared about was the relief I got when I slapped the fresh 30-round metal mag in and slapped the bolt release home. Again, they started to come close. From the left, from the right, then the front. All the while, I switched from possible target to possible target. All possibles. Because I never saw them fucking clearly. Never seeing them fucking clearly. They never showed their faces. They never came out. And all the while, I wondered, where was Roseanne? Isaac? I looked around trying to find them. A roar from my 8 o'clock snapped me back to reality, and I swung around. My mind was battling itself, fear for my friends, and the military calculus I had burned into my DNA fighting. One trying to help, the other keeping me alive. Another magazine empty. I was running thin. It was my second one. I barely had just enough time, backpedaling further and further into the ditch to chamber the round and release onto the unseen foe in the dark. I scanned again. 12, 10, 2, 3, 9. My rear. I hadn't checked my back. What if I was snuck up on? I turned around, seeing another figure in my peripheral. I zeroed in on it and... it wasn't a creature. It was him. I barely recognized him since it had been so long. But there he was. Tan skin, maroon, white and red paint, with a feathered headgear on, standing underdressed for the winter. But I don't think it mattered to him. The native. My barrel lowered as we both stared at each other in the eye. My Oakleys were nearly fogged up from all the steam, and I could feel myself breathing as heavy as I did after my first gunfight. What did he see me as? Why was he following me? Was he here to finish me off? Why would he? He had the chance. Every time he appeared right as they were about to overwhelm me. And every time. A set of heavy footfalls from behind me. I turned and yanked on that trigger hard. A set of silver hands with black nails were just a meter from my face before I sent them back into the darkness. Empty again. I threw the empty mag from my rifle, loading another one in. I was burning through ammo like no one's fucking uncle. I turned back around, and he was gone. In his place, where he stood, was the moonlight. It shone through 2 tall oak trees just 50 meters from me. A clearing. I bolted for it, knowing that was probably my only hope right now for not getting swarmed. Wretched screams and hands were outstretched as I fired into the woods around me. The carry handle of my back got caught on a branch, but I powered forward, snapping the branch and causing me to stumble, nearly falling into the snow as I broke out into the clearing. I whipped around, and there I saw them. 5, 10, maybe a fucking dozen. Dozens? They all stood just behind the tree line, but I could finally see them. Some of them the silver-skinned monsters from the trail, but others elongated, strange creatures with reflective black skin. Others animals, oversized and shaped like humanoids. All of them stopped at the edge of the woods. I still had my rifle shouldered as I stared out, my lips frozen, quivering. The silence as they just stared, some of them beginning to back off.
Come on!
I roared, firing off a series of rounds. Tracers broke the air as some hit the trees, others the rocks, but some still hit them, causing them to jolt and stumble, but never causing them to charge. Instead, they just backed off into the darkness of the woods. I stood there confused. Then, I took a look around at the clearing. It was from the drawing, half sunken into a huge duvet into the ground, possibly the work of a sinkhole. A larger house, bigger than the Casimoth house, angled and pointed rooftops stood in defiance to the ground that tried to swallow it. What the hell was this? Hollowed ground? Was this too much for them to... It hit me. I looked down at my watch. The arrow pointed dead towards the house. Towards north. Towards the source. This was it. I had reached it. And judging by the cold, harsh winds, no longer broken by distant gunfire, I had reached the end. And I was alone. I don't know how in the hell I've still got service. I've got only 2, maybe 1 bar, but I guess I'm still within range of the towers. I'm typing this, my fucking hands nearly freezing up, lips barely able to make coherent sentences. About an hour of waiting. I've lit flares, I've called out. Hell, I've fired about a full mag into the air, trying to signal the others. Nothing. I've consolidated my ammunition. About 14 magazines, the ones on my vest and the ones in my pack. Around 4 5.7 pistol magazines, a phone on 18%, and only 1 entrance into the house. An upper floor level window I've managed to break open. Looks like a bedroom. I'll be honest. I don't know what's gonna come after this. I know I might have said that before, but for real this time. For real. If this does get posted and makes it online, this might be one of my last posts. Isaac, Roseanne, Gareth, and Merkel aren't coming. I'm heading into this alone. And I don't know if I will make it out of this. No, John's still down there. Hundreds of people have gone missing. I don't know if I can beat the odds, but I have to fucking try. This is Dwight Nolan, last member of the Casimoth extermination team left standing. I will be back. Should I have stayed in? Should I have taken other contracts or openings that weren't in the most haunted fucking sector of Mid-America's woodlands? Should I go in? I asked myself a lot of questions as I took a drag of my cigarette. For reference, I never smoke. Barely really. Lung cancer, coughing to death. It's a bad ride, but I needed something to clear my head. And, well, better now than never. The nicotine buzz helped me think clearly. Someone suggested I could just wait it out till sunrise, go back to the estate and regroup. But with who? God knows where the others are. I've tried signaling them, shooting in the air, flares, nothing. Someone also suggested I just burn this sunken occult piece of shit home. But this is where the trail leads. Whatever's the source of all of this, wherever John is, it's down there. What is it with this forest and possessing structures in the boonies? Sorry, off track. Nicotines make me a bit antsy. But also, no, this is it. No turning back. No retreating. There is no other option. I took stock of my supplies. Running through the woods like I was, being chased by a pack of fucking demons. I hit a lot of trees, took a lot of falls. What I'm getting at is, I lost a few mags and some necessary things. As a result, I'm at 8 magazines for the 15, 2 for the 5.7, some flares, and 1 incendiary. It is going to be a long night. The only entrance I was able to make out is a broken upstairs window. You know, triangle rooftop bit, rectangular window with 3 parts, kind of jutted out. The glass was cracked, the wood was moldy. I don't know how long it's been here, but this house has seen better days. The element of surprise was gone. They know I'm here. They know I'm coming. I cracked a green cam light. It's the military's version of the glow stick, except it lasts for 12 hours and is super fucking bright. I dropped it by the windowsill. If Isaac and Roseanne are coming, at least they'll have a guide. I turned my rifle's tack light on, taking a few steps inside, stepping off a small seat-type ledge by the window. I scanned the room, left, right, then down the center. It was small, kind of square-ish with... Wait a second. Blue walls, chipped paint, pink bedspread and quilt. I knew this room. I looked for the far end. Even the grains in the wooden boards on the far wall were the same. It was the kids' room Isaac and I had entered after the library, the one with the drawings. I raised the rifle and shone the light at where I knew the door was. It was broken down. The rusted brass hinges ripped out of the wall. My mind thought back to the voice at the gate. My house. Whether it was mind games or not, I didn't care. I didn't have time to. I stepped over broken holes in the floor and approached the door. A crushed cabinet we used to barricade it back in. Whatever Isaac and I found ourselves in caused the door to be jammed at a sort of diagonal angle. This meant my 210-something ass with at least 30 pounds of gear had to squeeze up and over the gap. When I stumbled into the hall, I shone my light down the hall. It was the exact same thing. Same aged, same brownish gray color. Doors were staggered on either side, with one on the right wide open. White tiles visible from my end. The infirmary. So, I did what every good infantryman would do. I kicked down every fucking door on my way there. First one was an empty room. A single wooden chair in the middle. A single shackle bolted to the wall. Next was a broken down rec room. Rotted pool table. Collapsed in bar top. Tables with a demolished old TV. Basically, for the next 4 rooms, nothing of note. Not a sound, not a whisper, not a cackle. Nothing. Just the sound of my own heartbeat, my boots hitting the floor, and the sound of wood cracking as I cleared each and every room. I reached the infirmary, pieing the corner. I charged inside, clearing all the dead space, or more like where I knew there should be dead space. The metal operating table, the counters, cabinets, filing cabinets. Gone. Just rotted tiles on the walls and old boards. I was taken aback, only slightly. Then I noticed where the table had been. A large scorch mark, ash and burns had blackened the tiles around it, along with an outline of its wheels and frame on the floor and back wall. I stopped, trying to figure out what the fuck this all meant. That cost precious time. And right now, I was walking cleanly into the heart of enemy territory without opposition. Something caught my eye though in the ash. It was a piece of paper. Anything caught in the cone of dragon's breath should have been incinerated, destroyed. But there it was. Some ash fell off it as I reached down and picked it up. But it was mostly untouched. This time, there wasn't any drawing. Just a single message written in red crayon. Thank you. A laugh then came from behind me. It was deep, like you turned the pitch all the way down. I felt its cold malice-filled breath hit the back of my neck so close, it passed right over the collar of my jacket. I wasn't out of the literal woods yet. I spun around, hearing the sounds of bare feet slapping against tile, and fired off several shots. I could hear the gunshots bouncing off the tile walls as the rounds tore through the wooden wall of the hallway. Whatever had targeted me was a shadow just barely turning the corner. I chased after it. My rifle shot up as I turned the corner. Nothing. I walked the halls more carefully this time, but I knew they could see me, feel me. Low chuckles and giggles came from beneath the floorboards. Distant footsteps, sounding like they were just beyond the floor and ceiling. My light cut through the black void of the house like a hot knife. I didn't pry it from the hall. Suddenly, from my right, a set of fast footsteps sounding like they were coming from inside the wall charged by me. I fired off 2 rounds. Then, to my left, again 2 more rounds. There you go with that trigger finger, Dwight. They're trying to waste my ammo. I was playing into their game. From behind me, a thunderous set of steps shook the fucking floor. I dropped to a knee as I turned, and fired 3 rounds at nothing. I saw my 5.56 tear up the wood of the distant door and cabinet.
Dwight?
John's voice snapped me from my nicotine and sleep-deprived buzz.
John? Dwight?
It sounded like he was nearby, but I heard the stories. How some things could imitate voices, hide inside people's skins. I had to be careful. If Roseanne's hunch was right, he was here. I needed to keep my trigger finger on a tight fucking leash. I followed the cries for help to a door not far on the left side. I tried the handle. Locked.
John, get away from the door.
A kick didn't do it this time, and I had to fire off yet another set of rounds. Half stumbling in, I saw I was in a laundry room with no one around. I looked everywhere, inside a small closet, inside some of the machines. Then, a knocking came from inside of a chute. It was a metal pull chute used to drop laundry from above to the floors below. Or it should have. But this was the laundry room. Why was this here? Where did it go? Questions for another time, as my offhand grasped the metal handle. I aimed my barrel inside as I pointed. Distant laughs still muffled through the floorboard. Nothing. I squinted as I stared down. For reference, I'm a big guy, long reach. My actual hit was several feet from the chute. So when a giant fucking silver hand with blackened nails shot out and grabbed the front of my plate carrier, I was a little surprised. My nose and face smashed into the metal outline of the chute as I scrambled for my rifle. The thing was trying hard to pull me in, and I could feel my damn spine strain as it did. My rifle was caught, crushed between me and the wall. My hand dropped to my thigh, the drop holster, and pulled out my 5.6. I stuck the barrel of the hand cannon in and let her rip. I couldn't see much, what with my damn body being stuck to the wall as a fucking ghoul tried to pull me down the little rabbit hole, but I could hear the distorted, human-like screams from it as it finally let go. I stumbled back, fumbling as I threw my pistol back into its holster and fired off a few rounds into the wall. The voices were up in arms now, giggles turned into belly laughs, distant footsteps now stomps, all sounding like they were just outside of the floorboards. I charged out of the room and continued down the hallway. I eyed its end. Finally, a wooden door, moderately intact, just a few meters down. Get through the door, continue down, complete the mission. Or at least, that was the plan. My foot going right through one of the boards threw a wrench into it, however. I tried to pull my foot out, but as the laughs heightened, I heard the house around me groan as the rest of the floor gave way. it could have been the work of whatever targeted me, or it could also be the fact that I was thumping through an old collapsing house made of wood, like it was a semi-stable structure. It wasn't. I slipped and my torso slammed into the floorboard in front of me, and as I scrambled to grab onto something, my gloves prevented my fingers from digging in. I went into free fall. A semi-lit hall turned to darkness, and I wondered for a second where up even was. Before I could even think about bracing myself, whatever wooden surface slammed into my left side told me I had turned mid-flight. My left arm took the brunt of the fall, and pain shot throughout my shoulder. The weight of my pack shifted and pulled me off yet again. I fell face first this time onto an old, matted, moldy carpet. I fought through the pain to stand up, and as I got a hold of my rifle, I was able to see again. Though there was ambient light, a strange orange-like hue. I recognized it. The green carpet only backed up my, albeit slightly disoriented, theory. As I scanned the area above, the wooden surface I had fallen onto was in fact a bookshelf. I had fallen into the library, although it was a bit bigger, a bit more upscale. However, the design of the bookshelves, the color of the floor and lights, all the same. Before I could start piecing together things, a crash came from behind me. I aimed my rifle at a spot on the bookshelf wall, several novels falling off as a set of silver fingers were poking through a protruding spot in it. Then, another crash caused the boards to push more and more forward, and more books shook and fell off. Something was trying to break through. Through the continued laughs and giggles, I fired off several rounds into the wall. Instead of a roar or a yell, I was answered with a sentence. "Dwight!" Unlike the deep, low-pitched yells and tones of the others, this one was strained, melodic, echoey. I saw it look at me through the sizable hole it made in the wall. Its skin was a deeper gray rather than silver, and its eye was completely white, save for one black pupil. "Hello, Dwight," it shouted. Another punch nearly caved in the wall as it struck again. I fired off more rounds, but as my finger pulled the trigger for a fourth time, the boards on the wall started to give way as its arms extended through, ripping away pieces of it as it climbed through. I dropped the magazine, dragging a heavy metal mag from one of my belt's pouches. I slammed it in and released the bolt, only to come face to face with the Goliath that it was. It was bigger than me, much bigger, maybe nearly 7 feet in height, and its roided up, bulging muscles looked like it was tearing its skin apart in some places.
"Stop fighting, Dwight."
The hulkish appearance didn't take away from the way it perfectly articulated my fucking name. My teeth gritted as I fired off another burst of rounds, but it just closed the distance, pushing my barrel to the side. It instead grabbed my shoulders and picked me up. It held me so close, its stench was almost unbearable. It was the smell of rotting, waterlogged death. It threw me into what I found out was a door. My pack was in the way, bracing my impact. Before I could even zero in, a large copy of War and Peace struck my nose. I cringed. Between all the abuse to my face so far, I could smell the iron scent of my own blood pouring out of my nose. I think I was doubled over, because it was able to reach over and grab my pack, using it to swing me, and sent me flying through the door, right into a banister. The banister hit my rifle, which pushed into my front plate, which pushed into my chest, knocking my breath out of me. While I wheezed, I looked around. It was a shockingly similar layout to the front of the Casamoth house. Staircase leading around the right side of the room, old rotted couches and furniture below, with a set of double doors pushed open by tons of dirt and roots.
"It's almost over, Dwight."
The voice reminded me of the here and now as I spun around, leaning back against the banister, and aimed my rifle, only to get a taste of my own assault pack as it was thrown and bounced off my goddamn head. My Oakleys were crooked, splattered in my own spit and blood as I blinked to regain my vision. I raised my rifle again, only to have that grey muscular hand push it to the side, and aimed for a giant bare foot to go square into my chest, pushing me through the banister and sailing into the floor below. The next thing I remember was eating old couch fabric as I dove face first into the couch, completely collapsing it inwards. I rolled over once onto my back before stopping. My head was spinning, a migraine was forming, feeling like I had just gotten hit by a sack of bricks, one at a time. To be honest, I kind of did. The thing laughed. My left hand wiped across my face, tossing away my now broken eye pro as I saw it stare at me from the banister, probably because it was confident, or because it knew my rifle had been doing jack shit. It took the stairs down. My 15 had been caught underneath me on the fall, and I strained to pull it up and over. I aimed my optic on the thing and pulled the trigger. Several rounds exploded from the muzzle brake as it simply held up an arm, shielding its grotesque bald head as it walked down the stairs. 2 rounds, then 4, then 3, then click. I was out? Already? I had barely... No, I jammed. I nearly pissed myself as I dropped the mag and pulled the charging handle back. Double feet. And boy oh fucking boy was it one hell of a double feet. As I finger fucked the gun, trying to get the rounds out of the star chamber, the thing must have knew I was in trouble. It laughed as it vaulted the final stairway banister, power walking towards me. I dropped my rifle and set up. It was down, and it was just meters away. I wasn't getting up. I wasn't unjamming it. I was fucked. I pulled my pistol from its holster and aimed for its neck, hoping a jugular shot would halt it. My left arm still ached, making control of my 5.7 heart, and I fired off shot after shot. The thing stared at me, hairless head, wide eyes, open mouth, as it reached for me. This was it. Or at least, it would have been, if I didn't make some friends along the way. A set of plaid sleeve arms wrapped around the beast's head, as its look of victory turned into one of surprises. I lowered my gun in confusion. Then, I saw who it was.
"This is for my eye, you sons of guns,"
Isaac yelled. His shotgun was slung to his back as he pulled out his small 5-shot and stuck it into the thing's eye. 3 rounds exploded into its right eye as it cried out in agony. A splash of black ooze splattered across its face. This was the time I needed. I turned over and both hands quickly grabbed hold of my rifle. I reached in, unjamming that sucker faster than I'd ever done, and worked that charging handle just to make sure. I slammed the magazine back in and racked around, sending her home. I was on spaghetti legs as I stood up, but adrenaline surged back through my body after its long hiatus. I squared up with the beast as it thrashed and swung, trying to grab Isaac.
"Isaac, get down!"
I yelled as he looked over at me. The beast then charged backwards, slamming into the wall and causing Isaac to fall off and slam onto a table. It scratched its eye as it looked down at Isaac, and then back at me. I flipped the selector switch. Semi. Then I thought for a moment. Screw it. Auto. A fast burst of rounds peppered the thing's chest. My injured offhand battled to keep the weapon stable. It was woozy, like I had finally made a dent in it. It shook its head. I fired again. Another set of rounds tore up its chest, black ooze now starting to spill out as I advanced, wobbly but confident. The script was flipped now. Another burst, then another. My magazine finally ran dry, and I dropped it, slamming in another mag and releasing the bolt with the oh so fucking satisfying ka-chink. I saw Isaac get up as well. He dropped his 5-shot and raised his boomstick. We were laying into it now, a full auto burst, then a blast of buckshot, then another burst, then a slug tore into its chest. We were battering it, again and again and again and again and fucking again. And finally, after the thing was covered with its own ooze and slid down the wall, painting it in its putrid blood, its head tried to laugh one more time, before it went limp. There was a moment of silence, and I mean actual silence. The muffled laughing was now quiet. The footsteps were gone. All that I could hear was my rifle dropping down as I let go, the floorboards creaking beneath my feet. and the heavy breathing of me, and of course,
Isaac?
I said, spitting blood from my lips as I hobbled over. Guess Isaac had seen too many action movies too. Because we, what is it called? Bro-shaked? Power-hugged?
Holy shit, Sarge.
You're looking a little, fucked. Well, I mean, I didn't want to say anything, but your beard's covered in your own blood.
Isaac, where were you?
How the fuck? He took off his trucker cap, running his fingers through his long oily hair and scratched his scalp. After the fucking boogaloo kicked off, man, I'll be honest, I tried to keep up with you and Roseanne, but I lost y'all as soon as we hit the trees. Then I lost the 2 Austrians. Germans? Russians? Anyways, I didn't know how long it had been, but after a while, I stopped and suddenly felt like I knew where to go. Then I found your little breadcrumb. I cocked an eyebrow as Isaac pulled the green chem light from his pocket. You were in the woods, and you felt like you knew where to go? Isaac shrugged. He tossed the chem light behind him into the small open kitchen area. He then squatted down, collecting his pistol as he wiped black ooze from its barrel and cylinder. What I felt next was strange. It wasn't out loud. I knew because only I reacted to it, and Isaac didn't. It was the melodic voice from the microphone, from earlier when the Kazimoth house had been breached. Except it was more supportive. Is supportive the right word? Well, it didn't sound like it wanted me dead. It just wanted my attention. Dwight. As it spoke, my migraine slowly faded. I rubbed my forehead with my offhand, blinking my eyes. As I did, I noticed it couldn't have been, but I saw it. It wasn't as torn up and messy. It was more pink and quilted. The edge of a dress out of the corner of my left eye. My hands shot to my rifle, and I zeroed in on where it should have been. Like always, it was gone. But instead, I saw an exact replica of where the hallway with the security room was. The security room wasn't there, but there was another doorway. The basement doorway. Isaac bolted to his feet, aiming his shotgun in one hand and his pistol in the other. What's up, Chief? You see something? I lowered my barrel as I knew the pathway ahead. The house was sunken into the ground. All the voices came from below. We had to go down. Isaac pressed the barrel of his Benelli up to the doorknob and let loose. Wood and bits of brass shot out from the inside as I kicked in the door. We were greeted not by a staircase leading to the basement we knew, but to a small elevator shaft. It was like those small cage ones used for mine shafts. Gray concrete walls lined the outsides of it as a lone flickering light illuminated the area. We didn't make a snappy quip or a funny moment of banter this time. Isaac and I climbed in and threw the gate door shut. We saw only one option on the metal button pad. Down. The thing was rocky, it shook and shuddered, and I honestly thought it would give out at any moment and send us plummeting to our doom. You couldn't pay me enough to stare down through the cage floor. Fuck that. There's a reason I never went to airborne school. I just stared forward, rifle at the low ready, staring as the concrete walls passed us on the way down. The silence was broken by Isaac. So, what you think's at the bottom, Dwight? I now realize it's been a fat minute since he's referred to me as anything other than Sarge, Commander, or Boss. He continued, I bet there's an ancient eldritch horror at the bottom. A Shoggoth, maybe? I sighed and squeezed the bridge of my nose. Even with the migraine gone, Isaac never failed to one-up it. He shook his head, running his hand through his beard. Actually, no, Shoggoths don't really have minions, but it's gotta be something really demonic. I mean, did you see that roided son of a gun up there? Why don't we just skip a tier of command and just say it's Cthulhu, Isaac? He actually took my suggestion serious, tisking as he shook his head. No, then why wouldn't he go after a more coastal area? We're in the middle of North America. Damn, this whole thing really is a puzzle. What do you think? I told him honestly, the only thing I could think of. I think whatever is causing all of this is going to die by a lot of bullets and a lot of fire. Isaac cackled. And then the elevator finally reached down. My rifle shot up as Isaac pulled the cage door open. Ahead was an operating room, or like a mass surgical room. An ER? More white cracked and smeared tiles lined the walls and floors as several dividing curtains created different sections. Through the flickering lights above, we could see IVs, beds, and different metal tables and cabinets. In each of the sections, we could also hear footsteps. A flash of silver shot across the center aisle as muffled laughing could be heard from another section just meters ahead of us. What sounded like someone was crawling on all fours could be heard. It wasn't an ER. It was a chop shop. I pondered our options. Close quarters, what looks like a singular exit at the far end, easily bypassable walls made out of tarp, and several hostiles crawling around.
Isaac?
Yeah, boss? Follow my lead. He probably expected me to creep through or to start clearing it section by section. But I knew when we were outnumbered, and I knew that far exit was probably our only safe way forward. So I flicked my rifle to auto and started to unleash hell into the room. My rounds tore through the tarps, throwing around old papers, knocking over small rolling carts, and Isaac joined in, shooting across and creating havoc of his own, an intersecting X of death. I pulled my rifle back into a high ready.
Let's go.
We moved through the center aisle, and whatever lurked within these bloodied, rusted tables and tarps were pissed. Hissing and human-like yells came from within. I targeted one with a burst of automatic fire, to our front right, then our front left. Isaac weaved throughout many now torn up tarps and knocked over tables, firing off slugs left and right, behind, across. It was a strange approach, controlled chaotic violence, even as they sounded like they were leaping. A blast of automatic fire and a wave of buckshot sent their devilish eyes and silver skin bolting back into cover. I kicked open the far door and dropped the magazine, slamming another one in. I was down to 5, or maybe it was 4. I wasn't really counting. Isaac backed his way in, and after a series of triumphant blasts from the Bonelli, he slammed the door shut, locking several mechanisms as slams and bangs from the outside started up. He started to reload his weapon as I scanned again, and holy shit, winding metal hallways with bolted metal walls, grated floors, and dim yellow LED lights that hung above. Some halls went left, some right, some went off in diagonals. It was a fucking maze. Isaac stepped forward, turning left and gazing down one of the halls. I looked down at my azimuth watch. It pointed forward, then backward, then left, then right, then flickered to each at once, then clockwise. No help there. The voice returned. Dwight? I looked forward. Nothing. Then to a hallway leading off on a diagonal left path. Nothing. It returned, sounding rightwards. Dwight? I turned, spotting the pink and white frilled dress. But instead of nothing, she was there. Actually there. And looking healthy. Her hazel eyes stared back through black bangs. She had a much cleaner complexion, and her white dress was brand new. We maintained a tense stare down for what felt like hours, until I realized she was no threat. She would have done something by now, attacked in some way. Instead, she just pointed down the hall. To the left side was a hallway breaking off and leading into another direction. I looked back at her. She just turned back, locking eyes with me. "You alright, Dwight?" Isaac asked, stepping forward alongside me. "I know where to go," I said bluntly as I raced forward. Isaac lagged behind, probably looking dumbfounded from how he spoke. What? How?" "No time. Too long. Too fucking complicated. Just trust me." I turned the corner, heading left, and saw her, 10 meters down, pointing to a hallway that led to the right. A right turn, and I saw her again, pointing to another left turn. On the way, I saw signs above doors and halls. botany plant, incinerator, all different facilities you'd find in a compound. Finally, I took a final left turn, and instead saw her point to a small staircase leading down. Isaac got up, sounding kind of out of breath. A sign just like the others hung above the staircase. Incubation. Isaac wheezed and shook his head as he stood up straight. You know, anyone ever tell you you walk faster than normal people run? His voice echoed through the empty halls, and that's when we heard it. Isaac? John. Hopefully, for real this time. Isaac and I called out as we stormed down the staircase, the sounds of heavy footsteps shaking and banging against the metal steps. We reached the bottom, the incubation lab, and found a series of vats, if that's what you can call them. Gigantic plexiglass cylinders jutting up from the floors to metal caps connected to the ceiling, scattered across the room, all of them covered with moss and grass and black ooze. I gazed left, then right. John? A moment of silence before we heard a series of bangs against one of the tubes near the back right of the lab. My hand gripped the trigger as we approached, praying it was him and that I didn't jump the gun and shoot him. But if it wasn't, I kept my rifle up. We both went around opposite sides of a group of vats, and that's when I think I saw him. Saw it. I could barely focus on it. Just looking at it made my eyes water and shut with pain, like looking into a wall of moss and static. And yet, I knew what it was. A man. Or at least, shaped like a man. I backed off and hucked one of the vats. Isaac pressed on. What the? Followed by a loud blast of his shotgun. My eyes widened. John? I turned the corner. Isaac missed the vat where I heard banging coming from, but the man was gone. I saw him rubbing his eye, and where it stood, a large patch of turf with vibrant weeds and ferns poked through the grated floor below us. Grass. I searched the sides of the vat and saw a small handle and latch on the side. I looked back to Isaac, who held his shotgun up, giving me a slow nod. I flipped the latch up and pulled it open, and backed away. I gritted my teeth, prying my finger away from the trigger, saying damn it fucking all to the consequences. John stumbled forward from the moss-covered vat, his hands green with grass stain and coughing up black ooze. Kid? Isaac dropped his shotgun and got down on a knee. I let my rifle drop as well. He was alright, although it looked like the fucking forest was trying to grow over him, and subsequently inside of him. However, apart from some dehydration and illness, he was fine, alive. You too. He hacked up black ooze. I patted his back like he was one of my Joes trying to get over a 3-day weekend. You guys came. Isaac laughed as he shook his head. Hell yeah, kid. We ain't gonna let you bite it. John looked up at me. Where's Dad? I stared at him, silently, thinking of everything Theodore and I had said to each other up until this point. Where was he? Your dad's fine. Don't worry about him right now. I scanned the room, spotting an entrance leading out to the back left. No going back up with all those things up there. John, can you walk? The kid's subsequent hacking and wheezing caused Isaac to just pick him up and carry him in his arms. I took the lead, scanning the hallway and leading the way. Or more correctly, she led the way. A few more corners and halls, and we reached a room titled Industrial Lifts. It was a rectangle room with 2 large elevators. Isaac approached one as I did the other. I scanned mine. It was old, rusted, with a button pad mounted on the wall. Hey Dwight, this one leads up. I backed off and walked over as he beckoned me. It had several white elevator buttons, each with a different description. Labs, storage, basement, house. We can take this sucker back to the house, then just kick all the doors we need to get back above ground. Isaac turned back to John as the kid coughed up more ooze. I breathed a sigh of relief. I should feel calm, finally. We found John, and we now have a way out. But something was still resting in the pit of my stomach. Dwight? I turned to my left and saw her pointing to the other elevator. I walked over, barely hearing Isaac call out, Dwight? The other elevator had a simple keypad with one button, sub-level. Isaac exited the elevator, walking over to me. I must have looked like a zombie, staring at the keypad. "What's up? We gotta get going, man. Whatever the hell's back there, it'll be here soon." I shook my head. "Take the elevator up to the surface, Isaac." He shook his head in disbelief. "Oh, you have gotta be kidding me. Dwight, I know you might have gotten thrown around by that big guy. You must be concussed." I exhaled. He wasn't going to leave quietly. "Isaac, whatever was back there wasn't the source. The origin behind all of these things, everything happening here." He grew quiet as I crossed my arms and turned to him. "We saved John. Yeah, but these things are just gonna come for him again. Come for more people." He tried to speak, then just laughed out of his own disbelief. "Dwight, you can't be serious. This is some Class A horror movie bullshit. Let's go." "Isaac, listen to me." He was going to speak, but silenced himself yet again. "We leave here, we go try to get the National Guard, the police. Who knows if this house will even still be here? You said it yourself, eldritch monsters, horror movie bullshit. We're neck deep in whatever this is, and we have a chance to end it. Whatever is at the bottom is the cause." There was a strange, tense silence between us. He stared at me out of anger. I stared back, pleading for him to listen. I know how crazy I sounded, how I still sound, but it's true. You get John, you get out of here, you go make sure he, Roseanne, and the others are okay, and you go tell the whole fucking world what happened here. And tell me, Dwight, where do you factor into this little plan? I looked back to the elevator, the lone button, the light long burned out. But something told me it was more than working. It knows me. That thing said my name again and again, not yours. I started this. It said it itself. I poked at it, dragged everyone in. And now, I'm gonna end this. Just me. Isaac shook his head. "I'm not letting you go down there alone." I nodded. "I know, but if you go with me, who's going to get John out of here?" He bit his lower lip, looking behind him back to the elevator. As he turned back around, I held my hand out. "You've been a good friend, Isaac. I've known you for only a couple of months, and you're as close to a brother of arms that I've had since I got out." Isaac grabbed my hand, looking me in the eyes. I saw a mixture of despair and anger, but also courage. "Go get them, Sergeant." I gave Isaac my 5.7, along with the last pistol magazine and some flares. We held a tense stare as his elevator made its climb up until they were gone. And I was standing there, alone. My breath was shaky. The easy way out, the easy choice, was gone, is gone. And now, here I am. I stepped into the elevator. Haven't pressed the button to go down yet. No, I sat down along the left side wall. My last entry, at least. I think it'll be the last. I don't know. Whatever's causing all of this, the cryptic source, it's down there waiting for me. No more Vanguard roided up beasts. No more creatures in the dark. Just a man sitting in an elevator, typing the last of this on one bar of Wi-Fi. It's 4 a.m. We've been out here a while, but I think it's about to come to a close. Maybe Isaac will make an update. Maybe I will. Maybe I won't. I don't know what comes next. But what I do know is that it's about to all come to an end. The forest is a mysterious place, and despite how much the world wants to deny it, dark, sinister shit lurks within it. Don't let Theodore Casimoth cover up what's happening here. Don't let this all be buried. If I don't stop what's happening here, Theodore won't. I'm rambling. Sorry. A lot less funny this time, but not at all less important. Should this be the end or not, it's been an honor fighting with you, Roseanne, Isaac, Gareth, Merkel. And for you, reading this, don't forget what happened here. Don't let everything we've done be for nothing. Should I finish this or not, the truth can't be buried. This is Dwight Nolan, sole member of the Casimoth security team, signing off. I hope I'll be back. There's a weird finality to this, not knowing what's ahead. Not knowing if anyone will ever see the words I'm typing into the now overbloated note stock on my phone. Not knowing if John and Isaac made it out. Guess, as cheesy as it sounds, this is where faith comes in. To me, it's not really faith in God. It's more faith in self? I'm scattered-brained, sorry. What I'm trying to say is, this elevator has been going down for a while. Dropped my kit to the side of me, along with my rifle, and I've kinda just been sitting back against the wall of the elevator. I don't know how long it's been. The clock on my phone's been stuck at midnight, on the dot, never changing, midnight. I've taken to consolidating what's left. After that bum rush through the woods, the house, the chop shop, I've got 3 magazines of 5.56, 90 rounds inside some good old ASC magazines, the metal ones you see mercenaries using in C-list action movies, a single road flare, and 1 single incendiary grenade. I'm officially up shit's creek with a fucking spork. A bit of irony I realize is that, regardless of all the $16 a piece windowed mags I bought, I ended up just hammering the trigger and full auto blasting my way into the depths of the house. You can try and make what you think is the most foolproof plan, but in the end, once adrenaline kicks you in the teeth, you're going for a ride. Adrenaline, yeah, I'm starting to feel it wear off now. Blood in my hands is starting to slow down, so they're getting a bad case of the pins and needles. Exhaustion is setting in. Strangely though, I'm getting warmer. I thought it was just all the running, but I realized that before, when I was running through the house above, I could see my breath in the cold air. Now, not so much. Whether this means that either this endless fucking elevator is about to drop right into the magma layer of the earth, or if we're entering some area several thousand feet under the surface with air-conditioned heating, I don't know. She's also been here the entire time, sitting against the left side wall, just out of the corner of my eye. I don't know if she'll disappear if I try to talk to her, so I've just let her be. As much as she's helped me, I still don't know where she sits in all of this. This is her house. She told me that. But what's it mean? Was she kidnapped? Is she one of these things, just in disguise? Is she tricking me? I mean, no, probably not. She could have easily led me to a room full of those fucking ghouls when we were back topside, semi-topside. She's led me the right way so far. Guess I've got to have faith in my newfound ally. Exhaustion was setting in again. I rubbed my eyes, my corneas feeling like they just went 10 rounds with a golden glove. The headache stopped, but I still felt completely fried. In a haze, an infinitely traveling industrial elevator. The groaning of the gears, the cries as the probably decades-old cable struggled to lower it without dropping and killing me. I needed to stay awake throughout it all. I couldn't stop yet. I wasn't done. Not yet. But almost. Then, through all the theorization, thoughts of finality, prepping my gear, I heard the winch get slower. It started to groan as the decades-old brake pads screeched in an attempt to slow the elevator. So its poor, stupid, former, yet still somehow just as jar-hit inhabitant didn't meet an anticlimactic end via death drop. "We're here," she sung in a low melodic voice. Correction, newfound, still just as creepy ally. I pulled my kit over my t-shirt, leaving my soft-shell jacket, slipping my head through and strapping it tight around my waist. I locked my weapons bolt to the rear, slapping one of the final 3 magazines in and slapping the release home. As I squared up with the mouth of the elevator, watching the rocky, yet strangely metallic surface outside pass by slower and slower, I watched her come up to my left side out of the corner of my eye. And to think not long ago she was trying to get my redneck friend to kill me. Guess the saying is true. The enemy of my enemy will help me salt and fucking burn them. The elevator shook as we reached our final destination. With an electric buzz, the cage doors of the elevator were pulled open to reveal it. The yellow dying overlight hits of the elevator did little to help illuminate the area. I was able to see about 10 meters out into the area, and I could make out a few details. Firstly, The floor was made of a dark metal square tile pattern that seemed to stretch off well past the black void that bathed the area. Secondly, the black void itself. That's exactly what it was. An impermeable, impenetrable wall of fucking absolute black that shrouded the area as far as I could see. As far as however big this fucking chasm stretched. And no matter how many minutes I stood there for. Remember the natural cat eye I mentioned earlier? Yeah, well, my eyes never seemed to adjust to it. And lastly, I think it was a chasm at least. The echo of our elevator, that stopping and shaking, seemed to echo out for a while. Hell, even as I finished pondering this shit, I could still hear the metal shake of it, continuing to bounce off however far the walls went. I'll bet you $5, if this isn't hell, it sure as shit looks real fucking similar. I was gonna need some light. I tried to turn on the surefire light I had attached to my rifle's rail. Nothing. Guess all the getting thrown into a wall, through the wall, and off a fucking balcony by a goddamn ogre must have shortened the warranted lifetime on it. Regardless, I still had one more source of light. I slung my rifle to my front as I reached to my back pocket and pulled out the road flare, twisting the cap off. It hissed as a burst of bright red light came from the top. Voices in the darkness hissed and roared out, sounding like they were at first just at the edge of the fucking black veil, immediately starting to back up with slapping bare feet. Holding the grip of my rifle in my right hand, I held the road flare high with my left hand and proceeded forwards. The room was as I described, gigantic. Truth be told, I still don't know how high it was. I got about 20 meters into the area before I was greeted with several large cage-like walls locked and bolted into the floor. They shot upwards to a ceiling that was too far for even the flare to illuminate. They were metal, with small slits, big enough to fit some fingers or part of a hand through, the kind of caging you'd use on cattle cars. One segment shot leftwards, another rightwards. Both met in the middle of where they'd created about a 10-meter wide path leading forwards. I gazed at the floor. In worn yellow lettering, it read, Administration. A yellow line at the mouth of the path was drawn just above it. I stepped past the line, and immediately I heard the voices. Not laughing or mocking this time, but roaring in anger and spite. A set of footsteps to my right came barreling towards me, and immediately I pivoted. The cage wall shook as in between the narrow slits I could see a large figure, slimy, silver body, shoving its bloated hand through in a vain attempt to get to me. It didn't work. It just grabbed onto the cage and shook it, roaring into the air. My instincts caused me to pivot towards the thing, aiming my rifle. Yet, the voice in the back of my mind reminded me that I only had 90 rounds. So I'll admit, I stood there, flare in one hand, rifle aimed, and I laughed. Well, sucks to fucking suck. Hello, old Sergeant Walker. This must have angered the creature, because all it did was shake the cage violently. Then, another one from the left side crashed into its cage wall and began shaking it. Then, another one on the right. The shaking of metal was so loud, I started to become unable to hear myself think, as a chorus of malicious voices and steel came raining down. Dwight? The girl's mind reached through that sea of laughs and cackles and pulled me back to the surface. I gazed down the walkway where she stood. She turned to her right and pointed down the path into the darkness. Keep going. She was right. At least, for now, they weren't going to be hurting anybody. For now. I continued down the path, and more of them continued to jump on the cage walls. The darkness became thinner and thinner as I walked down it, and all the while, they yelled their evil fucking threats at me. We will wear your skin. The further I went, the more I could see the end of the path. The red flickering light of the road flare revealed a set of metal double doors built into a wall, looking just like the floor, albeit looking much more aged with the reflective surface worn and aged. Do not hurt us. No windows on the doors, a simple knob on each of them. Administration written across both in faded yellow paint. Dwight? Nolan? I was getting really fucking tired of them saying my name. We will make it long and agonizing. And then, when I was barely feet from the door, They stopped. I honestly paused because I believed all of the years of combat had finally caught up to me and made me go deaf. It was at this point I realized I was still wearing my Walker headphones. I pulled one muff off and gazed around. They were still there, their beady eyes staring daggers into me, but they stopped attacking the cage wall. They instead backed off slowly and quietly. I looked back to the door. Months of fighting, searching, investigating, hundreds of rounds expended. And here it was. Administration. I placed my bets now on whether or not Isaac was right on it being an eldritch horror. I did not want to have to pay him $25 if I somehow made it out of this. Keeping the flare still held tight, I broke off a few fingers to reach for the knob. "Stop!" Her voice echoed as she jumped in front of the door, causing me to back off a few paces as she stood there. I was more surprised by how fast she moved, or more likely, appeared. Her voice was still echoing. Wait, she only talks to me directly to my head. She never says anything out loud. "Do not look upon it," she said, pressing her back to the door. Now, I'm fairly confident she's some sort of paranormal being, whether it be a ghost, demon, or something else. So, it made me pause for a second and realize she was saying this with very real fear in her voice. We stared at each other. She continued to block the way defiantly as my mouth paused, waiting for my mind to come up with a response. "Why?" She withdrew one of her arms to point at me. No, behind me. I slowly turned around, fully expecting this to be the moment where she double-crossed me, and a demon from the depths of whatever magma layer hell we were in would jump out and end me. Instead, I saw them again. The eyes. The sea of eyes all staring through the gaps in the cave wall. White and beady pupils. The eyes that had been watching me for a while now, all the way up to this. I looked back to her. She continued to point, refusing to tell me what the hell she was trying to say. And I looked back. The eyes continued to stare. "What?" I yelled, looking back to her. "They're staring, so what?" Again, she refused to answer me, instead pulling her arm back to block the door. I continued to stand there, dumbfounded. So what? They were staring with those beady eyes, unnatural, twisted, deformed, changed eyes. They stared upon it. They all did. The cogs finally started to work in my head again as I put the pieces together. The house, the lab, the fucking chop shop, the thing that changed them, cut them up, forced them to be these disgusting evil things and locking them down here to throw them at whoever it wanted next. They knew they weren't going to get out of the cage. They didn't want to. They were trying to scare me away. What's that saying? Gaze long enough into the abyss, and the abyss gazes back? Stare at the tents of the forest long enough, and it will fucking take you. I tossed the flare behind me, bouncing and sputtering as it hit the floor. I turned back to the door, and like always, she was gone. I gripped the doorknob. My heart rate skyrocketed as my left hand shook. Don't look upon it, I thought. So what, close my eyes? Fucking yeah, sure, great idea. Charge into the belly of the beast with my eyes closed and 3 max. She was probably leading me into a trap, but she did warn me. But maybe it was just all bullshit to get me to go running at it with my eyes actually fucking closed like a goddamn mongoloid. Or maybe it wasn't. She's led me right this far. I gotta have faith in her, I guess. I slowed my breathing, shaking my head as I turned the knob, and kicked the door open with my eyes closed. My hand shot to the angled grip on my rifle, clenching it through the gloves and pulling it tight into the pocket on my shoulder. It was dark. I could see the red light of the flare illuminating the back edges of my eyelids for a few seconds, then getting dimmer and dimmer and dimmer. Then disappearing as I heard the double doors close. It was quiet, not silent, but quiet. With my vision now more or less gone, my other senses started to come into play. First, hearing. I could hear the ambient noises of what I think were hospital monitors. A low but steady beep of a heart monitor and others were several meters in front of me. The small echoing of it bounced off the walls, kind of giving me an idea of how big the room was. It wasn't as big as the outside, but it wasn't a fucking closet either. Maybe 30 meters by 30, give or take. Next, smell. I've had the privilege of being able to bitch about smelling a lot of shit in my life. Literal shit, metaphorical shit, ethical shit, burning rubber, burning human waste, burning flesh, the kind of stuff to cut up the inside of your nostrils and send your mind reeling from the stench. This was worse. Way fucking worse. I physically cringed as I breathed a bit in, like an ancient fucking corpse was dug out of a mass grave, shit on, and set on fire with no kerosene. I felt like I was inhaling several tons of fiberglass, and the irony taste that followed told me it had made my nose bleed. And yet, despite whatever my other senses told me about this place, nothing responded to my loud entrance into the room. I stood there, holding my current position as I wasn't being physically attacked. Yet, and too afraid to move forward for fear of whatever it was that was just paces ahead of me would chew me up, spit me out, and possess my corpse, like it had done to all the others. Everyone who looked at it met its eyes in the forest, in this house, in this metal tomb. Everyone it had taken from their families, killed, kidnapped, worse. Don't open your fucking eyes, Dwight, I repeated in my head. And it just stood there, eyeing me. I could tell it was watching me. I knew it was. It had to be. My face was twitching with anger, with anticipation. I pulled the stock of my rifle so tight into my shoulder, I think I could have popped it out of its socket. This was a standstill, a standoff, both sides waiting for one to make the move. All the emotion, all the anger finally boiled over as I opened my mouth, trying to get the words out.
Come on out!
A rushed, aggressive response, but under the circumstances, I think I could be excused for not being my usual curse word smithy self. It bounced off the walls as my mind quickly rushed to see what it could make of the echolocation. Nothing. No words. No response. No army of demons rushing out to tear me apart. Just a long, drawn-out beeping. I thrust my rifle at the darkness in front of me, unable to see if there was a smiling Cheshire creature in front of me or absolutely nothing. And again, I spoke.
I'm right here.
Nothing. As a gesture to show I was serious, I flicked my selector switch to semi. The click to me was instinctually burned into my mind to tell me it's about to go down. The small click, the mechanical safeguard taken off the weapon meant that 3 pounds of force was all it needed to go off. What I'm getting at is, it's the intentional sign for, I'm about to shoot your fucking head off. And still, nothing. I stood there, finger hovering over the trigger well, knowing I had 90 rounds, 90 shots to make count. No resupply, no armored car to go grab a can of loose rounds from. Nothing. 3 max, 1 rifle, and a historically aggressive trigger finger behind it all.
I'm right here. Stop hiding.
Nothing.
I'm gonna burn your goddamn haunted forest and haunted fucking house to ash.
Nothing.
Come the fuck out.
Dwight Anthony Nolan.
The voice was off, like most shit here. But it was a different kind of off. It sounded male and female and young and old at the same time. Like multiple people were speaking in unison, but not as a group. Just merged together. Then, it spoke again. It broke up its sentences as different voices spoke different parts. An old man would say one portion, a young female would say another, all of which sounded all too calm, angelically so. Former United States Army Staff Sergeant, born in Chicago, served 10 years before, calling it quits, signed a several $1,000 fixed-rate contract to Kazamoth Industries in an attempt to jumpstart his dying career as a washed-up mercenary. It sounded like different opinions of me all mashed together, some praising me, others mocking me, but everything they said was true. How the fuck did they know my middle name, my fucking pay rate? Awarded the Combat Infantryman Badge, March 2011. How the fuck? for reacting to enemy contact on the Kandahar border and failing to save Sergeant Clancy, offered a spot at the United States Army Ranger.
Alright, I fucking get it.
The sudden interruption silenced them, and we stood there. They were coming from my immediate front, maybe 10 meters away, maybe 20. With the amount of echo in the air, it was hard to tell. My eyes were closed, but I could feel whatever it was staring back.
Does it bother you,
Dwight, knowing you could not save them, any of them? The question was piercing, meant to rile me up. But I could feel it wasn't about the people in my unit that were killed, but the people in the forest. Fine, you want to throw shots? Two to tango.
Does it excite you every time you take one of them from their families? Every single time someone gets ripped out of their homes and turned into whatever the fuck is in that formerly human cattle pen outside? Does it get you off?
Silence.
Well?
More fucking silence.
Say something, goddammit.
No. I still don't know if it was answering my question or being snide. It spoke in the voice of Merkel from the gun store in town. The forest is a dangerous place, Dwight. Then, the voice of the old woman from the manor, Candace. Hundreds of thousands of people go missing every year, sweetie. Many of these are taken by the old and hungry forces that lay within. Then, in John's voice, call me calculating. Call me. Then, in Theodore's voice, eccentric. But I knew that when my wife went missing, I needed to do something.
Theodore?
Then in the voice of one of the southern sheriffs from the town.
Not quite. Your boss, Theodore. He knows exactly what to expect when he arrived here. He has known for a while. He knew about all the workers he was sending to their deaths, trying to build that.
Then in Isaac's voice, overblown log cabin right in the middle of Witch's Alley. He knew exactly what he was doing, throwing you into the woods with a... Then in Gareth's voice, 308 bolt action and a shitty four-wheeler. Then in Roseanne's voice, we feel bad for you, Dwight, hun. We really do. However, I know you've saw the missing on that board. You know fully bloody well that many people are lost to this. Then in the voice of the mother from the bar, Danny's mother, Mrs. Hothfield. I try to scare you off, show you that what's happening here is bigger than you, but you wouldn't listen. The forest is a sea of forces. You can't stop. You can't battle. You can only hope to control. Then, back to Theodore's voice. Theodore said I was crazy. I told him I could do it, but he said I was on a fool's errand. It cost me everything. My mind, my spirit, my body, my daughter. The last comment confused me, up until I felt the girl wrap her arm around my left leg. It started to make sense. Her house. This was getting long-winded. It was getting clearer, yet confusing at the same time. Some things made sense, some didn't, some still don't. A sea of forces. Yeah, there's a lot of weird shit in the woods. But to do this? To do what it had done to these people in that cage back there? What did it mean by control? Just stop fucking rambling. Stop trying to spout some exposition or spin a narrative. You lost someone. I've lost someone. Everyone here has. Yes, people go missing every goddamn day. But to do... I knife-handed back towards the door.
That to people? To do all of this?
It's a necessity.
It's fucking inexcusable, you son of a bitch.
The voices began to change to those I didn't know. Every other word now. Wrong place, wrong time, bad hand, bad luck, Dwight. It's an evil that must be done. That must be kept beneath the surface. Lest, hungry man like Theodore try to uncover and use it.
Well, I guess you fucking nailed it, haven't you? All it took was a washed-up staff sergeant, a redneck, and a British paranormalist a couple of months to figure you out.
You're committed, motivated, hungry. You didn't get scared, shook. You persevered. You're different. You act like a hero. The type of man to get to the bottom of all of this. It's the same reason you must realize I can't let you leave. My throat ran dry, making it hard to swallow after what it said. My hand started to sweat inside the mechanic's gloves as I continued to try to zero in with closed eyes on it. You said it yourself. It fucking changed to my goddamn voice. This is it. This is the end. I hope I'll be back. How did it know? Did it surf the fucking web? Had it heard everything I said? How? No one will find you. No one will realize what's really out here. Theodore will never find the truth, or else he will harness it. The cabin will be burned. Your friends will be saved, and nobody will ever find out what happened to the security guard hired to protect the estate. Then, a sound that felt a lot more nerve-wracking this time sent a chill up my spine, as from beyond the double doors, the things began to attack the cage wall again. Except this time, not in a smothered, reeled-in attempt to scare me away, but in an intentional way, jumping at it, pulling and shaking at it, throwing their heavy bodies against the cage walls in an attempt to break them down and get to me. The chorus of screams and noises were muffled behind the door, but they wouldn't be for much longer. I didn't know where the fuck it was, how far it was, but I knew that if it was in front of me, the echoing, the sounds, all came as directly in front of me as I could make out. A while ago, I said, while waiting for Roseanne and Isaac in that up-armored battle wagon, that I feared of becoming another casualty, another name on the memorial wall, another missing sign up on that corkboard, taken, killed, gone missing, turned inside out, cut up, thrown into the high branches of a tree, into a canyon, found in pieces, not found at all, disposed, forgotten, erased. All the work we had done to get here, all of the fighting to get to the bottom of this, a pointless waste as an army of demons now fought to get out of their cage, to tear me limb from limb, and a horror at the center of it all that I couldn't even gaze eyes upon. This entire thing was just a bad hand. But I've been playing it ever since the start. I wasn't gonna let the story end like this. This wasn't gonna be where the road ends. 65 names alone on that missing persons board, some dating back years, others just days ago, let alone the thousands that go missing every fucking day, all because of some fight, struggle, some sad little game we're stuck in the middle of. Fuck that. For what I hoped wasn't the last time. Auto. A burst of 5.56 shot out from my barrel. The muzzle flash could be seen even with my eyes closed, giving me some sense of positioning. The horde behind me continued to try and break through, as the voices in front simply continued to scold me. It's useless. Stop fighting. I know you want a rest. I adjusted my stance, trying to make sure I wasted as little rounds as possible. I raised my weapon again. This time, I held down on the trigger and rode the fucking lightning. My poor fucking 15, God knows how much carbon and gunk had built up inside of it, firing Mac after Mac. But it pulled through. Clink. My bolt locked to the rear after the last round. I dropped the Mac, hearing the empty piece of metal bounce off the floor, and slapped a new one in, and sent the bolt home. Stop. You can't win. The voices continued to yell as defiantly as ever, but a little birdie reassured me. They're scared. Keep going. Hurry! Another burst of automatic fire as my rifle spewed 30 all-American demon-killing tungsten 5.56 rounds into whatever lay beyond. The mashing and groaning of metal from beyond the doors had increased and gotten louder as dozens, hundreds, thousands of them now tried to escape. The bolt locked to the back, again, but there was still light coming from beyond my eyelid. My muzzle wasn't firing. It was coming from beyond. Stop. Dwight? Stop. Whatever I was firing at, I was hurting it, burning whatever was around it. I hoped whatever God existed as I slapped my last mag in and hit the bolt release. By now, the things outside of the room had gotten louder, more violent, enraged. I could hear the cage walls groaning and bending even inside of the thick double doors. The voices cried out. You don't know what you're doing. The girl cheered me on. We're almost there. Hurry! Last magazine. Last burst of full auto. Last try. I shouldered my rifle and held my breath. My rifle's muzzle was now smoking, as I could smell the scent of gunpowder and smoke coming off my weapon. I pulled the trigger and began to dump my last 30 rounds into the demon that laid beyond my eyelids, as whatever I had done to it caused the fire in front to get louder and louder as the breaking of glass, crashing of equipment could be heard. Clink. Empty. I stood there, breathing heavily, as I continued to be squared up with my empty, now useless rifle. Then, the voices began to laugh. I fucked up. I failed. 90 rounds at 900 shots per minute to make count, full auto into whatever was ahead of me. And I didn't have enough to put it away. One rifle, one shot at stopping this. Gone. Zip. Done. As the dread of it all set in, the voices outside grew louder as the breaking of bolts and the crashing of metal could be heard. They were nearly there. This was it. I had failed. So much preparation, so much attempts, all boiled down to nothing. No more rounds, no more guns, no more. Wait, I had one last thing, one last ace up my sleeve. I dropped my rifle, hearing the 6-ish pounds of weaponry hit the floor. I slid my right hand to my back right side of my kit and pulled out a container, a cylinder. Running my hands over the orange diamond on the front of it, I knew what it was. AN-M14, a fucking incendiary grenade, filled with phosphorus, benzene, and a whole lot of hate. We used to torch equipment, down vehicles, not meant to explode, just heat up and cause enough fire to burn through fucking anything, even able to burn under fucking water. It was my last shot. I don't know what laid ahead, but from the burning I saw underneath my lids, I knew this would do something. Put it away, even if it meant the ghouls behind me would lay waste to my ass afterwards. John would be safe. Isaac would keep him safe. Roseanne would tell the world of the fucking truth. The sounds of cage wall segments falling to the floor, followed by the manic screams of it, awoke me from my pondering. With one last determined exhale, I gripped the spoon tight and pulled the pin.
Dwight? 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 Stop!
I don't know how high the room was, but I could tell from it hitting whatever ceiling was above. I had thrown it far enough, hopefully. The sound of the cylinder bouncing off the metal roof, then the floor, and then the floor again, until the hissing. The phosphorus, whether white or red, I didn't check, I didn't care. Both would work. I could see the flare from the top of the grenade. It made contact with whatever lay beyond, and I heard their screams. Young, old, adult, child, male, female. It cycled through all of the people it had taken. Some I knew, many I didn't, growing louder than the screams behind me as they began to pound on the door. The fire ahead grew larger and larger. The orange hue beyond my eyelids flashed purple, then orange, then fucking green.
You fucked everything up. Dale, you killed them all.
The voices began to melt into the sea of screams. As the sounds of the crackling got louder, the footsteps behind me grew louder. And for a moment, the sound seemed to pause. Before an explosion, a climax, the pressure of the moment implodes and builds up. Oxygen is sucked in, and for a moment, there's a pause. Right before the grenade goes off, the trigger is pulled before a shot, before the fighting truly begins, or ends. There's a moment of clarity. It reached out to me, trying one last vain attempt, in the voice of Sergeant Clancy.
Dwight?
In that moment, that at the time seemed like forever, letting myself be taken, preparing for the end, looking into the void that had taken control of my life for so many months, caused so much death, so much pain. I answered back to its pleas with one single phrase. Gotcha. And then I was blown back. Whether all of the equipment I had heard from the beeping had erupted, whether or not it was the smell in the air mixing with the phosphorus, I, a 200-pound man, felt myself thrown back by the sheer force of it all. On a convoy through the box, one of our Vics was hit, and the gunner was thrown out after his harness link had broken. He survived, a bit banged up, but he described the descent as a roller coaster without the safety. My back slammed into the double doors. My back plate slammed into me, and the bolts and knobs were probably blasted off as I found myself flying backwards. I landed square on my shoulders, flipping over and rolling. I don't know, it could have been a few feet. It could have been a mile. My eyes remained shut, whether or not I wanted them open. And then, silence. No beeping, no laughing, no voices, no giggling, no haunted reminder of my past, no demonic shape-shifting vocal cords from the darkness beyond. Just silence. My body ached as consciousness returned to me. I cringed. The headache from earlier returned. This time, it had gotten promoted to a fucking migraine. My back screamed. My legs felt heavy, and it took all of the force I had to try and push myself to my feet. But my body gave out. I collapsed right back down onto my goddamn face. Got a healthy serving of whatever fucking disease-infected shit was on the floor too. There was a small orange hue beyond my closed eyes at the edges, and I could hear the growing sound of crackling flames. The smell had gone. The things had gone. It was just me, laying face down, front plate now digging into my ribcage and throat, blowing out spit and blood from my mouth as I laid face down. Thank you. There she was, whether a figment of my concussed imagination or here in the ethereal flesh. I wasn't alone. Not yet. They're gone. My house is empty. Thank you. Her slow melodic voice helped to ease the battle of adrenaline and pain, currently slugging it out in a painful bare-knuckle match inside my body. Using my right hand, I forced myself to flip over, coughing up various substances as I breathed easier with my lungs no longer being crushed. My eyes were still closed. My hand rubbed the crusted blood and spittle off them as I remained hesitant to open them. Was this a trick? Had it survived and used her voice to lure me? Had I really won? You can rest now. It's okay. I gritted my teeth as I attempted to sit up. Instead, my abs just screamed out in pain as I fought to get up. I had to get up. I had to get out. I had to. Screw it. The clang of my backplate hitting the floor with all of me behind it echoed throughout the area. I lifted my head up a little to spit a hard loogie, clearing my mouth. As I finally laid right back down, my right hand now holding my chest as I stayed there. All of the fighting, all of the pain, all of the runs to town, all of the gunshots, all of the scares, sightings in the woods, hours of lost sleep, Red Bulls, weeks spent on investigation. Done. Gone. Finished. All of the fighting to stay awake ended as it was done. 34 years of age was finally catching up to me. Exhaustion, weariness. My mind panicked at first. Was this it? Was I going to die? Go into a coma and then die? What was going to happen? I couldn't move. I couldn't get up. I finally just let myself go. Guess I could rest now. Isaac was safe. John was safe. All of them. And then, as the crackling of fire began to sound out in the distance, I let the darkness take me.
Nolan?
I jolted awake in my plane seat, knocking off my old grey Digicamo UCP ACU patrol cap onto the floor in front of me. I rubbed my eyes with the meat of my palm as I looked around. What had happened? Just a few minutes ago, I was on death's door, sucking up and blowing out blood, with most of my body so shot to hell I could barely breathe without feeling like one of my own ribs was prison shanking me. And now, here I was, aisle side seat of the middle section of a large Delta airliner near the very back of the plane, wearing now out-of-service ACUs, a light buzz, and an M16 in between my legs. Hold on. I surveyed the plane around me. It was nearly empty. Most of the personnel who had been riding had taken their things and left. Flight attendants were now cleaning up between the aisles as the last few officers made their way out of the side exit at the far end of the plane, leaving just me and the one and only Sergeant Walker.
Started to think you were a corpse. Hey, Jesus' box really did a number on you, didn't it? Well, get your shit. We've got to get off.
Walker heaved a large assault pack stuffed with different equipment, snacks, and things he'd taken on with him. A spare barrel back and M4 strap to the side of the Molly. He didn't look older than when I last saw him well over 10 years ago. His deep, gravely Georgian accent still sounded in its prime too. I quickly scrambled for my PC, slapping it on my hip as I pulled my carry-on from the top compartment and pulled it on.
Yeah, gotcha. Roger, Sergeant.
Walker scoffed.
What, you acting all weird on me now? You wanna be all robot?
How about you shave your fucking face? Walker crudely quipped as I slung my M16. I fired back.
Technically, we aren't back in the States yet, Sergeant.
The fuck? How so? Technically, this airliner counts as international airspace, so until we're boots down outside of the plane, technically, I should smack your smart-ass mouth there. Come on, let's get the fuck out of this hotbox. We squeezed past stragglers and flight staff as we made our way down the plane. And God, it was like 2011 was just yesterday. The plane was stuffy after transporting well over 200 disgruntled, frustrated, burnt-out American warriors back across the Atlantic. It smelled of sweat, pain, and nicotine that technically wasn't allowed on the flight. What was this? Whether I refused to think about it or couldn't, I kept playing along. God, I am fucking hungry. Walker cackled.
Telling me? God, I want a fucking steak right now. Medium rare.
Nah, you know what? Rare. So bloody, it's still fucking alive. I raised an eyebrow. Trying to get food poisoning, Sergeant?
Listen, after all the bullets whizzing, mortar ducking, 10 minutes of sleep, eating 5-year-old Skittles because the army couldn't send us better supplies, digging ranger graves to move 20 meters to the left, fuckery. If a steak kills me, Nolan, feel free to write "fuck it" on my gravestone.
Nah, better yet, just dump me in a koi pond. Don't forget almost overturning a Max Pro because we let a technically legally blind person to drive it. Walker stopped dead in his tracks and jutted a finger at me. That was fucking PL's idea, not mine. Here's what happens when you give fucking military command to a dropout with an associate. As much as he reamed and shit-talked our valiant first lieutenant, he still showed the sir nothing but respect, and both of them worked cohesively when they aren't bickering like a married couple. We dodged an attendant beginning to vacuum the floor as one of the pilots tipped his hat, shaking hands with us before we proceeded to the door. You gonna quit drinking yet, Dwight? I couldn't smother the wheeze that came afterwards.
Sergeant, I said I was sorry for your truck.
Turns out he didn't forget about our last platoon barbecue.
Sorry doesn't clean the inside of a door, Staff Sergeant.
Come on, let's get this welcome home shit done and eat. I pulled my assault pack up a bit as we rounded the corner, the bright sunlight blinding me so much I had to shield my eyes.
So, no battalion ball then?
Fuck no, we're taking the kids to a steakhouse. Didn't have a comeback because the light from the outside was brighter than I originally thought. Way brighter. So much so I had to start blinking to adjust my eyes. And yet, my memory didn't proceed how I remembered. Instead of a crowd of families greeting their soldiers, husbands and wives, fathers, mothers and their kids, or even the humming of the plane's engines as they cooled down, I heard birds. And the wind? This was odd because I remember the family readiness group was playing some stock patriotic music on a loudspeaker, so loud I could barely hear Walker. And why would there be birds in the middle of a busy airport? My eyes finally obeyed me as I commanded them to open. Yet, instead of a New York airport surrounded by our fellow Americans welcoming us home, I was in a shack. At least, I thought it was a shack. The sunlight was coming from several broken and cracked windows to my right. The walls and ceiling were made of chipped planks that had stints of old blue and pink paint on them. Hold up, this wasn't a shack. It was a house. The house. My body was suddenly flushed with adrenaline as I shot up, albeit at the speed of a Parkinson's patient, and still sore. I was back in the small kid's room of the very upstairs opening of the sunken house. Everything is as I last seen it. Items knocked to the side as I rushed into the house. The bed I was laying on was aimed crooked because of so. The pack of cigarettes I left on the windowsill was still there, albeit frosted over from spending the night out there. Was it even only a night? I scanned the room and saw a few things. The doorway I used to get into the deeper reaches of the house had now completely collapsed in on itself. Guess the house's structural integrity started to come apart with all the door kicking, floor breaking, running and gunning from last night. Regardless, I wasn't in the mood to go back down there. Not anymore. Don't know how long I was out for. Still don't. My phone read 11:37 a.m. But I felt way too fresh and healed to have been just 10 hours after. My face still bore some scars from the previous night. Blood all across my face, with my shoulders aching from that fall in the library and shouldering my 15. But apart from that, I was able to walk. My rifle, kit, assault pack, hell, even my fucking jacket and now broken Oakleys were laying neatly placed on the bed. Pulling myself to my feet and slipping my gear on, I scanned the room again, failing to see her if she even was here. Before I left, I kicked the bed back to how it was originally placed and took one last longing stare into the house before I made my way out. The deep snow of the outside had begun to thaw and melt as I breathed in the cold yet crisp and clean air of the forest. It still felt ominous, even with the midday sun beating down. I still felt as if behind every tree, every rock, and every seemingly empty part of it laid an assailant ready to pounce on me. Not like I could do anything though. No more magazines, no more rounds, just an empty rifle and a broken-ass body that should have stopped doing this shit years ago. Surprisingly, my azimuth watch still worked, though it took a bit of caveman slapping and swearing to get it to turn back on. I flipped through the one preset course I had, pointing back south in the direction of the Casamoth estate. And after one last stare into the silent, ominous clearing, I limped back home. The walk was slow, agonizing, yet at the same time, calming and fulfilling. My mind went over the past few months. All the firefights, all the mock exorcisms. Then, last night, what it had said. Can't beat the woods. Only control it. You can mac dump into the darkness as much as you want, but you'll never kill it. You can't kill what can't be touched. But it sure shit can touch and kill you, kidnap you, and drag you away to an underground lair for the sake of the greater good and saving people. And Theodore knew it. All of it. Theodore called it crazy. Guess we can agree on something there. But he knew something. He knew. He fucking knew. He avoided saying it in the house. He basically admitted it in the car. But it also said he didn't know the truth. I must have looked like a crackhead walking through those woods, spitting, muttering, shaking my head and talking to myself as I walked and looked around out of sheer paranoia. I was so concerned with Theodore, I barely noticed my old Pathfinder friend as I rounded a tree corner. The same man who had given me needed guidance when the chips were down, now squared up to me, meeting my tired, beaten-up gaze with his own. The native. It was around this time I realized we were about the same size, albeit he looked much more in shape than I did. I didn't take the time to ask him his exact height measurements though, as we engaged in what was the most tense 10 minutes of my life. He held something between a scowl and a grimace, the war paint reflecting the sun of his skin. Had he come to finish me off? Was he expecting something from me? I wouldn't be able to defend myself. I was at maybe 5% and had an unloaded rifle. He simply looked me in the eyes, saying so much without ever moving his mouth. And after what felt like hours, he nodded, without ever having spoken to him, knowing jack shit about him. I knew what it meant. I nodded back, a mutual thank you. And like that, for the first time, he turned and walked off, not vanishing into mid-air or melting into the wind, but melting into the forest. The dark, cracked wood of the trees and old leaves hanging desperately onto their branches, covered by frost and snow, seemed to merge with his back. As he faded into the horizon, the sound of footsteps crunching towards me broke me from my trance, and I found myself looking into the barrel of a gun. Specifically, the Glock 17 I had loaned Roseanne the night before, now staring back at me. Does this fall under the irony category, or... "Don't you fucking move," she muttered, standing on top of a small mound of dirt. She had the high ground and the superior firepower advantage. How the tables have turned, Dwight. I exhaled a puff of hot air as my left hand rubbed my temples with my hand, dropping it to my side. So, you gonna shoot me for being a chronic asshole, or? Roseanne cut me off. You were down there for 12 hours. 12, Dwight. So give me a sign that it's you, before I use your way of dealing with what could be another shapeshifter, or a fucking demon, or a fucking possession of your corpse, or anything. I'm not gonna lie, I was internally torn between wanting to slap the shit out of Roseanne and sighing because she had a point. I mean, a fucking cockamania one, since if I was a creep from the woods, I would have probably pounced her. But a point. Do flash gates retain memories? Roseanne shook her head. Alright, here it goes. My name's Dwight Anthony Nolan. I'm a former 11 Bravo direct fire infantryman, formerly stationed at the ice-cold field problem death pit that was Fort Drum. I'm a self-diagnosed alcoholic, certified range supervisor. I've spent the last several months under contract with Kazamoth Industries. I've enlisted your help under what I'm gonna guesstimate was a week and a half ago, because time here is as convoluted as my last few remaining brain cells. Isaac is missing an eye. You're a British Commonwealth immigrant, judging by your dialect. You helped me exorcise, among other things, a fucking river. Werewolves are real. The giant of Kandahar was a Nephilim. And I also know, despite all those runic drawings in your journal, you keep a way too detailed graphic image of a okay. Roseanne backed off a few steps, holding her hand up as she lowered the pistol. Roseanne chuckled. You sly son of a gun. I knew you looked in my journal. I knew it. I shrugged. You take a lot of naps. Only 'cause I work hard, Dwight. You look worse for wear. What happened? My stare was deadpan and involved one long blink. Did you hit your fucking head? I mean, down there, jackass. I gazed back to where the native had walked. He was long gone. And then back down the slope towards the sunken house before pivoting back to my locally hired witch. Long story. I'll tell you back at the estate. Just know, it's over. Over? I nodded. Roseanne breathed a sigh of relief as she looked around. Come on, home's this way. I waited for a few seconds before following. How the fuck do you know? We were walking for about an hour before we had reached the perimeter path of the Kazamoth estate. Much to my hysterical joy, freaking out Roseanne, following back around the eastern side, we reached the front gate of the Kazamoth estate. I noticed along the way while we were gone, they really did a number on the place. Trees were gutted and torn down. Sea wire was ripped off the top of the concrete wall and strung around like, as Roseanne put it, a rock wore Christmas trees. However, regardless of how the mice had played while the cats were away, in this case, the mice being demonic ghouls that could chuck grown men several feet, and the cats being a group of misfits armed with the finest in operator gear that they could buy from a small town gun store, albeit a very well-armed gun store, by two Belarusians, Armenians, Germans, Europeans. Great. Thanks, Isaac. Now I've got them fucking mixed up. Rambling. Sorry. I'm fucking drunk. It'll become clear later. Regardless of the show of force, the gate still held, surprisingly well. Roseanne scanned her eyes across the large metal gate as I approached the keypad.
Hello? Anyone there?
I pressed the button and shouted. Yes, I shouted into the intercom. I know full well how fucky those headphones are because Theodore either bought the equipment especially high-end or at fucking Walmart. And for a moment, nothing came through, causing Roseanne to shrug as me and her locked eyes. That was until...
Well, holy shit. Frank Castle returns from the grave. Marco owes me $20.
I stared at the camera, slightly stunned. You placed bets on whether or not I was gonna make it out alive?
Hey. Mackerel was the one who said you probably wouldn't, and I challenged him.
You mean Merkel?
Same shit. Good to see you're alright, Dwight. I knew you'd make it. You see Tim out there by chance? John and I saw him on the way back, and from the looks of it, he stole my trucker hat and was wearing it. So I wanted to get it back.
Isaac, open the fucking door.
Alright, Jesus. Gotta be so mean.
Roseanne and I made our way back into the house. John was fast asleep on the couch, passed out with a blanket covering him, who Roseanne immediately checked on. Gareth and Merkel were busy cooking something in the kitchen. Isaac immediately came into the living room and said, "So, what was down there?" His question bounced around my head like a fucking pinball, and I still don't know how to answer. I pulled my kit off me, dropping it onto one of the lounge chairs where Isaac and the others had put theirs. Once again, it had become a giant pile of monster-killing supplies. I'm not sure. Isaac raised an eyebrow. It said several things. That the woods can't be stopped. That it tried to paint itself as a lesser evil compared to it. That Theodore knew. Isaac jumped back and pointed at me. "Ha! I fucking knew it! That goddamn snake!" "Isaac!" Roseanne quickly snapped at him. He looked confused as she gave a shush gesture to him. Roseanne said John will be fine, as long as he gets plenty of sleep and we don't let him get kidnapped again. It would be easy, since compared to the last few months, the preceding week or so was a fucking palate cleanser. Gareth and Merkel took off the next day after we arrived. Both the Europeans loaded up their mass amounts of weapons and ordnance into the back of their van. Gareth himself said something to the effect of, "These woods will still be dangerous, but we did good work. You did good work. You and Isaac are friends. Come anytime. Oh, and tell Isaac if he wants job, besides being your Cyclops, he is welcome at Gareth's arms. Stay well, Sergeant Nolan." I still remember the Spartan-esque grip he gave me. After him and Gareth drove off, next was Roseanne. I asked if she wanted to go back into town, what with the woods attacking John's friend's house that one night. But being Roseanne, she protested. Just because we solved one problem doesn't mean there ain't 1,000 bloody more taking its place. Everyone in town needs something, and this world's only gonna get stranger after that power vacuuming of whatever you riddled down there. I nodded, sitting back on the hood of the old SUV and driving my hands in my pockets. "You sure you don't want to ride back to town? Like you said, woods are still haunted." Roseanne looked out towards the open gate, then brushing her hair before stuffing it under her beanie. She shook her head. "Nah, I'll be okay. Oh, and she dug into her bag, pulling out the Glock. I waved it off, much to her confusion. I think we can both agree that the town witch who just helped me take out an eldritch demon is gonna have a target on her back. Take it, consider it a form of payment since I'm no longer funded by my boss." Roseanne shoved it back into her bag as she slapped my shoulder. "Psh, you think I get paid? Huh, funny. No, I do it as a service. Someone's gotta." She rested her hand on the back of my shoulder, staring into my eyes. "Remember, that rich asshole gives you trouble, or you need my help? Just call." Despite my warning to Isaac that Theodore was gonna be back in less than a week, he vowed to stay as long as he could. "Not gonna leave you high and dry, Captain. Let's get this place locked down." I spun back around in the office chair of the security room, scanning all of the security monitors as Isaac nervously scratched the back of his neck. "So, can I drive the ATV?" I used this saying a lot. Had it been X months ago, I would have kindly declined a one-night, always bust redneck the opportunity to drive the ATV. However, considering the circumstances and the fact that I was likely not going to be employed next week, I pulled open the key drawer and beckoned him. Like I said, the estate was a mess after the War of the fucking Wendigos that took us near 15 clicks into the woods. Not much Isaac and I could do to remove the fallen trees, especially since both of us were less motivated to conduct high-octane ATV landscaping for a man who literally chose to live in Demon Alley than we were our first months here. Roseanne was right, however. The woods are still off. Though, the last few days I went on patrol on the ATV, scanning the perimeter path during both the day, and finally feeling safe enough to venture out at night. Anomalies still occur. A broken stone archway that appeared on the path caused me to detour around it. After I tossed a branch through it, and it came out not diced, but minced on the other side. I made the executive decision not to fuck with it after I tossed a rock through with the same result. Other things still occur. Isaac said he saw things like the crab-walking man, who I've now ruled is more or less harmless, a fucking baby carriage, and a staircase. The third one was no longer there when I checked the area. I also get slight glimpses of the static-looking green figure from the chop shop of the house out of the corner of my eye. Each time seemingly closer and closer, but never too close, and never in direct eyesight. It was a weird, nostalgic feeling, if you can call this fuckpin of a gig nostalgic in any sense. Just a good old Casamoth security duo doing routine checks, John getting better and better with the help of chicken noodle soup and Tylenol, and patrolling the estate. I finally indulged in Isaac's cultural pastime a few days ago. We were on the porch. The sun was setting, providing a warm orange hue that bathed the both of us. As we sat back in a couple of wicker chairs, Isaac had a glass of Jack. I had Corona, also known as colloquially hot urine. We must have sat there for hours, sitting back, legs crossed, my rifle resting across my lap just in case the woods wanted to go one last round that would never come. And despite our banterish history, it was silent. A feeling of calm acceptance and finality to this. A friendship that was literally built on two chattermouths meeting on a forest path. That was until Isaac started asking, "You owe me $25. I turned to him, confused. "How fucking so?" Isaac swallowed a big swig of Jack D before continuing. "Remember, we placed bets?" I scoffed, then laughed. "Listen, I don't really know what was down there. I never got a good look." "So?" "It's a draw, Isaac." "There's no fucking draws in bets." The both of us share a fake tense stare before falling back into buzzed chuckles. I took one last sip of my beer, emptying it before tossing it into a bucket across the porch. "Gonna miss you, brother," Isaac said. His one good eye was slightly glossed over. Sitting back, his hands holding the bottle in his lap. I exhaled, sighing as I sat back. This really was, probably, our last time together. "Yeah, so what are you gonna do after this?" I shrugged in response. "Go home." "Home?" "Chicago. Probably buy some booze, write an autobiography like every GWAT vet, and live off the royalties." I turned to Isaac. "You?" "Stock market. I hear Dow Jones is doing good this time of year." I shook my head in disbelief. "Bull fucking shit." Isaac cackled and nodded. "Yeah, you're right. Probably just gonna take the Latvians' offer and go work for them." The little camaraderie I had with my friend would soon come to an end, however. The very last day, the day before Theodore came back, Isaac finally left. He sported one of the assault packs I had given him, packing up his tent and strapping it to the top. Despite my offers to drive him back into town, Isaac argued, "If I can walk 700 miles across 2 damn states, I can make it to town. Besides, you and the kid need to prepare yourselves for him tomorrow." I nodded, kicking up a bit of the gravel as we both stared off into the evening sky. Isaac turned back. "You sure you don't want me here in the trenches with you when he comes?" "No, I've got a feeling Theodore's gonna pull something tomorrow, and I don't want anyone caught up in it that doesn't need to be. Besides, you paid enough on this little adventure." I tapped the bottom of my eye, referencing Isaac's wound. Albeit with some help from Roseanne, it looked a lot cleaner, with a proper eye patch over the new bandages. "Hey, I gave it back to the suckers. Good luck, Sergeant." And like that, the Casamoth Extermination Squad, the finest members of the paranormal hunting group I had assembled, fought with, and worked with for the last few months, was back down to me. The evening drive was probably one of the most isolating damn trips I ever took. The sky was bluish purple as I drove the ATV down the trail, soaring over potholes and past fallen trees. I stopped at the northern bend, the halfway point, the spot where motion detector 6 was. I parked the ATV, leaving it running as I scanned the now low-lit area. I saw the deep holes which the now destroyed ATV made trying to rev its wheels to get out, the tree I shot meters ahead, attempting to shoot the creatures. Gazing into the now clear path ahead, my mind goes back to that night, surrounded by dozens of them, all of them laughing, stalking me. That creature with its white and yellow eyes staring back into me in the rain. Now, gone. I looked out to the north, over the slope that led downwards to the woods. the ocean of trees that lay beyond. Man, I sighed. I need a vacation.
Hey!
Even after nearly a year of this fuckery, my skeleton, ironically enough, nearly jumped out of my skin from the sudden greeting. I turned back to my left to see none other than Tim. Turns out, Isaac was indeed right, even if he was half blind. Tim, among other things, bore Isaac's Texarkana trucker hat. I stared at Tim for a few minutes. Had anyone seen me, not knowing about my time here, they would have thought I was fucking insane. To be fair, I still think I am. Lost in the insanity of this place, suffocated by trees, talking to fucking skeletons. If this is insanity, I gotta say, it's at least entertaining. I turned on my engine to leave, but I stopped, laughing as I shook my head from the idea. I reached into the back of the ATV's container and pulled out my electronic headphones, walking over and placing them on Tim's head over the trucker hat. I stepped back. A real fucking operator. Goodbye, Tim. Even with the loud roar of my ATV's engine and the sounds of the fleeting winter winds, I still hear one solitary word.
Narc!
The day had arrived. I woke up at 4 a.m., got cleaned up and my gear consolidated at 5, and was at the monitor desk of the security room, waiting with a fresh Red Bull in hand by 6. Theodore had arrived in a black SUV nearly identical to the one parked just outside, along with several vans and a fucking truck of, judging by the Kazamoth Industries logo, the corporate backup old Theo talked about. So, it was true, huh? I chuckled, sighing as I slid back out of the chair, clipping on my 5.7's holster to my belt. I chucked my Red Bull as I hid it outside. Even if it was his estate, his home, with his son in it, I still felt like the old town sheriff walking out to meet the bandits that had just ridden into town, big iron literally on my hip. I lightly kicked open the front door as I called back into the house.
John, your dad's home.
It still took John nearly 20 minutes to join us outside. Whether it was from still being ill or not wanting to see his flee the coup papa, I still don't know. The empty can flattened out underneath my boot as I stepped off the porch, meeting a group of uninformed individuals joined by none other than the long-haired, sweater vest-wearing, millionaire, possibly billionaire, Theodore Kazamoth. A long stare down ensued as he was backed by several guards, all in black cry tops and bottoms, belts, caps, and most importantly, armed. Their eyes shot to Theodore, then to me. My eyes stayed on Theodore, and my hands were shoved in my pocket. Mostly because I really wish I brought 2 Red Bulls. Heart attacks be damned. The silent stare down was broken up as Theodore's son walked up alongside me, and the previous malice-filled stern look on his face melted, more so forced back, as he walked over to hug his son.
Dwight, it's so good to see you.
Theodore crossed his legs at his desk. Mind you, the one that still had all of the broken pieces and holes in it from my little raid. I stood in front, arms crossed, as several C Industries staff members worked to force the heavy filing cabinets back upright. Theodore maintained his grin, however, and honestly, after all the other shit here, I wasn't fazed. I see you've kept things under control. I honestly had to work really fucking hard not to laugh at that. Yeah, holding the fort down without you here was an experience, boss. Was it productive? Very. The tone and smile that came after, however, did make me shiver a bit. My shareholders and I have big plans for not just the estate, Dwight, but the company, these woods, the town, and more. Big chances are coming, all for the better, I assure you. I gave a fake smirk and nodded. Just as the employees were finished and walked out, Theodore's smile disappeared along with mine. He slid his feet down, brushing against the broken section of the desk, which caused one of the upper corners to literally fall off. Theodore snapped to his feet, kicking it away as he brushed his forehead. Oh, Dwight, what am I gonna do with you? He chuckled. The evil motherfucker from that talk in the car was back. Zip tie me, bag me, drag me, shoot me and leave me in a shallow grave? Theodore shook his head. No, contrary to what you might think, I can't just do that. Theodore held his hands behind him as he walked over to the large set of windows behind his desk, staring off into the woods. Outside, dozens of workers began to install new security wire, along with lights, cameras, and set up new huts around the perimeter wall. Your little block series really saved you. Had it not been for half of the fucking internet knowing about you, I really could have just zipped, backed, and shot you. I chuckled out loud, earning a scowl that was so fucking satisfying from him. My mind thought back to that thing in the metal layer. How I knew too much. How I needed to be smothered. I really wanted to ream him, to rip him apart, press his scrawny neck against the damn wall, and start interrogating him. But then I did remember what that void also said. Theodore would exploit whatever was down there if he caught wind of what it really was, where it was, whatever Theodore already knew. And what I'm saying is, better not to say anything, then allow the evil fucking corporate douchebag money man to catch whiff. Well, you'll be happy to know that you'll no longer have to bear the title of Security Officer hired to protect the Forest Estate, Dwight. My arms dropped to my sides as I pondered what that could mean. Theodore opened one of his drawers, pulling out a tablet with a very, very long form written on it. Without going into too many of the confidential financial details, Casamoth Industries had decided that, due to my dedicated service to the company and the estate, as well as the Casamoth family, and after considering the consequences and benefits of my long-term health, my contract was being bought out. Basically, I was fired, with the next what would have been 5 years worth of pay being wired to me, along with a bonus. It was money. A lot of money. Deep 6 figures. I can finally fucking retire kind of money. The kind of money they give you to shut the fuck up and go back to Chicago. It was the kind of situation where I should fight it because they're trying to cut me out. But they did. And what was I gonna do? I was no longer legally allowed on the property, and I was no longer a member of the company. You don't say no to a contract buyout. You can only nod your head and accept. It's out of your hands. I was no longer security guard Dwight Nolan. I was just Dwight Nolan. What I'm getting at is, despite all the internal arguments I had, all the reservations I had for just leaving things the way they were and allowing Theodore to do whatever the fuck he wanted, begrudgingly, whether I wanted or not, Casamoth Industries sent me 401k plus, emphasis on multiple pluses, and I took my ball and went home. Not much I could do now. I said goodbye to John. The kid gave me a final hug. I in return gave him my still intact pair of Oakleys and parted ways, not before being escorted out by several Casamoth security officers as Theodore watched from the porch. By 10 a.m., I was shoved out of the opening in the perimeter wall onto the gravel path I had seen so many times. And then, with a slow crawl, and finally a heavy metal thud, the gate closed. And I was free, unemployed, but free. I beat myself right the fuck up about it. I still am. I was a fucking coward. Whether or not I braved the things under the house, I allowed Theodore to get exactly what he wanted. I just let them kick me out of the land I was warden of, and I went home. But I had no choice. Did I? Yes. No. Sorry, like I said earlier, drunk. I took another hard shot of vodka in the pub on the edge of town, the same one I visited several months ago. The alcohol hit straight away, and as my head buzzed, I turned my head to the corkboard. What was a board filled with 48 missing cases a few months ago was now at 65. What were just the locals now included hikers, tourists, truckers, cops, and more. I gritted my teeth and bit down the guilt, turning over my glass and overpaying the bartender. I was cut out. I couldn't do anything. I repeated those words as I wandered out of the bar and down the road. The town still seemed ominous, much like the woods, even after the ghouls were dealt with. There were still plenty of mysteries and plenty of problems. However, I wouldn't be around to deal with them. I couldn't. But I wasn't gonna let Theodore and whoever else just run wild on this place while I was gone. I opened the worn brass mail slot of Roseanne's house and slipped an overstuffed envelope through. It was late at night, The moon was up in force, and I wasn't gonna wake her up and hand her what would be just as useful in the morning. What was in the envelope, you may ask? Oh, you know, printed transcripts of the entire series, detailed logs from the estate house, scavenged files from the security room, and, despite how Theodore may have tried, an intact hard drive from that computer tower. I don't have all the answers. Fuck, I have very few. I don't know what was in that darkness of the house. I don't know who the girl exactly was. I don't know what Theodore's gonna do. And I don't know what the fuck was in that cellar door. And if I'm not gonna be around to find out, then those who will, hopefully. Roseanne's young, motivated. She's hell-bent on helping this town. And if Isaac and the Soviet bloke lads are still around, and they will be, bet on it, they'll be here to help her. This is where I would say my goodbye. I walked back to the parking lot of the pub, gazing at the night sky as I called the taxicab company. I was way too drunk to try and drive anything back to the nearest airport, and like hell I'm getting a hitchhike from a stranger.
It'll be 37 minutes, sir.
Great. Leave my drunk ass here for that fucking long? Good thing I don't have any of my weapons. I started to type everything on this entry, from the elevator to now, eating away at the minutes as I hoped each passing car was the cab to finally take me home, bobbing and weaving on my feet. And yet, despite it being a clear parking lot, maybe it was my mild deafness, my buzz.
Mr. Nolan?
The voice was cool, calm, smooth, calculated, with an accent I still can't really put my finger on. And yet, like I said, maybe it was my mildly drunk state or my heightened sense of paranoia, but I hopped off the small concrete jersey barrier I was on, turning to the man. He was older, possibly late 40s, mid 50s. He wore a dark blue pinstripe suit with black detailing over it. I eyed him up and down as I ran my hands over my knuckles.
Alright, listen, who the fuck are you? Easy now, soldier. Easy. I only want to talk,
he said, laughing. My hands twitched as I eyed him up and down, then scanned the parking lot for what I was sure was an ambush.
Yeah.
Everyone wants to talk nowadays. Who the fuck are you? The man gave me a small smile as he faked offense, giving a fake scoff as he put his hand over his heart. No need for such hostility, Dwight. I come not as an enemy, but a friend. My head cocked out of confusion.
Friend? What?
How the fuck do you know my name? And also, yeah, I ask again, who the fuck are you? Holding out his hand, he says, my name's Xavier, Mr. Nolan. Your actions in this town have not gone unnoticed. I raised an eyebrow.
You've been watching me?
The man laughed, retracting his hand. Many parties, Mr. Dwight. Many. I simply represent one that wants to extend a helping and cooperative hand to someone with your resume. Oh boy.
So, what do you want?
The man straightened out his suit, cracking his neck. He stood just short of my height, maybe 5'10", 6 foot. You've built up quite the rap sheet. 4 combatant deployments, 10 years in the military, and now, first-hand encounter with the unnatural. I'm interested in your skills. This caused me to burst out laughing. Oh, I should have fucking known this was coming. Yeah, look, Xavier, I appreciate Blackwater having the courtesy to come knocking on my door, but it's 5 years too late, and I finally got enough money to retire. This confused him. Blackwater? Oh, you mistake me, Dwight. I'm not with any private military companies. Not at all. I represent a group backed by many world agencies with the trust and goal of aim not at monetary gain, but of humanity's safety. So what, Area 51 kill squad? Xavier chuckled, resting one of his hands on a pocket inside of his jacket. No, not exactly. Like I said, we're not of any one government. I crossed my arms. Yeah, well, look, Xavier? The man nodded. You know full well what's been going on, so I appreciate the offer, but I'm in no mood to just jump right back into chasing demons into dark forests. Xavier nodded, showing he understood. Understandable. Really, I agree. Take all the R&R you need, Mr. Dwight. But know this. Dark times are coming, Mr. Nolan. There are things like this happening all over the world. And whether you like it or not, your tenure at the Kazamoth estate has dragged you into something you might not so easily get out of. When you make up your mind, give me a call. That last part blanked my mind, and I felt my phone buzz in my back pocket. I pulled it out to see new contact added, Xavier. This earned a look of shock from me, as I was at a loss for words. How'd you? Who the fuck are? As I turned to ask him the question, he was gone. Mind the fact, I looked away for only a few seconds and would have heard him run off. And the fact that he was in the middle of an open parking lot. I wanted to pursue him. I wanted to ask him what the hell he meant. What was coming? What was happening? But before I could, the horn of the taxicab honked loudly as it pulled up to my side of the street. This probably isn't the ending that you wanted, and I'm sorry. I didn't get all the answers. I got cut out of the mystery. And honestly, even with Xavier's offer, I still don't know where I'm gonna go from here. All I have to say is 250,000 a year go missing. Some with cases going cold, others without a trace, sometimes turning up in unexplained ways, conditions, and others not at all. There are powers that be that would like to see them forgotten, brushed under the rug, and never thought of again. It's our duty to remember who they are and never stop looking for them. If you hadn't realized this already, this is probably my last entry. I don't know if I'll be back. I don't know if I'll ever press call on Xavier's contact. What I do know is, you've been with me for the long haul, and for that, I thank you. This has been Dwight Nolan, former US Army Staff Sergeant. Formerly, the security hired to protect that damn forest estate. Stay safe, guys. And see you around.